Hello. Sorry about the delay there. But anyway, so so, yes, we are going to finish this chapter. Come heck or high water. Um, so, yeah, I hope the earlier time does not throw off too people. So, but anywho. So we will start up. Let me... Sick. Okay. Recap for last time. Okay. So... Takano and the nurse and camera guy, which is it? Wait, is it Tadano? Uh, I can't remember their. Uh, anyway, they both did. Um, so, Shion and Keiichi obviously were kind of freaking out, and Shion posited the thesis that it meant double or whatever, so that they would disappeared. And people kept on asking Keiichi the same question as far as if he had seen Shion or seen like Tadano or whatever last night. Of course, he gave like vague answers and stuff like that, which for one of those very easy to see through type things. And so he finally cracked when Rika asked him about it. But then while everyone was looking for the mayor because he had gone missing, and then later that evening, he talks with Shion and over the phone, and they find out that the mayor has gone missing, which Shion told the mayor about them going into the storehouse the night of his disappearance. So Keiichi is now concerned because since he had told Rika about it, that he now thinks that she would be in danger of being disappeared or demoned away, as they refer to it in game. So we'll be picking up right there. He had learned about that, and then that's where the chapter ended last time, which is where we'll be picking up. We do have some extra new little tip thingies that we will read. Before we start the next chapter proper. Second. All right. And my tea is still steeping, but I can pour that very quickly in a minute or so. But we can start in the meantime. Okay, yes, I do have the volume up. I think everything's okily dokily. This thing over. Perfect. Perfecto. Continue. Because I think if I remember right, I had looked up, I think there's only 12 chapters, so it means we'll be starting. New tips from Scrapbook 8. The three families in modern times. The three families. The Free Families Council here is the Michelle of Democracy. Okay, I tried to do a mob thing, but it didn't work. A dictatorship run by the Sonozaki family. Both the Kimiyoshi and Furude families are far from their former glory. It doesn't seem at all like they've maintained the ancient traditions. Only the Sonozaki family has retained their glory from the past and has inherited many colorful traditions from the age known as Onigafuchi Village. Even the most recent verifiable example of Watanagashi that occurred at the end of the Meiji era seems to have been done under the orders of the Sonozaki family. Refer to the family's genealogical tree from the late Meiji. After the start of the Meiji era, the Sonozaki family wanted to push the development of Hinamizawa village, so they took a strong role in leadership. During the dam wars a few years ago, the Kimiyoshi family served as the chair of the opposition alliance, but this was in name only. In actuality, the Sonozaki family reigned as leader behind the scenes. People whisper that perhaps the Kimiyoshi family dictated acts of opposition that could be publicized, and the Sonozaki family enacted those which could not. Even in Hinamizawa, they whisper that the multitude of unsettling incidents reported during the dam protest, such as the kidnapping of the famous head of Ministry of Construction's son, have been carried out by the Sonozakis. Additionally, they say that perhaps the Sonozaki family's secret maneuvering was responsible for the serial freak death incidents that have continuously occurred in recent years as well. The serial freak death incidents are without a doubt the second coming of the traditional Watanagashi. They must be enacting the Watanagashi on the day of the original Watanagashi, which has fallen to the level of an ordinary village festival, in order to remind the villagers of the holy laws of Onigafuchi village. Safe to assert that exploring the Sonozaki family is the fastest route for researching it today. If I can expose the contents of the Furude Shrine storehouse, I'd like to narrow my research target to the Sonozaki family next. The Sonozaki house is strictly guarded by security cameras on the premises, but thankfully I've become acquainted with the sisters Mion, the next heir, and Shion. I want this to be a breakthrough I can connect to my next line of research. Bum bum. Okay, got this other tip. This punishment isn't over. No, don't worry about it. You see, when you order the Odin here, for some reason it ends up on the annual invoice for gas contracts. Don't be shy and have another drink. The man, red-faced, waved his hand to say that he'd had enough, and disappeared into the brilliant neon lights in front of the station. Kuma-chan, you should be taking notes. The most modest people are the ones who live the longest. Is all that true? I don't know about that. Whether or not it's true, I think there's meaning in hearing something that sounds so plausible. Something like that be motive to go for the mayor? Kuma-chan, here's what I always say. I suck at as a detective, and I got a couple screw looses. Oh, wait, excuse me. The motive only has to be enough for the person in question. You need to think about how different people value different things. Hey, bartender, give me another mug. They've been suppressing the information. Tomitake and Takano's deaths were already known throughout Hinamizawa. All the rumors pointed to them having incurred the wrath of Oyashiro-sama for setting foot in the Forbidden Temple, the storehouse for ritual implements. According to the rumors, there were 2 other people who went in there with them. Shion Sonozaki and Keiichi Maibara. People were whispering in the shadows that those 2 would be cursed by Oyashiro-sama as well. Apparently, however, the responsibility didn't fall solely on the 4 trespassers' shoulders. Until last year, it was locked up tight. This year, it had been changed to a simpler lock, and then been what allowed thieves to enter so easily? Those were the rumors going around. Have you seen it, Kuma-chan? I remember it. Well, I had to go there for something quite a while back. Sorry, I don't really remember. It was locked up so tight it was scary. There were these real heavy bars holding it shut. It was sealed up as good as a bank vault. This year was a very simple and cheap padlock. The lone girl protecting the shrine, Rika Furude, disliked the heavy locks and consulted with the mayor, who had replaced it with a simpler padlock. So then the mayor and Rika Furude share the crime? So then, after the mayor, wouldn't Rika Furude be in danger next? There's a decent possibility, Kuma-chan. I want you to contact all the cars we have in Hinamizawa. Tell them to stick near the Furude shrine. Been lurking from work, but I gotta go home now. Gotta try and catch the rest of chapter 2. Okay. Alright, Sophie, see you in a bit then. Thank you for the lurks, I appreciate it. Got it. Yay. Now I must save obsessively, because I'm like that. No, this is getting pretty scary. Gosh, what should we do? Padaru, padaru. We do that. Oh. Feeling I need to move you a little bit because your little tree is not showing. That's right. Had a Halloween theme. Now Darjeeling has his little Christmas tree. And he has a little Christmas tree. Oh, 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 Christmas tree. Okay, that's enough of that. All right. Anyway, with it. After hanging up on Shion, I searched for Rika-chan's phone number on my school's contact list. There it is. My fingers trembled with urgency, and I failed multiple times to put in the simple 5-digit number. Keiichi, you calling someone at this hour? It's late, and it's being rude to the other person. That doesn't matter right now. I got angry at my mother, listening to the dial tone. Come on, pick up. The time was 11 p.m. Certainly wasn't early. It was essentially the middle of the night. Had Rika-chan already gone to bed? Her phone would be ringing constantly, though, so would she get back up for me? Chan didn't pick up. He didn't pick up. Didn't pick up. Maybe she just happened to miss it. Maybe her bed was just too far away from the phone? The sound of a phone ringing gets clearer and clearer the longer you go on sleeping. Then, the bathroom? Yeah, she must be taking a bath. If that was the case, then even if she heard the phone, she wouldn't be able to pick up. It's a little late to be taking a bath, but it's possible she normally took baths right before going to bed. I'll wait 30 minutes, then try calling again. Even I was thinking that. I called her house over and over again. I kept calling, over and over again and again. Kept on calling her, but she didn't pick up even once. I think I kept trying for about 30 minutes. She wasn't picking up. My phone call so persistent that she had gotten scared of picking up the receiver? I don't like this. But that couldn't possibly be it. There was no point in doing this any longer. The best thing to do would be to go there in person. Where's Rika-chan's house, though? Shit, I've never even asked where she lived. Residence was written there in the contact list. His address was mostly numbers, but I couldn't tell where it was just by reading it. Is there a map or something in here? Furude. Her last name was Furude. Bit of an odd last name, so it might be easy to find. Thinking that, I rummaged around the drawer with the phone book. Could only find things like takeout menus and phone numbers for public establishments. Shit. I tore one thing after another out of the drawer. I didn't come up with any clues as to where Rika-chan's house was. Calm down, Keiichi. If you don't know, then just ask. As someone who does know. That's it. Reina's gotta know. I looked up Reina's phone number on the contact list. Reina Ryugu. There she was. Hello? This is Ryugu. The voice of a grumpy-sounding man. Must have been Reina's father. Calling in the middle of the night, I need to be polite. I'm very sorry for calling so late at night. This was my bara. Is there any chance Reina-san is around? Reina is taking a bath. Oh, she's done? Reina, there's a friend of yours on the phone. Oh, right. Reina Ryugu was her real name, wasn't it? Gotten so used to calling her Reina that hearing her real name caught me off guard. Hello? This is Reina. It's me, Keiichi. Sorry for calling so late. Huh? Keiichi-kun? What do you need at a time like this? Actually, I wanted to know where Rika-chan's house is. Reina seemed a little appalled that I'd call her for something like that at this hour. For she spoke her next word seriously, as if she'd caught on how urgent my need was. Okay. Sure. You know the assembly hall in the grounds of the Furude Shrine? There's a 2-story shack used for storage behind it. That's where she lives. Couldn't immediately visualize the place, but as long as I knew she lived on the shrine grounds, I'd just have to take a look around. Got it. Thanks. Sorry again for calling so late. Apologize to your dad for me too, would you? Okay, but Keiichi-kun, why do you want to know where Rika-chan lives? Reina asked in an unusually sharp way, halting me before I could hang up the phone. I hesitated for a moment of whether to tell her. Was killed because I told him. Keiichi-kun, you're still listening. Could you answer me? Why are you asking where Rika-chan lives at a time like this? Reina affected her usual tone, but beneath her words lay a certain tension, like she intuitively sensed something was going on. What will you do, Keiichi? It's Reina. Can't I tell her? He was killed because he found out. Revealed everything, so he was killed. Keiichi-kun, Reina's being serious. Please, answer me. Reina asked me once again in a tone so forceful I couldn't imagine her ever using it normally. I was taken back by her vigor. Reina was Rika-chan's friend, too. She had the right to be concerned about Rika-chan disappearing. I told Reina then, even if only for a moment, to drive away my horrifying fears. Reina, well, I can't exactly tell you why, but... Yes? The tone was seriousness itself. Just from that tone, I could feel her saying, no matter what you say, Keiichi-kun, I'll believe you. That subtle sense of security gave me the courage to reveal the truth. I have a feeling that Rika-chan is in danger. You mean like a premonition? Or do you have some reason to believe she's in danger? I really didn't have time to go back and forth with Rain about this. Till I think listening to her calm voice soothed my pointless impatience. Don't have much reason, but I still hesitated. I had told Rika-chan that we had snuck in Ritual Storehouse. The mayor to whom Shion had confessed before that had already disappeared. So it was possible that Rika-chan also... say... I'd say, like, I think I saw I think a similar pattern Something similar happened to Rika. Something similar to something that happened to Rika is similar to what happened to the mayor before he disappeared. Do that, or even if you wanted to be slightly more specific, he could always say something was told. If he wants to, you know, well, that would probably be enough. Told or whatever. Because then that would know, like, give her enough of like, oh, that's not good. Be enough to kind of like let her know, let her in the loop without getting in the danger loop, I guess. If we're worried about, if we're thinking it's like an info hazard, basically. Learning about what happened about them breaking the shrine is effectively an info hazard. Just knowing about it, again, just knowing about it is dangerous. You know how to explain to Reina. I was tongue-tied. Reina spoke up. Sorry for asking something so weird. I thought about it, and it isn't like you need to be sure. Reina laughed a little, seeming a bit absent-minded. I wasn't exactly in the mood to laugh, so this time I was dumbfounded. Reina continued in a cheerful, yet still purposeful voice. You're worried about a friend. I don't think you need a reason to go and check on them. Even if Rika was asleep and you ended up waking her up, if that was why you did it, then none of us would get mad. Reina, thank you. Okay then, Kiichi-kun. Just one thing. You called Rika-chan's house, right? Then you just couldn't get through. So that's why you asked me to where our house is. Yeah, that's right. I must have called her for over 10 minutes. Could just be sleeping and not have noticed. Rika-chan's house is really small. She would definitely hear the phone ringing even if she was asleep. Totoko-chan is there too, so there's no way neither of them would notice. Huh? Totoko, you mean she's living with Rika-chan? Yeah. You didn't know? Well, we can talk about that later. Anyway, if you called that much and no one answered, then something's definitely wrong. Reina understood that the situation wasn't normal, far faster than I could have ever imagined her to. Made her seem so dependable. However, the fact that Reina had acknowledged this also meant that the best case possibility of it all just being the result of my own needless fears went out the window. Go to Rika-chan's house right now. Will you come with me? I can show you the way. Because he does not know the way. You could say, I'll just see myself out then. Hang my head in shame. That joke. Sounds good. Let's meet up at the same place as usual. I'll be waiting for you. No, wait. Come get you at your house. You just wait there. Tell your family you're coming with me to Rika-chan's house, okay? Will that be okay? Might lose time if you come here. Did you call Mi-chan too? She's really dependable at times like these. If you haven't, then I'll give her a call. My thoughts froze for a moment. Shiana just told me to be careful around Mion during our phone conversation a little while ago. Just call Mion. Oh, Mion, you bitch. The Sonozaki main house was somehow lurking behind the surface of the annual freak deaths. Then the current heir to the family, Mion, wouldn't be uninvolved. Wouldn't that mean she wasn't uninvolved? And what happened this year to Kano? Tomitake and also the mayor's disappearance? Keiichi, listen. Listen to the kobold, okay, listen. Everything you know for sure about Mion, like the period of time you've known her personally, even if a number of, like most of the other stuff you learn about her is true, would you still think, you still know how much she values her friends, right? So do you think she would put up with something like, even if somehow she was indirectly involved, she would be able to keep her mouth shut and put up with Rika-chan coming into danger? Do you really think that? Think about it. Think, Keiichi, think! Okay, bye. I'll be right over. Wait for me. That's all Reina said before hurriedly hanging up. That wasn't the time to be doubting me on. Need to make sure Rika-chan was safe. Yeah, just call. Got changed and grabbed the key to my bike. Figured things would go more smoothly if we met up in the place we usually do. In other words, you did doubt Eon and just didn't call her. Little prick. Stupid. He's stupid. You're not so smart. Nope. Not smart at all. My parents would probably have objected if I told them I was leaving, so I creeped out without a word. That night was unusually warm and disagreeably humid. As if there's an agreeable humid, am I right? He said that Rika-chan and Satoko lived together, right? Huh? Then it wasn't only Rika-chan. Satoko wasn't there either? Realizing what them living together really meant causing my thoughts to immediately take a turn for the worse. That can't be. Satoko is. She's got nothing to do with any of this. Even if there was a reason for Rika-chan to disappear, there shouldn't be one for Satoko. Keiichi-kun. Reina was really fast. She approached me on her bike at an amazing speed. Her breath was ragged, painting a clear picture of just how hurriedly she'd been going. Reina, let's get going. Keiichi-kun, I thought I told you to wait at your house. Reina's expression was all business. She mad? Came into the blue, and I faltered for a moment. Well, I just figured it would be faster to meet up here. Keiichi-kun, don't you get it? Reina shouted, clearly angry. Never seen Reina like this before. Ooh, I get it. What's the problem? Seemed to know she was scaring me, took a couple of deep breaths, then continued as if admonishing me, but her expression didn't soften at all. Keiichi-kun, the whole village is in an uproar now that the elder disappeared, right? Yeah? Now you're telling me that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan aren't where they're supposed to be, right? Yeah. That about sums it up. Then you need to be more careful. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to be standing out here alone in the middle of the night? Began to understand where Reina's anger was coming from. You told your family you'd be going to Rika-chan's house with me, didn't you? So that in the worst case scenario, if you and I were to disappear, people would know when and where we did. Reina was perfectly level-headed in this emergency situation. Ever since the night of Watanagashi, every night someone had died or disappeared. On the night itself, Kano and Tomitake met strange ends. On the next night, the elder vanished. Now on the next night after that, Rika and Satoko were nowhere to be found. I didn't think of anyone but myself, but it wasn't enough to say that Himizawa was a little weird at the moment. It was, in fact, extremely strange. Reina had even anticipated our own disappearances, and had told me to tell my family where I was going. Embarrassed at my own carelessness, and the need to be embarrassed made me afraid of the night. Sorry, I didn't tell them yet. Okay, then let's go tell them together. Reina beside me, I wheeled back towards my house. Big brain Reina-chan. Small, smooth brain, and Keiichi. Sky that the moon seemed strangely high in the sky. Sky that was uselessly vast and cold. That no matter what, would ever seem to me like a dream. This cruel fact had already confronted me. In such a crazy night, Reina had been unimaginably dependable. Hinamizawa's metamorphosis, enough to make Reina caution me against carelessness, was to me the most fearsome thing of all. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky. We met up with Mion on the way, and she, of course, was unsure. Okay, he did color. All right. Just skip that, apparently. Unsure whether to believe me about Rika-chan and Satoko's disappearance. Hey, Chan, are you serious? I'm going to get really mad if this is a joke. Mion was clearly displeased. This weren't a joke. It wasn't very funny. Understood how indiscreet my words were. Ever since the day before yesterday, someone had either died or vanished every night. Rika and Satoko disappearing after all that was something you couldn't say even in jest. Mi-chan, if it really is a joke, don't get mad. Smile. Would be a joke after all. You need to go make sure whether it's a joke or not. You're right. Sorry for getting upset. However indiscreet a joke may have been, we learned that our friends were safe. It would end up as nothing more than a funny story. Having been warned about that by Reina, Mion gave a dry smile. The tension she felt loosening a bit. She mounted her bicycle as well. Our three bicycle lights flashed down the pitch-black roads. They were some of the only illumination outside. Hey, Chan, why did you suddenly decide to call and ask about Rika-chan's house at a time like this? Mion asked me the same thing that I had trouble explaining to Reina. Would it be weird to call it a premonition? I couldn't quite tell because it was dark, but I thought I could see Mion smiling very ambiguously. Definitely understood that she wasn't convinced, though, despite the darkness. Well, I had this bad dream while I was snoozing. I couldn't get out of my head. So, did Rika-chan get kidnapped in the dream? Well, it was more of a vague feeling sort of thing. Rika-chan had answered the phone. I would have called you and Reina after that. Lies smoothly babbled out of my mouth, makeshift though they were. I was lying because I thought telling them I was connected to Shion would be like silently admitting we'd stolen into the ritual storehouse together that night. Mion didn't press me any further. Didn't know whether that convinced her. Maybe she figured that making sure Rika and Satoko were safe would be faster than making an issue out of it. Felt relieved and immediately a little guilty. You should. Mion hadn't really been acting any differently these last few days, but I'm still trying to distance myself from her for some reason. It was only because of what I heard from Shion and Oishi. But she was the successor to some kind of super extravagant gang family. No. Was I just trying to force myself to forget? Don't do that, Keiichi. Wasn't it Mion who was the first to ask about the night of Watanagashi? Such a harsh tone at that. Had already forgotten the terror I felt? At the time, Mion looked someone different from the Mion I knew. When I think about that Mion, then Shion and Oishi-san's description of Mion made a tiny bit more sense. That's it, isn't it? Wasn't for how she acted that day, then I wouldn't be feeling this way towards her now. What on earth? What's going on with her back then? I was conveniently thinking only of everything she had done after that, while disregarding the very first thing I should have been looking at most, wasn't I? Mion was peddling a pretty flimsy, honestly, justification. Maybe your brain's just being a douche. Ever thought about that? Brains are often like that. Making you think stupid crap. Mion was pedaling her bicycle in front of me, her long hair fluttering in the wind. No matter how long I looked at her back, never gave me answers to any of my questions. We went all the way to the stone steps leading up to the shrine grounds. Of course, we weren't going to want to haul our bikes up there. We parked them beside the staircase and said, "This is the Furude Shrine. Everybody comes and go as they please, as if it were a park. This place is actually grand estate owned by the Furuta family, but the entire shrine is private property. Only makes you feel the passage of time. 10 or 20 years ago would have looked the exact same. And wouldn't that mean that the Furuta family is really old? With a history going back for generations? Yeah, they're gone. That's odd. Reina said something clearly disquieting, so I ran over to her. What's wrong, Reina? Rika-chan and Satoko-chan always leave their bicycles here. See? They're gone. I took a look around. Indeed, there were no other bicycles aside from the ones we'd taken to get here. Couldn't they have parked somewhere else? They had brought them up the stairs? Those girls couldn't do that, Keiichi-kun. Just as she said, I can imagine Rika and Satoko lugging their bikes all the way up there. We hadn't yet knocked on Rika-chan's door, but reality was already sparking some ideas that weren't what you'd call good. Maybe they were just parked under some trees and we hadn't noticed them. Refused to believe that not being able to find their bikes here was proof that they disappeared. Let's go. The only way to be sure is to check their house. We all nodded and dashed up the stone steps. We passed through the red arch and came out onto the shrine ground, which was covered in neat gravel. It was so quiet here, as though the Watanagashi festival had never happened. Where's the house they live in? Over here. Come with me. Reina took the lead and sprinted off. We went towards the assembly hall behind the shrine, then looped around behind it. In the darkness of the night, we found a small, prefab 2-story shack. It looked like a warehouse. The lights are off. Are they sleeping? Let's knock. Ran me on it near the shack, which didn't really look like a place people would live. It's such a beautiful shrine, so I'd figured they'd live in an equally beautiful house. It was far from what I had expected. Rika-chan! Satoko-chan! Are you there? Reina shouted up towards the second floor. Her voice was restrained at first, but it steadily grew louder. No answer. In fact, there wasn't any sort of activity in the house at all. They might be sleeping. Let's wake them up. Leon banged on the shutter with both hands. The loud sounds echoed into our surroundings. They would have to notice this much noise. They would turn on the light in their rooms, fling open the windows, and yell, "What time do you think it is?" That, however, wasn't happening. There was absolutely no response. Mian stopped slamming her fists on the shutter, and a sudden silence fell over us. The silence aroused terrible thoughts in us. I could feel the blood draining from my face. It's locked. I wonder if we can get into somehow. Reina showed no signs of stopping. It didn't like she would admit they weren't there until we went inside and saw for ourselves. That refusal to give in gave me strength. Oh, hello, Witch Queen. Thank you for coming by. We are finishing up Volume 2 of Higurashi. Which may mean I may be up rather late. At the current pace I've been doing. So if the bit that you happen to watch interests you, or if there's my YouTube has all the videos. Although if you want to do it, if it looks interesting, or you can just the first volume of this, or technically it's listed as chapter 1s, but there's all these chapters. So, but chapter 1 of it is actually for free, available on Steam, and I also believe on GOG. So, if you want to give it a try for yourself, you can pick up first volume. It's rather lengthy, so it's a very Quite the bargain. Second-story windows wouldn't be locked. We'll give them a try. Hey, Chan, a ladder. Mion brought over a ladder that was standing against the house. The footing was a little unstable for me to be climbing it, but Mion held the ladder firmly in place for me. I hadn't climbed too many ladders. My inexperience with them exposed, I climbed up one step at a time and tried to open each window on the second floor. Michan, I'm going to go check the main house just to be sure, okay? I'll be right back. Reina darted away. What? Main house? It's the Furude family's actual house. After her parents passed away, I think it's been left like that. Oh, right. Rika-chan's parents, they passed away, huh? At that point, I recalled something else. Since Toko living here too? Toko's also an orphan. Her parents fell from a cliff because of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Then her older brother, Satoshi, he disappeared. Satoshi? I've heard that name before. I remembered. He was the one who disappeared last year because of the curse. Ever since then, Toko and Rika have been living in this shack. Neither of them has any family. At least they're together. They help each other out. Reina said main house, didn't she? Wouldn't it be easier to live there? Curtains were drawn, so I couldn't get a good look inside to see, but two young girls living together seemed like a pretty tough life. I think she tried that at first. She said it was hard, though, because it reminded her of her parents. I had no idea. They were really bad for them. They were normally so cheerful at school that I never realized an atom of this. Oh, hi, Avian. Thank you very much for the fluid check. How close am I to, oh my gosh, 67% till that having to play that accursed game. No. Rika and Satoko have had it hard, huh? She's cursed, huh? Suddenly, Mion said something in such a low voice that it sounded like she was really cursing someone, and I didn't let it slide. I turned around on the ladder to face her and asked again, Mion, what did you just say? I said she's cursed. Mion, still holding on to the ladder, brought her head up to look me in the eyes. As soon as our eyes met, an absolute zero jolt of electricity surged through my body. Mion's eyes clouded over, and with them boiled and bubbled a stew of chaos. They whirled around and around like a raging sea, and bubbles floated to the surface. I had at some point been trapped on this ladder, like being cornered on a dead-end street. Mion, why are you making that face? I intended to follow that up with, you're going too far with this joke, and give her a forced smile. However, on such even footing as I was, the only thing that came of my mouth was a hoarse groan, as I desperately struggled not to let nausea overwhelm me. Satoko Hojo. She's been cursed by Oyashiro-sama. Mion answers, with a response to something I never asked, as if replying to somebody else's question. The only people who fell from the park observation platform were her parents. Only her parents, who treated her like dirt, died that day. She was the only one to survive. Then she was sent to live with her aunt, who treated her cruelly, and the aunt was killed on the night of Watanagashi by some deviant who beat her to death so violently her brains were everywhere, and her head an entirely different shape by the end of it. Then Satoshi, who always protected her, he suddenly disappeared on her birthday. Someone made him disappear, even though he wasn't abusing her. The police judged him to have run away from home. But Satoshi wasn't the kind of person who would do that. He was always earnest. He would never ask for anyone's help. He would always drag himself through everything with hard work alone. He worked so hard, he nearly ground his bones into dust, all for his one and only little sister, and yet someone made him disappear. She was the only thing he lived for, and yet someone made him disappear. Poor, poor Satoshi. He was never rewarded, that Satoshi. How ungrateful that child is. She is cursed. All who get near her suffer the same fate. The curse kills him, or the curse makes him disappear. She cannot have any relief. She cannot have any relief. It's probably Satoko's fault that Rika-chan disappeared too. It has to be it. 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 It has to. Mion was mumbling words over and over that were no longer coherent. Her words were trembling so hard that I could feel it through the ladder. I almost lost my footing. Made me realize just how far away the ground really was. Calm down, Mion. I don't know what you're talking about. Not sure if she even heard me. Mion rocked back and forth, and that rocking and trembling was becoming even more violent. Help me. The ladder. It's falling. Help me. Help. Just then, I heard the sound of many people running toward us. Hey! Over here! I very nearly said help me outright. 4 or 5 adults, led by Rana, ran over here with flashlights. Ichi-kun, Mi-chan, sorry I took so long. I borrowed the key. Oh, nice one. Seems all the windows and doors are perfectly sealed. I was getting worried. When I heard Mion talk like nothing had just happened, I again felt a chill run through me. The person currently holding the ladder in place, it was definitely Mion. It was the real Mion Sonozaki. Then, the person muttering to themselves, just a few seconds ago, who was that? The person who was mumbling about terrible things like curses. Who was that? I jumped down from the ladder as if running away, before Mion turned into that person who wasn't Mion a second time. The adults tried a few different keys and a key string as they tried to open the big shutter on the first floor. Kichan's house used to be a disaster shelter for the town council, so the key to the shutter is still kept in the mayor's house. It's Rika-chan's and Satoko's private residence now, though. Well, this is on Rika-chan's property anyway. Nobody complains about it. Mion gave me a smile as she said that. I, however, could only return her gaze with an aghast expression. Mion was acting all too normal now. That only contrasted all the more sharply with her earlier, un-Mion-like creepiness. Bang! Bam! Clatter, 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 bang! The shutter opened for the first time in a very long while. Reina recorded the light switch and wasted no time going inside. I followed her in. Rika-chan! Satoko-chan! If you're here, say something! I climbed a narrow staircase. It looked like nothing more than a warehouse, but now that I was inside, I could feel how lived in it was. It was a person's home. Somehow, the scent of the two of them filled the place. It was definitely where Rika and Satoko lived. Hi, Sophie. Right now we are checking on Rika and Satoko, as we cannot get in contact with them. So we're currently checking their house as they live together. First floor doubled as a town assembly warehouse, but the second floor was a space entirely for living. Just like a one-room apartment, past the kitchen was a living room taking up about 150 square feet. Dressers, cupboards, and the like were packed into the space, and in the corner there was a huge pile of clothes that appeared to have been who have just been taken in from drying outside. In the center of the living room was a fold-up table. On it were small containers for things like soy sauce and salad dressing. The sense of a frugal lifestyle drifted from all of it. It was strange that they weren't here in the middle of the night like this. The adults, climbing the stairs one at a time, began to make a fuss and talk amongst themselves. "Oh, not here?" "Yeah, not here. This is definitely weird." The village had just been thrown into chaos yesterday because of the mayor's disappearance. Then today, even Rika and Satoko had. Are they out playing somewhere together? That can't be. Their bicycles aren't here, though. Where would the two have them gone so late at night? They just not come back yet? Where did they go? The adults put various possibilities, and the house immediately devolved into a state of confusion. Eventually, Mion settled them down. "I don't want to believe it, but the Mayor Kimiyoshi disappeared yesterday. We can't say that this is unrelated." The adults' faces paled at Mion's declaration. Mine and Reina's did as well. "Let's see. They could have gone nearby for some tea or something and accidentally fallen asleep. Whoever invited them might just not be able to wake them up at all, too. Let's eliminate that possibility first. Makino-san, please go around to the houses near the stream. Kitaro-san, go look near Ojaga Lake. Okamura-san, you..." Mion promptly gave directions to the villagers. The adults followed them without hesitation, despite her age. "We'll remain here and call up anyone we can think of on the phone. Okay, everyone, you have your orders." "Got it." The adults all roared in reply and pounded back down the stairs below. "Wow, Mi-chan. You're not only chairperson of the school, but Hinuizawa too." "No time for jokes. Hey, step aside. This old man is using the phone." Mion grinned proudly, took the receiver, and got started. Reina gave Mion a trusting look, considering her dependable for doing all of this. My feelings, though, were a little more complicated, since her leadership seemed to be affirming the Sonozaki family successor impression that Shion and Oishi-san had given me. Stop right there, Keiichi. None of that matters right now. The most important thing is to make sure Rika and Satoko are safe. Let's see. Can it be a clue hinting at where they might have gone somewhere in this room? No, though. I wouldn't know what to look for anyway. We tore the whole place apart and figured out what was different from before. We might be able to speculate, but there was nothing strange about this room, and there were no clues in sight. In the first place, I had never been here before. There was no way for me to know what was different if I didn't know how the room usually looked. Hey, don't give up, Keiichi. Stop thinking and start looking. For something. In search of something, I tried to pull open the dresser drawers and open the windows. I didn't uncover anything meaningful, though. Reina, also unable to stand around doing nothing, was looking around the room like I was. Reina, don't think you'll find Rika-chan by opening the refrigerator or the cabinet underneath the sink. Just thought they might be hiding. Oh. We were searching. It got noisy outside. Villagers were quickly assembling here, having heard the commotion. Of course, a lot of them were probably people Mion had called. I'll go tell everyone what's going on. The police will be here sooner or later, too. We'll need to explain the situation to Oishi. Mion began descending the stairs, and we followed her out to the front of the house. There were already around 10 adults here, and all of them looked uneasy. I suddenly noticed that the old people from the shrine were here as well. They were praying for Rika-chan's safety, rubbing their prayer beads. This had gotten bad. This wasn't just a problem between friends anymore. Mion-chan, is it true that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan aren't anywhere to be found? The villagers all formed a ring around Mion, swarming her. Ron raised her right hand as if silently telling them to calm down. First, let's check every house according to the town's council's notification division and see if they're visiting anyone. After all, they could be fast asleep at someone's house and totally unaware that we're looking for them. Sorry, just 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. Turn on my heater. My room was getting... It was cold yesterday. Now it's just cool, I guess. It would definitely be hard for someone to wake up Rika-chan if she had eaten a good full meal, and fallen asleep like a kitten afterwards. Nice it would be if that were the case. I don't want to think about this, but it's also possible something bad has happened. Leon's face grew remarkably more grim, and a wave of silence washed over the adults. We should divide up the work, too. We'll go around to all the places we went last night while looking for the mayor. We'll go look around the damn construction site as best we can. Guys, search around the school. Right. Get a move on. Come on, let's go. All of you were up all night looking for the mayor. I know you're all low on sleep, but please, do your best. Got it. That as their signal, the adults scattered in every direction. I figured I should scatter somewhere as well, so I started walking unsteadily in a direction no one else had gone in. I was getting farther and farther from people. Oh no, the bass music. String bass sounds. That's not a good thing. That's this game's da-da-da-da. I was getting farther and farther from people. I didn't feel scared or anything, though. Oh, hi, Devabun. Scared. Yup, it's getting swoopy. Thank you for stopping by. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the things. Don't worry. If you get too scared, just think of Potaru here. Just think of Potaru and it'll all be better. Now everyone enjoying the mood was just like, Virgil, you bastard. You ruined the mood! I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. I singed my hand a little bit pouring some hot water for tea. Just the price one pays for good tea. Refreshing. It'll just make sure I'm completely alert. someone were made to disappear, Chien and I should be first. It would have been perfectly normal for me to be scared of the dark. However, I didn't feel that way. Why is that? Because tonight, someone had already disappeared, so nobody else would disappear tonight. It would take some time before I, exhausted as I would feel guilt at the cause of my own selfish sense of relief. Bad, Kichi. No. No. That is bad.
How does that make you feel? Are you proud? Are you still feeling good?
You tell him, Darwin. Suddenly, my vision cleared, and a cold wind caressed my body. Ooh-woo. This was the hill from which you could see the whole village. Looking down from this hill, I could see lights on here and there, and knew that the entire village had awoken from its slumber. First Akano and Tomitake, then the mayor, and now even Rika and Satoko had been sacrificed, and word of it was spreading everywhere. The strength in my knees left me. Knees weak, mom spaghetti. This could no longer be a joke. We could have found them. Mion would have told me I was a worrywart. Reina would just be glad we did, and they would have smiled at me. My hopes disappeared as if I were awakening from a dream. That was what the view I could see was telling me. Following my knees, my arm both bent forward onto the ground, and I clawed at it with my nails. Couldn't figure it out if I was feeling sorrow or frustration. Ugh. This... my fault? Couldn't endure the burden of my own sin. I just told Rika-chan about it. I had nothing to do with it, but Rika-chan and even Satoko had been sacrificed. It's like a cross that Chien and I would each have to bear the weight of it until we ourselves were erased. Well, from going that far, and the problem started long before that. My original sin of breaking taboo and entering the ritual storehouse without asking. I knew I shouldn't have gone in there from the start. Yet, I lost out to cheap curiosity. I hadn't felt so angry at myself until this very moment. There was a crunching sound. I wasn't even interested in who made the noise, despondent as I was. Ichi-kun. Ichi-kun. Are you okay? It was Reina. Perhaps my clawing at the ground made it look as though I was having stomach pains. She ran over and rubbed my back, like she was trying to make me feel better. It was all my fault. Because of me. It's my fault. Ichi-kun's fault? You didn't do anything wrong. Please don't blame yourself for this. I could tell Reina was doing her best to choose the right words out of consideration for me. That's why I could sense her intent behind those words. Ichi-kun, you know why Rika-chan and Satoko-chan disappeared, don't you? That's what she really meant to say. Because it was an emergency. Reina had ignored the reason why I wanted to make sure Rika was safe, but now that we'd actually confirmed her disappearance, it was only natural Reina would start to wonder about why. However, the situation having gone this far, I couldn't possibly tell her now. I didn't want to admit that Rika and Satoko had disappeared, but I couldn't let Reina disappear either. Hey, Ichi, you stay here out there in the wind, you'll catch a cold. Reina sat down, bringing her eyes level with mine. They told us that children should go back home to sleep. Reina showed her watch as she said that. It was long past 1 in the morning. Time was passing too quickly. I've been crawling around here for that long. If we don't sleep soon, we'll have trouble getting up for school tomorrow. And the adults are really worn out, since they were up searching for the mayor last night too. They were saying they'd break up a little earlier tonight. I was a little upset that they weren't allotting as much time to this as they had to search for the mayor last night, but that was something I, the cause of everything, had no right to criticize them for. It's all right. The police arrived a little while ago. Look, there's police cars coming into the village right now. Hearing that remark, I looked down at the village to see that there were indeed more cars than one would normally expect at this hour, coming from the darkness on the other side of the mountain. However, none of their emergency lights were on. Of course, their sirens weren't wailing either. That's right. All of the incidents that occurred right after Watanagashi were seen as the product of Oyashiro-sama's curse and would be handled in secrecy. Rika-chan and Satoko too. Their disappearance would end up exactly like the other serial incidents in the past. Surreptitious, unresolved, declared a mystery, and disappear from memory. Rika-chan's face. Her sweet face, like a Western doll's, would fade away. Satoko's smile, her energetic fang smile, would fade away. The more I tried to remember them, the less I would be able to. I deserved to be called an idiot dozens of times over, and it wouldn't be enough. I couldn't hold back the tears at my own sheer stupidity. I don't know why you're blaming yourself for, Keiichi, but you should stop. I wasn't about to deny it. Couldn't. Even so, I couldn't affirm it either. I wanted to at least keep Reina out of this. If she found out, she would become involved. Please, Reina, could you just leave me alone? Even if I went home, I wouldn't be able to sleep. I couldn't get to sleep, and I at least wanted to search for Rika and Satoko until I collapsed. The entire village was looking, and yet they still hadn't been found. I don't think I'd be able to find them if I went looking alone at this point. Still, I had to do it. They disappeared because of me. I couldn't possibly go to sleep while other people are out there searching. I had said that to myself in self-depreciation, but I soon realized that Reina was silently trying to find the meaning in my mumblings. I realized I had misspoke. Keiichi-kun's fault? Why do you think that? Why? It can't be. Keiichi-kun, you're not at fault. I was happy that Reina said these things to me, but she only did so because she didn't know the truth. If she knew that everything had been caused by my breaking taboo on the night of the Watanagashi, then even Reina would curse my existence. However, I can't even allow for those curses. That would mean confessing my own crimes to Reina. If I spelled even one word of having snuck into the ritual storehouse on the night of Watanagashi, then even Reina would disappear tomorrow night. The gentle, spirited, always joking, always hawing, but at a time like this, the most dependable person in the world, Reina might disappear. Don't want that. Anything but that. This time, I need to bear my own cross, alone. Keiichi-kun, I know that you always have your friends in your heart. I can really understand feeling like you want to kick yourself. Reina knows that though, that it's not Keiichi-kun's fault. You didn't do anything wrong, Keiichi-kun, and I know that. You know that. The shivering in my veins rushed up my back, and I replaced the sorrow in my heart with fear. I didn't tell her anything, did I? Maybe I accidentally said something that caused Reina to figure it out. Bad. Now Reina will disappear. Reina will disappear. Reina will disappear. Then Reina, the same I always did, grabbed my head and began to pet it roughly. Ichi-kun, are you thinking that Reina might disappear now too? Because of Oyashiro-sama's curse? He puts more force in the hand, rubbing my head. You don't need to worry about that. Reina isn't going anywhere. I promise. Why? How can you say that with such confidence? Someone's been sacrificed every night so far. There's no proof that it wouldn't happen again tomorrow night. There is even less proof, after all, that the sacrifice wouldn't be Reina. Don't care who you are. Just please, going to erase someone, erase me first. Please, stop cruelly getting rid of people we're close to, like the mayor for Shion, and Rika-chan and Satoko for me. Shion's hysterical shouting came back to mind. They mustn't be planning to kill us last of all. They're not killing the first people who come to mind. They start by killing those we're close to, and then after they've caused us so much pain, they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing. Reina, please don't disappear. Please don't. As long as I'm still here. I no longer conceal the sobs welling up within me. Come on, Keiichi-kun. Crying doesn't suit you. Let's go back to the others. The housewives are cooking some miso soup for us. It'll warm you up and calm you down. Reina prompted me to stand. I didn't have the energy to oppose her, so I stood as she urged me to. We returned to the shrine grounds to find several gas stoves there with miso soup in big pots. The many villagers there sipped at the soup they were given in dead, stony silence. Their expressions were absolutely exhausted. Everyone had just been running around the village until a little while ago, and the dreary looks on their faces, though, I assumed they hadn't come up with anything. Hey-chan, where did you go? I was worried you disappeared too. Sorry. Leon held out some miso soup for me, but I refused the offer. I didn't have much of an appetite. Mi-chan, how is it? Did you find any clues? Mia took a sip of her soup, her expression frank. None at all. School ended and they went home. Then, the two of them went somewhere on their bikes. Moreover, nobody ever saw them riding their bikes, so... When it gets dark out in Hinamizawa, people quickly vanish from the streets. Aside from adults hurrying back home from town in cars or on bicycles, it was normal to see absolutely nobody walking around outside. Wasn't at all strange that nobody had seen Rika-chan and Satoko riding their bikes. It was the same last night with the mayor. There's no hope. Leon's apathetic tone pricked my nerves, but that anger quickly subsided. He had been doing all sorts of things to try and find Rika until just a second ago. If I asked her, she'd probably say she was up all night last too, looking for the mayor, wouldn't she? She must have been far more fatigued than I was. Besides, what about me? I'd spent the time hunched over in indecision all alone. I had no right to say anything about Mion. Hey, Chan, I know it's hard, but let's turn in for the night. We just decided we should break up the search for now. Drink this and let's call it quits. Is this the end? Oh, no, of course not. Once it's bright out again, we'll do a thorough search with the police's help. They could have gone to Okinomiya, too. People are even saying we should go through all of Shishibone City investigating, whether there are any witnesses for both the girls and the mayor. Anyway, what happened, Kei-chan? Where did you go off to? You vanished all of a sudden. I was really worried. Suddenly I was on the receiving end, but I didn't have the willpower to respond. Sorry, I'll be more careful. Nothing happened? There wasn't anyone suspicious spying on you or stalking you? Nothing like that? Mion demanded with a serious expression. I was being criticized for how inconsiderate I had been. Despite being in so much pain, I was frustrated that I was being criticized. It was my sin. My sin, and I must bear it alone. Nothing. I'll be careful either way. Sorry. Mion, now aware that nothing had happened, heaved a big sigh with her shoulders, looking relieved. Oh, my. I knew I smelled something good coming from over here. Be much obliged if you allowed me to have some. We heard the repulsive voice of a fat man. It was Oishi's son, trailed by a handful of police officers. He was acting energetically, in a way unfitting given the situation. There's not much left. You can have some if you want. Mion didn't like Oishi-san very much. Her cold attitude, though, didn't seem to bother Oishi-san in the slightest. It was like splashing water in a frog's face. That's an image. Well now, miso soup leftovers had a bit too much salt for my taste. Confound it. Would you all like any? Connecting it to its subordinates, but everyone gave dry smiles and refused. So, have the police gotten hold of any clues? His smile was warm enough to replace the miso soup. Don't you worry, little missy. Everything's fine. We're done. We're searching for them real good. He didn't say a word about having found any new clues. In other words, there had been no progress. That sure was an annoying way of beating around the bush. In any case, it really has gotten late. Well, you youngsters should get on home and get some sleep. Really bad for your health otherwise. Yeah. Hey-chan, Reina, get some rest. These guys get our tax money. They'll handle it from here for us. We're taxpayers too, you know. Like we're drinking our own piss. Really wasn't in the mood for laughter. In fact, Oishi was the only one laughing like an idiot. Okay, seriously, please do your best. Let's go home, Keiichi-kun. It'll be harder to wake up tomorrow if we don't. Yes, that's right. We can always bring you home if you need. Uwa-chan, why don't you bring the car around? No thanks. We came on our bicycle, so... No need to worry. You came in a truck. We'll just have to throw the bikes in the back. I may have gotten pretty sleepy, but we just needed to ride home at this point. I didn't want to bother the police like this. Reina, however, nodded. Okay, if you insist, we'd appreciate it. Probably safer than it. We went back alone. When I thought about it carefully, I realized that Reina's idea was extremely rational. Now that it's decided, let's get a move on, shall we? Okay, bye. Good night. Reina, Kei-chan? Yeah. Kei-chan, you go to bed soon too, okay? Good night. I waved my hands as well, saying goodbye. Rika and Satoko still hadn't been found. My unease, however, steadily being pushed away by sleepiness. Reina showed the police where our bicycles were, so that Oishi could haul them up into their truck. He prompted us to get into the back seat. I could hear the spring squeaking as I sat down onto his seat that would normally hurt my rear end, but at this point it was very soft. It was more than comfortable enough for me to fall asleep on. Ladies first, start with the little Mrs. house. Where do you live? Thank you. My house as well. Reina's voice slowly grew distant. Felt myself being sucked into the void of sleep. Hello? My Bara-san, you asleep back there? Huh? When I came to, it was quiet. The car was parked. She was giving me light slaps to the cheek. Didn't feel good at all, so I woke up immediately. I'm sorry, I just fell asleep. Something was being held right under my nose. A clump of metal? A can of coffee. Lukewarm by now, but cafe au lait is good even at room temperature. Oh, thanks. Mechanically took the can and opened the pull top. The feeling of the warm, sweet liquid going down my throat awakened my sleepy mind. My drowsiness proceeded. I started wanting to know why the car was stopped, and why I was ordered coffee. Oishi, who had been in the driver's seat, at some point moved to the back. Suddenly, I had a very bad feeling about this. Uh-oh. Quick! Get an adult! Get out of the van! I don't think he's going to give you candy! Reminded me of the questioning yesterday at the library. It was already too late by the time I'd realized I'd made a mistake. Day of all days, it didn't look like I would be getting away. I had a feeling that Oishi heard what he wanted to, wouldn't be letting me go. Please don't get all formal on me. I'm not going to eat you or anything. My Bara. Oishi gulped down the last of his coffee, and stretched wide, showing me how relaxed he was. That, however, only served to heighten my nervousness. What do you need from me? Need? Oh no, nothing really. Going to evade the question at this point. What a deeply unreadable man. I think you mean pain in the ass. Well, I don't need you for anything. Just thought that you might need something from me, my Bara. I don't need anything. Oh, I see. Really? You sure there's nothing? There was only one side door in the back of this truck. In other words, my only exit was blocked off by Oishi. I couldn't get away. Could only limply hang my head and maintain my silence. Oishi, despite my reticence, relaxed and began smoking a cigarette. The cries of the insects outside seemed to be growing longer and longer, to an amount of time that almost seemed infinite. I was sure that you had something you wanted to talk to me about. Oishi exhaled a puff of smoke. The windows were open, but the tobacco smoke still accumulated inside the vehicle. How much did Oishi know? Did he know? What did he want to hear from me? Finding out the truth made you disappear, and if I told him, would Oishi disappear too? Feeling that I didn't need to worry about that in his case. Wonder how all this ended up happening. Oishi addressed me in a low tone as if he was talking to himself. All this ended up happening. The hell should I know? Was what I wanted to know. You know Ojiro Tomitake and Mio Takano, right? I know you do, because I personally witnessed you with them during the festival along with Shion. Do you know how Tomitake and Takano are doing now? They're actually, well, passed away. They met very untimely deaths. Oishi probably played that card in order to surprise me. However, I already knew, and didn't display the extreme reaction he expected. It's this? Did you already know? Unfortunately for this question in particular, remaining silent was equivalent to saying yes. Oh, so then did you also know the reason Tomitake and Takano were cursed like that? People are saying that apparently they went into some forbidden building, the storehouse for ritual implements. Forbidden shed sealing away Hinamizawa's blood-stained past. Where the mistake that started it all happened. You know about the rumors that say the mayor and Rika Furude were cursed because of that too? That would mean mine and Shion's fault. He was right. As soon as we revealed what we did. What did they call it? Ritual storehouse? Saying it was bad luck. Lock to it had been replaced by a simpler one. Made it easier for thieves to get inside. What? This was news to me. Until last year, it apparently had these big bars and a huge padlock on it. I mean, you know, ever since the priest and his wife passed away, Rika Furude has been managing the place, right? Apparently, she talked to the mayor saying she wanted them replaced with a lighter, more simple padlock because the bars were too heavy for her. Didn't know anything about those big bars he was talking about, but the lock had certainly been a simple one. It's a pretty cheap one, too. It didn't really fit my impression of what a lock for a place you'd store something as important as ritual implements would look like. Rika-san is a small girl, after all. The bars were heavy with rust. They must have caused her a lot of trouble. The mayor hired a craftsman and replaced the lock with a simple padlock so she could open it with a key. So, how does that mean it was bad luck? Here's what I'm saying. Thieves couldn't get in with the old tight lock. The mayor and Rika replaced it with a cheap lock and key on their own, so thieves broke into it. Apparently, that's how it's going down. Explanation's a bit. Letting that aside, certain members of the village delivered punishment upon the thieves who stole into the ritual storehouse, as well as the mayor and Rika-san, who changed the lock. At least, those are the whispers that seem to be going around. My Bara-san, what do you think? What do I think? Don't really know what you mean by certain members of the village. You familiar with the three families? Representatives from each of them gave short addresses at the Watanagashi festival's opening ceremony. Did you see them? I came partway through the festival, so I don't really... Three families are the three oldest families in Hinamizawa. To give actual names, the Kimiyoshi family, the Sonozaki family, and the Furude family. They each have quite the lineage, it seems. Long ago, it said that everything in the village was decided by a council of the three families. The Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, meaning the mayor's family. Sonozaki family, Mion's. The Furuta family, was Rika-chan's family then? After the war, the Sonozaki family quickly expanded their influence. Practically speaking, after leading the fight against the construction during the dam conflict, they jumped to the top of the hierarchy in Hinamizawa. You see though, in accordance with the old ways, they still decide important village matters only after consulting with the three families. That's why the leaders of the three families each have their own address at the start of the Watanagashi. In other words, the mayor, the old lady currently in charge of the Sonozaki family, and the last remaining member of the Furuta family, Rika-san. I heard that the Sonozaki family was pretty high up there. So Rika-chan's family was just as old? Well, as you're aware, she has no relatives at all. Reality, Furuta family holds pretty much no influence. However, it seems like people gravitate towards Rika-san on a personal level. I hear that many of the village elderly have blind faith in her. Certainly true that Rika-chan had an odd sort of charisma amongst the elderly. So, what are you telling me about all these three family stuff for? Oishi-san paused for emphasis, lighting another cigarette. I've explained a lot, but I suppose it's still not enough. I'm asking because I don't understand. Oishi gave me a dry, meaningful grin and blew out another big puff of smoke. Members of the three families are disappearing one after the other. That's what I'm talking about. I've read that it's based on some kind of old traditions inherent in Hinamizawa, but I don't know much beyond that. I don't know anything about it either. That's why I'm asking. The leaders of the Kimiyoshi and Furuta families have disappeared, so maybe the leader of the Sonozaki family will disappear next. Well, that's just a random idea bouncing around in my head at the moment. Just kidding, really. The leader of the Sonozaki family, who is it? Current leader is the old lady at their main house, but it would be incorrect to say that practically all the rights of leadership have been transferred to her granddaughter, Mion. The visage of Mion giving prompt directions to the adults while searching for Rika sprung back to mind. Mion? She's gonna disappear? I hadn't even thought of that possibility. All my hair stood on end. It's insane. Nobody wants that, right? Of course not. Can't allow that. Oishi-san grabbed my shoulders with both hands. Then help us, my Bara. If there's anything you've noticed about me on Sonozaki lately, please tell me. Going along with him. By the time I'd realized it was too late. Oishi brought his face in closer, almost closer enough to ram into me, waiting for my next words. It's pressure. Can't tear my eyes away from his. Surprise him, smooch, and then it'll be so shocked, and then you can escape. And thank you for the fluid check, Sophie. That moment, I heard a beeping sound from the driver's seat. He ignored it at first, but then it started to bother him. So he finally let go of me and leaned into the driver's seat. Hello? Yep, loud and clear. I was saved. Of course, it's not like I could escape through this opening. I see. Yes, alright. Let's head back then. Yep. Okay. Apparently he was being recalled. Oh my gosh. Is it a total recall on the police? Huh? I'm sorry. I have shamed myself. Now that I knew I'd be freed, the tension in my body dissipated all at once. Total recall. Okay. Oh, I know all the Arnold fans from the audience. Like anyone saw that crappy remake they did years ago. I barely remember there was a remake anyway. It's like I need to get going. We're just getting to the good part, too. That's too bad. Oishi-san flung open the door, exited, and walked around the front to the driver's seat. He left the door open. That mean I could leave? Only care about your friends, my Bara. An admirable trait for a kid to have in this day and age. I only understand that it feels like you'd be betraying them if you told the police anything. My Bara, the middle of the night, you'll get a good night's sleep and then think about it. Just a little bit of courage from you might end up being what saves many of your friends in the end. You want to say that the sacrifices wouldn't stop with Rika and Satoko? Know this already. Every night since Watanagashi, something has happened. In the past, the curse only occurred once per year. This time, it's been going on for days. What a prosperous year this has been. I don't think you can call that prosperous. Night before last night, now today. No proof that something won't happen tomorrow night as well. It's our job to prevent such things before they happen. For that, we need your cooperation, my Bara. I looked out the open door to see none other than my own house right in front of me. It creeped me out that he knew my name and address, but I was too sleepy right now. I was too sleepy to care. Well, you're probably tired. It's all right. It's already 3 in the morning. Please, get yourself a good rest. Yes, sir. I'll be going now. I was about to get out of the truck, as if to deliver a parting blow. Oishi-san said in a raised voice, I'll be coming by every day until you feel like talking, all right? I believe forcing you to confess in an interrogation room is really in fashion these days. I couldn't say anything in response. Me slamming the door shut probably served the same purpose. Her lighting beeping the horn, Oishi-san's truck drove off. I went to the front door without waving goodbye. The door was locked, but the chain wasn't up. I unlocked the door and entered. Then walked over to the staircase. That was where I lost consciousness. Wait. He just went out without getting... I don't think that's a good sign. Okay. From what I remember, we have chapter 11, and then there's a chapter 12. And then, of course, then there's the after party, but... We might actually do... We may not be up... I may not be up super late doing this. Oh. But, well, I'm thinking about it, So, you know, I still have, Oh. Noticed, Darjeeling has a little Christmas tree. Isn't it cute? Anyway. But, also, I still have it up where, I'm glad you like him. But I still have it where if you type in !donate, it will take you to the GoFundMe to help out Geronimo Quito, a good friend of the, fellow streamer, who's really had a tough month, having to take 2 family members to the ER. Both those family members are okay now. But obviously that's still a lot as far as that's still a crap ton of financial. And then to top it off, they're having to repair their car extensively because of their car got way too friendly with the deer. So they're everyone's fine, but the car not so much. So It's obviously a lot, so a friend of theirs started up a GoFundMe, and the link that does the Extuition donate will take you right toward that. If you can give, that would be phenomenal. If you can't, if you would please share that, that would be great. You can do both. That would be awesome. That would be amazing. But if you can only do one of those, that would be great. Anyway, and also there is the clip competition is still going on. First prize is a copy of the game Deathloop, a Steam copy, and as well as a bonus prize. You can submit as many clips as you want, but basically just take a clip from one of my streams. You feel free to use any of my VODs that I still have up. If there's a moment you're just like, oh, that would make a good clip, then you can do a clip and submit that. You can submit however many you want. Just make sure they're in before December 1st, because that's when I'll decide a winner. And send those, either share the links in my Discord on the Cobalt Clips channel, or send me a link of them into my DMs on the Twitter. So you can get the link for my Discord just by going !Discord, or by clicking on the Discord icon. Anyway. Anyway, just wanted to do that in between chapters as a quick reminder that stuff is going. How much have they raised so far on the GoFundMe? So yeah, but any little amounts on the GoFundMe helps. You know, because little gifts add up, you know. Okay. All right, but we will continue with the game. We will read the cheaps from scrapbook number 9. The Sonozaki family. The one to drastically expand its influence after the war was the Sonozaki family. The leader at the time was Oryo Sonozaki, who still has that seat today. Sonozaki has grown old, and today you can only catch a glimpse of who she was at the time. From what I've been told, however, she was a leader extolled as the best in history. Having become so old, aside from going out a few times a week for lessons, she spends her time at home in solitude, seems to leave most of the ceremony and affairs to her heir, Mion. There are different views on why the successor was not her daughter, but her granddaughter Mion. But it's rumored that it has to do with disownment of her daughter and son-in-law. That uninhibited granddaughter, Mion Sonozaki, still shows no signs of the dignity required of the next leader. However, she does have Sonozaki blood in her veins, and is permitted the name of Demon. She still doubtlessly requires caution, and is probably hiding her fangs and claws, as skillfully as the leaders of the past did. The elderly leader of the Sonozaki family. Yes, the postal worker hasn't seen anything either. The Sonozaki main house has their seal hanging up from their mailbox, so that anyone can stamp their mail or parcels with it and drop it in. Rather careless of them. So when was she last seen? Was last seen at the Watanagashi opening ceremony greetings. She apparently returned home right after that. Now, she is pretty old. What I've heard, she goes out a few times a week to take lessons, right? You found anything about that? Every Monday she goes to the assembly hall to practice the Taisho Goto. But she didn't go this week. What's a Taisho Goto? I'm very curious now. Instrument. I'm gonna bet it's an instrument. See if I can. Taisho Goto. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's an instrument. Huh. Interesting looking thing, too. Um, Taisho Goto, or Nagoya harp, is a Japanese string musical instrument. The name derives from the Taisho period, 1912 to 1926, when the instrument first appeared. It has also become naturalized in East Africa, often under the name Taisho Koto. Huh. That's pretty interesting. Let me go ahead and pull this up because it does look this very neat instrument. Yep, that is a Taisho Goto. Kind of reminds me of uh, what is that instrument called? Um, I think it's a type of called an auto harp. Oh, yep. Yeah, it reminds me of an auto harp. Because string and then keys. Um, uh, which Mama Kobold played an auto harp. Plays an auto harp. Although it's been thing looks dope. It does look. It does sound like really. Does look really interesting. Oh yeah. Um, an instrument. If you really want a really fascinating instrument to look into that has like that, you probably will be like, I recognize that sound because it's sometimes used in like very specific things for shows or whatever. But an instrument called a hurdy-gurdy. Um, where it's another stringed instrument, but it operates. It's another stringed operant that does have keys, but it it makes a sound by a. Now that I'm talking about it, uh, 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 let me find a nice. Okay, this one is uh they come in a lot of different like looks and styles and stuff like that. So it's honestly fascinating just kind of like doing a Google image search of them and just like looking up different types. But here's a picture of one. So normally they seem to be a bit longer or whatever. They're pretty big, but so there's the little keys that you see on sort of like this neck or whatever. And that's actually, if you were to open it up, there's actually a string there, which the keys will hit the string, and of course it'll change sort of like the sound, like if you were pressing down like a fret, putting like if you were adjusting, you know, like your where your finger placement is on a guitar. So it sort of functions like that. But so you see this handle on the left? That's actually a crank. So you actually turn that, and there's this large circle, semicircle is actually a wheel. That goes around, that goes around when you turn the crank, and that actually causes that actually is what rubs against the string, so it strikes this string and this large kind of like droning sound. And then you press the keys, which changes the sound. And seen do all sorts of like really interesting things with it. They're hecka expensive though. But they're one of the most like fascinating instruments. And if you look up like people playing them, it's like utterly it's crazy. Trying to remember. And it's a very old instrument. Dating back very number of centuries. I think the earliest versions of it sort of go back like late medieval period, but they're like definitely like prototype, proto hurdy-gurdy, I think. If I'm remembering, it's been a while since I looked that particular up, but they're really cool to look up when you're like on YouTube and stuff like that. Here's someone playing, and Frederick Knudsen, he actually has a video on the subject, which is really cool. So if you want an in-depth learning about those, free to do that. Anyway, back to the game. Calls to say why she wasn't going to be there? Anyone confirmed it? No, nobody. She apparently takes days off once in a while, though, so no one thought it was strange. Mara, why don't we pretend we're in town and call it around 10 o'clock? Please figure out whether she's at home. 10 o'clock? Got it. Ever since it started to seem more and more like ancient Hinamizawa traditions had something to do with all this. We've been keeping a careful eye on the three families. At this point, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family and the leader of the Furude family had disappeared. There was only one leader left. Oryo Sonozaki, the leader of the Sonozaki family. She was apparently a pretty old woman. Her dignity hasn't waned, but she still only appeared before people rarely. It was difficult to confirm where she was at any given time. She, the last leader, hadn't been seen since the day of the Watanagashi. She's still alive and well within the Sonozaki main house? Or had she... According to Mion Sonozaki, she had fallen ill and was sleeping it off. Wonder if she's really sleeping. I'd like to take a look at her face and her pulse. I can say that again. Two of them breathed out a big puff of cigarette smoke. Ishii-san, Tell me about the search warrants for the Sonozaki main house and the Furude Shrine. You think we'll get them? Oishi didn't respond, exhaled another cloud of tobacco smoke, his surroundings now as foggy as his mind. 10th page of the scrapbook. The Hidden Demon. The inhabitants of Hinuzawa believe that the blood of demons flows in their blood. As such, the character for demon is treated as very sacred. For example, usage of the character in names is apparently a right reserved for only the leaders of the Kimiyoshi and Sonozaki families. Case in point, we can see it in the current Sonozaki family leader's name. Ario is written with the character. This, and only this, is proof that she is a legitimate leader of the Sonozaki family. In the same way, Mion Sonozaki's successor contains, in her name, with Mi being written as. It also goes for Irio's daughter and Mion's mother, Akane, who did not succeed her. Known that before the disowning, Akane's name was actually written as, though it was changed afterwards to different kanji, still read as Akane. Incidentally, it's thought that the first character, the Mare Kichiro's name, originally meant demon, which can also be read as ki. It should also be said that names using the character aren't limited only to the successors of the Sonozaki family. You can even find it in the last names of the three families. For example, the characters for Kimiyoshi are like a split-up version of. You write it in reverse and top to bottom as, this clearly resembles the character. As for the Furude family, who have been in the Shinto priesthood for generations, the word for fortune teller can be written without interval characters as. I think that with the addition of a demon's horn, the tick on the top of the characters, that is used in their name now. In the case of the Sonozaki family, where Sonozaki is written, I can't find any reference to the character, perhaps because it's already ingrained into their first names. They were the clan responsible for running the Watanagashi ceremony, so I think that instead they included the contents of that ceremony into their last name. The Zaki in Sonozaki is a conjugation of the word for slice, and the Sono, written as, which probably contains the hidden meaning of human body, as it is a complicated mess, organs, enclosed by four sides. I think, in other words, that Sonozaki comes from those who slice open the gut. Yummy. Request denied. Denied. Because you ain't got no alibi, you ugly. Ugly. I think. How did it go? You find any clues? The officers shook their heads in disappointment. Exhaustion was plainly showing on everyone's faces. That was only natural. None of them had gotten a wink of sleep since the day of Watanagashi. Chief, let the youngest of us take a nap and then switch them out. Got a long stretch ahead of us after all. Let's not push ourselves too hard. Rest up now so we can take it easy as we go. Been telling them to sleep in shifts. Nobody actually seems willing to sleep, though. Could you tell them yourself, Oishi-san? Oh my. No need to force yourselves. Tomiyama-kun, please let everyone sleep in shifts, starting with the youngest. Tomiyami-san, please do that. So the chief told him as well. Tomiyama-san left his seat. So chief, no good on your request? Just a rumor among the villagers in the first place, you know. It's going to be difficult without more concrete evidence. Even when that evidence might be tucked away in there. Need evidence that evidence is tucked away in there. Chief, don't start speaking in riddles to me now. We have witnesses that say 4 people, including the 2 who died, went into the forbidden ritual storehouse without permission. This is all reliable information. You might call it information, but they're really only rumors. They're not concrete evidence. Well, it's true that we don't have any pictures of the 4 of them sneaking in with cloth tied around their heads. Anyway, those four saw something inside the storehouse. Something important enough that they'd be erased. Important enough that they'd be erased? Would that be exactly? Oh my gosh. The leaders of the town's... Leader of the town's suspicious collection of body pillows. The only explanation. That's why I'm asking for a warrant to go looking for it in the first place. And pointing out the Sonozaki's family's connection to violent organizations would be a major contender, like a pile of Tokarevs, or a secret poppy production facility. Poppies. The secret Sonozaki family fortune would also be pretty difficult to discard. Look, Oishi-san, I know how you feel. However, that storehouse is a sacred building belonging to the Furude Shrine. We need to have proper consideration for the locals when dealing with it. I heard that there was an hour-long call made from Congressman Sonozaki to the big man. Chief, did he have nailed you back down? Anyway, as long as we don't have suitable evidence, we can't get a search warrant for the storehouse. That goes for the Sonozaki main house, too. Especially considering that's the jurisdiction of both Section 4 and the Prefectural Police's Crime Prevention Division. We need careful preparations first. You're saying we need preparations, and why don't you just let them talk? Why don't you just let me talk with them directly? Shige-chan is the head of Section 4, right? Crime Prevention, it's Yamaumi-san. They seem like they'd be quicker to talk if I set them down at a mahjong table. Chief, you have a visitor. Oh, yikes. Pushing the employee who guided him and right out the mirror was an old man who looked like a Yakuza member, given his crested kimono and hakama. Did he not get enough of this over the phone? I'm Congressman Sonozaki. I demand to know who's responsible for this. This instant. Hello. I'm the division chief, Takasugi. I don't need your name. Could have you demoted on a whim. Wouldn't even be enough. Bring out the one called Oishi or whatever. He deserves punishment for requesting a search warrant on the sacred Furude Shrine. I sincerely apologize. She is currently out on investigation, and he's been difficult to contact. I'll take his place and hear you out. So please, have a seat. Chief's eyes were telling me to get out of here. Perhaps I'll gratefully accept this favor. Maybe I'll go lay down in the nap room. Listen here. The Furude Shrine spent 2,600 years on the imperial calendar, and 2,500 more beyond that. It's sacred, a sanctuary that must never be defiled. The 800,000 gods, Oyashiro-sama, and the spirits of our ancestors are enshrined there. The holy shrine protects Hinamizawa from when the sun comes up to when it sets, and from when the moon rises to when it falls. Who is the idiot who wanted to set foot in there? Besides, the right to religion is the most revered right of the people of this country in the Constitution. You dare be so bold as to sully that, using your own investigation's negligence as pretext? I cannot. I will not allow it. Are you listening, you lying scum? I'm angry now, so you're not getting off the hook that easily. $2,600 years? Although up by the Imperial, would it be shorter? I don't know, for a wooden building, I'm kind of... I consider that sus. Declaring that of a wooden building. If it was made of stone... But... Press X to doubt. Anyway. The next chapter starting. I saw a ceiling I was familiar with. While I was groggy from sleep, I did notice that I was in my futon like I was every morning. I looked at my clock. Despite having turned in so late last night, I had woken at precisely the same moment I always did. So low on sleep. I guess you really can get up at the same time every day. Secrets of the human body never cease to amaze me. If I went back to sleep like this, I would definitely not be waking up again. I spurred myself on and slipped out of my futon. Mom asked me about last night at breakfast. Apparently, we too had gotten a call asking if we knew where Rika-chan and Satoko were, and Mom vaguely understood that something serious was happening. So then, you were out late last night with all your friends looking for them? Well, about 3, I think. Yeah. Did you find them? Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, I mean. Crunch. I wearily bit into my toast. Really didn't have any taste. Just then, we heard the chime go ding-dong. I looked up at the clock, saw that it was about 5 minutes past my regular meeting time with Reina. It was her at the door. Good morning. Did you get any sleep? Did you? I think I slept for a few hours. I'd probably count them on a chicken's toes, though. Haha. Reina seemed pretty sleep-deprived as well. There was something missing from her usual spirit. Are you going to school? Yeah. I think it would be better that way, she said, smiling albeit stiffly. Reina was probably worrying her heart out about those two as well. Even so, she wanted to go to school. If you stay home today, I think you'd just be worrying non-stop and sleeping. I don't want that. So let's go to school together. All right. Wait just a moment. I'll get ready. I was just a little bit happy about Reina mustering that much consideration for me. We went to the place where we'd usually meet up with Mion. She was nowhere to be found. You were a little bit late today, so we thought she'd be waiting for us. I guess Michan couldn't wake up today, huh? Ah, that's right. For her, it wasn't just yesterday. She was up all night looking for the mare the night before last, too. Waited for a bit. Time passed until it got to the point where it was okay for us to go on alone, and we exchanged glances. What do we do? Wait a little longer? At that point, my brain, which had finally been awoken by the morning air, recalled the ominous words Oishi had left me with last night. The leaders of the 3 families were disappearing one after the other. And next might be the Sonozaki's leader. Could Mia have... No, that couldn't be. Let's go. Let's let her sleep for today. Reina gave me a pat on the back. Mion, she's still here, right? Huh? Did you say something? Oh, nothing, just talking to myself. Let's get moving. 2 of us headed to school by ourselves. On the way, we saw a bunch of our classmates accompanied by their parents. Even looked like some of them were being taken to school by car. Surprisingly, the principal was also standing watch at the school gate. Never seen that before. Good morning. Good morning. Principal was bowing to our classmates' guardians. The wooden sword leaning next to him was a little ominous. Maibara-kun, good morning. Yuga-kun, good morning. Good morning. Your teacher has something important to say, so head straight to your classroom, all right? Reina and I said nothing. The madness that only existed at night had finally crawled out into the sunlight. That's what it felt like. Good morning, everyone. The hushed conversations that had been spreading for a while now all disappeared like an illusion the moment our teacher walked in the door. Silence dominated the classroom. The principal came in with our teacher as well. This was clearly not a normal morning. First, the principal has something important to tell everyone. Go ahead, Mr. Principal. The principal cleared his throat and approached the dais. I'm sure some of you already know this. The classroom was dead silence. Everyone was staring at Rika-chan and Satoko's empty seats. Principal briefly and simply declared that Rika and Satoko had gone missing. There wasn't a single person in the classroom who didn't already know. There seemed to be many, however, who couldn't accept it as the truth. It had been confirmed to them now by the principal's words. There were sobs throughout the classroom, and I heard a kid crying. They steadily spread throughout the whole room. The big-hearted principal wasn't able to keep his cool either. Okay, everyone, pay attention. From today on, your parents or guardians will be taking you to school. For those of you whose parents can't do so, you'll be coming here in groups. I made a handout, so read it carefully and be sure to show it to your parents. Understand? The teacher's voice was a little abrasive. Not even she could conceal the strain she felt from this unprecedented, abnormal situation. They should have just canceled school today. However, Raina told me that the school was also like a nursery for the students whose parents both worked, so some of them wouldn't want school to be canceled. Well then, let's begin the lesson. Class president? She's absent, I see. Then whoever is on day duty, let me hear it. All rise. Feeling of wanting to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even if only school, precisely because our lives have been messed up, is something that I agreed with at this point. As for the teacher, who always had our lunch in the staff lounge, she ate in the classroom today. I had to laugh at her curry bento, which was just a rumor until now, but there was nobody to laugh with me. Raina brought her chair and lunch over to my seat. Today, it was only the two of us. Just the two of us. Building castles in the sky, just the two of us. You and I. The fact that we didn't need to drag any other desks over was sad. I'm sleepy. Yeah. Don't feel like sleeping anymore, though. In fact, I'm jealous of the people that could sleep at a time like this. They've got nerves of steel. You're right. I was sleepy this morning, but my drowsiness had dissipated after coming to school and constantly feeling the incredible tension. Raina's bento box didn't have its usual luster. It was to be expected. Raina was up for a long time last night, too. She wouldn't have had time to make her lunch beforehand, since it's not like she would have gotten up early this morning. Grab anything you want. Go ahead. You can admit... No, that's him. Grab anything you want. Go ahead. You can admit that my bento was better today. Okay, then I'll have some. Wow, a chikuwa roll with perilla and cheese? That's interesting. Raina, yours might have ready-made food in it, but it's pretty good too. Plus the two of us were desperately trying to brighten the afternoon mood to its usual level, much as we could. I looked around the classroom, and it seemed like we were the only ones trying to do so, surrounded as we were by gloominess. Foo-foo. It's the two of us sharing our lunches. Like this, it's sort of like something. Oh. Our laughter grew quieter. I was the first one to mess up. Sorry, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. It's not your fault. Our chopsticks both stopped moving. Couldn't keep it up anymore. Ichan, Satoko. Wonder where they went. Those words might have sounded too miserable. Everyone was thinking of it, using roundabout ways to address the topic, but I came right out and said it. I heard Raina catch her breath. Yesterday, while you were gone, I heard a bunch of things. I'll tell you what I know, okay? Sorry again about last night. Go ahead. A time since they had arrived for support, Raina was helping the Ladies' Society cook the miso soup we'd had. They reported all the information the villagers had gathered, and Raina said she overheard it. They didn't know anything important though, did they? Rika-chan and Satoko went home after school, and they apparently went somewhere on their bikes, but other than that, Leon had told me yesterday, we had no clues. Yeah, the police also said that they probably went out on their bikes to go play somewhere as soon as they got home. They were going to play somewhere on their bikes right after getting home. Then they might have gone into town. So I guess they concluded they disappeared while in Okinomiya. The police were saying how they were going to expand their search to Okinomiya in the morning. In town. Makes sense why we couldn't find them even though we searched all of Hinamizawa then. Still, something didn't fit. I had no basis for thinking that. Just a gut feeling. I revealed something to Rika-chan that was likely very important to her that day. Then, Rika-chan had told me to leave it to her. And then, what did she say? Oh, right. If she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog too, I think. All the talks of dogs and cats. I still don't have the faintest idea what she really meant, but it might have been Rika-chan's way of saying that this was a race against time. Damn it. Selfishly pushed my anxiety on Rika-chan and tried to run away. When I thought about it, I shouldn't have run back then. I should have asked her more about the dogs and cats. The more I think on it, I really screwed up. Anyway, I don't think Rika-chan was in a situation where she would just go off to play somewhere. Of course, I didn't have any evidence or conviction to base that on. It was just a hunch. I don't think she'd go into town. You think so too, Keiichi-kun? I agree. Rika-chan and Satoko must have disappeared in Hinamizawa. With Beckett Reina startled. I could hear the conviction in those words. Without replying to my gaze, she took her bento box and went to the hallway. I'm going to rinse this out. She chimed that in a way that broke off the conversation. Suddenly, I got the feeling that the next thing she had to say would be hard to say aloud in the classroom. Okay, hold on a second. I need to go take an idle cobalt break. I'll be back just in a couple minutes. I will put the BRB screen on, though, so y'all have some nice music to listen to while I am gone. Alright, I'm back. Okay. I hurriedly grabbed my bento box and followed her. Raina didn't go to the kitchenette, but rather to the water fountains at back, where students seldom went. The water flowed down onto her bento boxes. During that time, Raina didn't say a word. Then, after making sure there were no other students around, she finally opened her mouth to speak. The whole thing about Rika-chan and Satoko-chan going down to play and then disappearing, that didn't make any sense for some reason, so I decided to investigate a little bit myself. Who did you ask? What did you ask them about? I asked the Ladies' Society all kinds of things. There was a lot of tofu in the miso soup yesterday, remember? The old lady from the Ita tofu shop came too. Omita tofu shop. Oh, I remember. That was one of the stores on the road leading to the hospital. Those huge lamps of tofu dancing in the bathtub-like cistern always look nice and refreshing. The old lady says she remembers Satoko stopping to buy tofu there on her way home from school. Tofu? What's on the way home, right? How is that a clue? Just listen. You remember when we went to Rika-chan's house? Reina stepped away from the sinks and spread her arms wide to recreate the space of Rika-chan's room. There was a pot on her gas cooker, and there was miso soup in it. I think there was probably about half of it inside. The rest was in the refrigerator. They must have been planning to make chilled tofu. It was on a plate in plastic wrap. As Reina explained, she walked around as if she was really going through Rika-chan's room. Up. She's gone into, like, a Sherlock Holmes mode. Which... So... Hold on. I need a prop then. Hey. Work. Please work. Dang it. Ah. Being very stubborn right now. I'm just being annoyed. Oh, not that. Wait. Wait. Ah. Okay. Hold on. Okay. I swear I have it now. Okay. 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 If this doesn't work, I'm gonna be like so angry. Come on. Come on. Ah. Okay. Just. Mm. Just 1 second.
Snake, are you okay? Snake? Snake!
Okay. I feel better now. The pufferfish was a representation of my mental state. Still respect your detective status. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Serena explained. She walked around as if she were really going through Rika-chan's room. Serena, why does this matter? Ichi-kun, when you make miso soup, you put the tofu in last. That means that Rika-chan or Satoko-chan, whoever was cooking, was standing there, making it up until right before dinner time. Right up until dinner time? Then everyone's saying that their bikes weren't around, so they must have gone somewhere to play by themselves? The trash in the countertop bin was put in there really awkwardly, too. Rika-chan makes most of their food and lunches, but occasionally, Satoko-chan does it too. So Satoko-chan was cooking that night. So that means that Satoko at least didn't go somewhere to play. She was preparing dinner? Yeah. Then I took a look at the rice cooker, and there was rice for two still in there. So she made dinner for both of them, but neither of them ate it. That it? Raina nodded. So next I looked in the fridge. There was some chilled tofu made from the other half that they bought. That's not all either. There were a whole bunch of plates with side dishes for dinner, and all of them were in plastic wraps. Usually plastic wrap things so that you can have leftovers for the next day. My mom does it all the time too, using them in breakfast or lunch. That's right. You use plastic wrap to save leftovers for later. But the fact that they were in the fridge means that they didn't plan on eating them that night at least. Is that what it means? Eiichi-kun, think a little harder. Their dinner was totally untouched and wrapped up. What do you think that means? Wait, are going to go somewhere? Well, they didn't need to eat dinner anymore. So they would have gone out to eat or ordered takeout. Must have been really sudden, too. If they had decided to do that beforehand, they wouldn't have made anything, but there was dinner for the two of them. That means that when Satoko was making their dinner, they really thought they were going to eat it until right before they didn't. So then, the theory about the two of them going out to play and then disappearing is wrong. Yep. They disappeared after making dinner and right before they ate it. Probably around 7 o'clock. Where would they have gone at a time like that by themselves without eating? That's obviously where this is leading. Eiichi-kun, do you remember? On their fold-out table, there are things like soy sauce and a chopstick holder. The actual detective cop guy has nothing on this. Yup. Yep. Although, let's be honest, I feel like we should have a better, comparison, because so far, I don't think that's a very high bar. Considering things how have been going for the past few years for that guy. Yeah. Like, just it off a definite, maybe Detective Conan vibe, from that franchise or whatever. Scary music. But that's because they're figuring something out. About to figure the shocking thing. Don't worry, we're here with you. We're holding your hand in spirit, Devabun. There might have been something like that. Didn't remember. I remembered. Container for the soy sauce. It was empty. Wasn't even a drop left. Chilled tofu wouldn't taste good without it. So I looked up under their sink for the larger bottle of soy sauce they have. Ooh, so that's what she was doing, looking out, opening all the things. Sure know a lot about where they keep stuff. I've been to Rika-chan's house and cooked for them before. Rena cleared her throat, her face turning to a serious expression. Then, when I opened the cabinet, the big bottle of soy sauce wasn't there at all. Isn't there? What does that mean? Everything I'm going to say from here on is just Reina's idea. Okay, let me try to think of it first. Okay. So, someone brought food and that they needed to use soy sauce, that they used the soy sauce for. That they had, unexpected company. That's what I'm thinking. So, but watch as I could get this completely wrong. Please, listen until the end without saying anything. Last night, Satoko was making dinner like normal. Rika-chan usually watched TV until the food was ready, so she was probably lying down watching a variety show or something. Satoko put the tofu in the miso soup, and right when dinner was about to be ready, she noticed that they were out of soy sauce. Oh. I felt dumb. So Rika-chan, who had nothing to do, brought the big bottle of soy sauce to a neighbor's house to borrow theirs. I don't really know my neighbors that well. Would people be willing to just give her soy sauce? Yeah, not all that uncommon in Hinamizawa. So Rika-chan rode her bike out to get some soy sauce. No matter how long Satoko waited, though, Rika-chan didn't come back. So then, Satoko called up the house where Rika-chan was going. The phone surprised me. Would Rika happen to be imposing on you? Something like that. Then, the other person must have replied with something like this. We have plenty of food here, so you should come too, Satoko-chan. Rika-chan has already eaten. I think that's how they called her out there. Satoko called a few names in private and wrapped up the dinner she had made for them. She's very specific. She is going into full Sherlock Holmes from the Robert Downey Jr. version. All we're missing is a discombobulate thing. The brain fight thing. And finally, discombobulate. She put it in the fridge so she could use it for breakfast and lunch the next day. Then Satoko got on her bike too. and headed for the house where Rika-chan was. So I was off. Okay, but this is already pretty strange. Don't normally make so much food that you can give it to people who suddenly arrived at your house. A current housewife would never make so much food that she could feed 2 extra people. Could it have been just a coincidence that they made too much? Still unthinkable. Reina flatly denied me. So they were lured. It was part of someone's plan. How would they know about the soy sauce? Since Rika-chan knew that Satoko had worked really hard to make dinner for them, didn't she? What kind of food she was offered, she wouldn't let Satoko's dinner go to waste. Yeah, that would be weird. Oh. This was all only circumstantial evidence and Reina's guesswork. Even so, it was all extremely convincing. It was the only ray of hope we had to topple this situation bereft of clues. Then, Reina, where did Rika-chan go to get soy sauce? That was the heart of it. It would have to be somewhere she'd be comfortable of asking for soy sauce. Somewhere Satoko wouldn't think it's suspicious that she'd been invited for dinner. Who was it? Reina only shook her head. That's all for Reina's guesses. These are all just ideas, okay? Gotta go get her, I'll be lurking for a bit. Okay, no problem. All the talk about soy sauce and dinner. It got you hungry. Be careful who you asks the soy sauce from. You have to go borrow some, I guess. Is what the moral of this game is. That's the roundabout saying of this roundabout way of this game. Just don't go asking people for soy sauce and you'll probably be fine. If you ask for a cup of sugar, you'll probably be fine. You'll be okay. Just not soy sauce, apparently. What is there to hide? Even if only half of what you said is right, should be a good clue for all this. Ichi-kun, this all means suspecting someone from Hinamizawa. Can't suspect anyone without a really good reason. I saw a few girls coming over to rinse out their bento boxes. Reina cut the conversation short there and returned to the classroom. I stayed there alone, my body bathed in the lively voices of the cicadas. Let's think about this. In my own way, Reina had barely information to go on, and yet she'd reasoned out that much. So there should be something that I, who knew far more than Reina did, could deduce. Oishi-san said this last night too, but this incident was definitely occurring within Hinamizawa. Reina might not want to have to believe it, but it's basically a given that the culprit is someone from this village. The trigger for everything was when the 4 of us trespassed into the forbidden storehouse. Somebody saw us going in there. For the culprits, breaking the taboo was a crime punishable by death. So that night, Tomitake and Takano were sacrificed. There were 2 left, Shion and myself. However, before the culprits bore their fangs on Shion and me, they went after the mare, to whom Shion had confessed her sin. Next, they went for Rika-chan, to whom I'd confessed my sin. Then, what about Satoko? Just a stray bullet? by itself. Rika-chan being sacrificed after I told her everything was mortifying. But Satoko, who was sacrificed for no reason, and that all the more regrettable. Oh, thank you for the fluid check, Avian. Thank you very much. Would be the next to disappear. Would be Shion and me next time? Why weren't the culprits going for Shion and me right away, though? They had enough power to erase the mayor and Rika-chan. Why not just get rid of Shion and me? They went for us. Well, I wouldn't like it, but I could still tolerate it. What I couldn't forgive was them getting rid of those we'd confessed to. But I think of it. Yesterday, Shion said something alarming. She felt like someone was watching her. So then, someone watching me as well? Strangely though, I hadn't felt anything like that until now. Wait, his ticket? Mion had asked about if maybe it was someone who was watching him last night when he was off on alone. I would say if that was maybe coincidence, but as this is a visual novel and stuff like that, I think that would probably want you to. The police person asked that too. Oh, they did? Ooh, nice catch. So I think then that's definitely what we're supposed to get. How long has that been going? Even though I'm the root cause of everything, I never once that impression. Nice catch, Devibun. I had completely forgot that. Maybe that was simply because Shion was more cautious than me. I was just careless. That's another story, though. Let's get back on track. I weren't the culprits going after Shion and me. I felt like that's where the key to this lay. Could it be? I'm making a big assumption that I shouldn't have been? Thought and thought. Couldn't come up with an answer. The only thing I understood. The only thing that I know for real, there will be blood shed. Man with mirror Nazis and anyone left. Rhyming through the track as the mountain don't get back. Attention. One thing I understood was that I was a concerned party to this case, and that I had a duty to watch over it until everything got resolved. Ring-ding-a-ding, ring-ding-a-ding. I heard the ring of the bell declaring the end of lunch break. Someone else disappear tonight? Nobody else did. Then I wanted them to get rid of me tonight for sure. Then put an end to all of this. Fion's hysterical voice on the phone last night came back to mind. They planned to murder those close to us first, make us miserable as possible, and only then would kill us. Wara-kun, lunch break is over. Go back to the classroom. At the principal's urging, I returned to the classroom, which was quiet as the streets at night. Ring ding ding ding. There are lots of parents picking up their children after school. It was just like kindergarten. The students whose parents didn't come went home as a group. We left school with everyone else following the assigned route. But while leaving, nobody said anything funny. They all looked like exhausted mountaineers silently marching through the mountains. As we went, one left, and then another, and in the end it was just Raina and me. I was supposed to escort Raina all the way to her house, but she declined. Will you be alright? It's not safe to go alone. Take this. It would be just as dangerous for you to go home by yourself after bringing me back, Kiichi-kun. It's still light out anyway. I'll be fine. I see. And be careful, okay? Yeah. Huh? Isn't that a policeman? Raina pointed towards my house. There was a car stopped in front of it. Yup. From out of that car came Moishi-san. He must have been waiting for my return to ambush me. Moishi started walking over wearing that annoying grin. Raina, you should go. If you get involved with him, you'll be here for hours. But what do the police want with you? Raina's a good person. Even when I made a fuss over Rika-chan's disappearance, he never asked why I did. She could have been suspecting me ever since then, and that would have been okay. Even so, she still hadn't asked me anything. She didn't try and pressure me into revealing the truth. I'm not the culprit. I know that. That said, I can't say that I'm totally uninvolved with this incident. Raina simply listened, smiling like she always did. Even though I had insinuated I was related to the incident, she didn't look at me as though she were looking at something dirty. I'll tell you next time. Okay. I'm looking forward to it. Get going then. Raina gave me a slight bow and trotted away, leaving me alone with Oishi-san, who walked over. Hello. Welcome home, my Bara-san. Hello. Looks like your parents aren't here either. My, was I in a bit of a spot? Came all the way to my house? I could only think by good fortune that my parents were absent. Since neither of them was around at this hour, they would probably be back late. I think Dad got called out on business. I don't think he'll be back until later. I see. Well, that's convenient, I suppose. You can do this without giving your parents any strange ideas. Oishi-san pushed my back, prompting me to walk. Seemed like he wanted me to get into the car. Are you taking me to the police station? I wasn't the culprit. I was the cause of everything. Wouldn't it be weird if you wanted to investigate me? That kind of gave me a resigned feeling. No, I just don't want to stand around talking. You just talk in the car, that's all. Come now, don't be shy. He opened the back door and urged me inside. If I got in, I wouldn't have a very easy time getting out. If I said no, however, this man might really handcuff me and take me away. I couldn't refuse. I could only accept in good grace. The inside of the car had been cooled too much by the air conditioner, and there was a rusty smell coming from the filter, which must have been cleaned only rarely. Oh, is it too cold? Turn the car off. He turned off the engine and it suddenly became quiet, and the voices of the Higurashi with all their cool loneliness snuck inside. Qua, 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 qua. It sounded to me like a chorus of voices, lamenting my exorbitant punishment for having harbored such foolish curiosity. For a few moments while listening to those voices, I myself lamented the days that had been twisted and distorted since that night. Oishi-san, as if waiting for me to voluntarily begin talking, lit a cigarette and hit to the Higurashi. The silence became deafening, and I was the one who folded first. How is the investigation going? Investigation? Of what? And so many. What do you mean? If anyone slapped him, I doubt anyone would hold it. Just for that, someone slap this guy, please. I don't have any slaps. I have no slaps. I don't think I do. Nope. Nope. Wait. I do have something that may be just in the right.
Making a mother of all omelets.
Close enough.
Can't spread over every egg. Why won't you die? Can't hurt me.
Oh, that one lines up perfectly. A lot of that lined up perfectly. I'm very happy. Ah. All of them. All right, then. They're officially secret investigations. We're under a media blackout, but I'll let you in on them. And shall we start from the first incident? The freak deaths of Tomitake and Takano on the night of Watanagashi. This one, embarrassingly enough, we haven't made any progress at all. First of all, Tomitake. There are indications on his body that he was assaulted by a group of people. We have no explanation for him clawing out his own throat and dying. We suspect an overdose from a stimulant or something. We didn't detect anything. What about Takano? The same. We're in the dark. Autopsies for those who were burned to death are real tough. We believe she was doused in gasoline after she was strangled. Well, wait. Well, was she strangled to death or burned to death? Because then the burning would be like disposal. Was the burning posthumous? Was a very big deal. Not just for the person in question, but for the investigation. You should be very clear about that. I'm gonna guess that's the burning was posthumous. Once again, Reina is like, what if it was both? It's possible it was like strangled to unconsciousness and then like burn afterwards. Or they didn't know they killed them. And they were like, I gotta get rid of the body. He didn't say they died from strangling. This is true. So, may have been, it could be very much strangled strangled like just to unconsciousness. And then either maybe they thought they were dead or to finish them off. Either way, get rid of it. Either way, potentially get rid of some of the evidence, burn it up. Although they were found in an oil drum thing. Which might mean either as a message or someone was not very good at it. Yeah, it was found out just outside of Hinamizawa. So I don't know. It feels like since there's like two... Especially with something like strangulation. Since I'm guessing like by hand or something like that, because it doesn't mention rope. Maybe? Either way, I feel like maybe who did it isn't very good at it. Maybe. And like tried to hide the body. I was like, burn. Okay. Want to make sure I burn them all. I'll put it in this oil drum. That one falls under the Gifu's prefectural police department. They haven't been very cooperative, even though it happened in our territory. Oh, that's not really relevant, though. But the police don't know anything other than the fact that the victims died inexplicably. Nonetheless, the times when the incidents occurred have been generally placed right after this festival ended. It's a bit uncertain in Takano's case, but the likely prospect is that she was murdered at about the same time as Tomitake, then dumped in the mountains in Gifu. Why would they bring a dead body all the way up mountains? They should have just brought Tomitake-san out there too. Oh my, Mabara, you're quite sharp, you know that? Of course, I do believe that is something we need to be attentive of. There are a bunch of other suspicious things, but this is about all I can tell you at this point. About the mayor, there been any clues? Having exhausted that topic, I changed the subject, otherwise he might turn the conversation on me. We investigated his movements on the day he disappeared. We didn't find anything that could provide any clues, but I'll tell you about it anyway. The mayor, Kiichi Kimiyoshi. Apparently he was suffering from severe hemorrhoids. People who've lived a long time have an unusual amount of pride. The mayor hadn't been telling anyone that he was going to a proctologist at a certain university hospital in Shishibone. On the day he disappeared, he had an appointment for a checkup, so went out first thing in the morning. Wait. Is the mayor accounted for then? Even I knew that big hospitals like University Hospitals had a really long waiting time. Apparently people would get in line hours beforehand, even if they had an appointment. His exam ended at 1 p.m. After that, he ate a light meal in the hospital restaurant and passed the time reading a magazine. We know this because of the receipt we found in his wallet at his house. Oh, okay, so no, alright. There was nothing suspicious about that. That day, he had planned to go to a meeting in the assembly hall in the evening. He was supposed to return home with plenty of time to spare, but while he was on the train coming back, there was an accident. It seemed it delayed him a bit, and he only got back to his house right before the meeting was scheduled to start. His family witnessed a very hectic mayor leaving to go to the assembly hall at the shrine. What was the meeting about? He disappeared on his way back home, right? 3 families and the essential members of the town assembly were at the meeting. I think they were discussing how to deal with the serial freak death incidents that had happened again this year. So then, on his way home, the old man who had treated Shion like his own daughter, he was a dependable person who would encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet, Shion's painful voice struck me right in the heart. Huh? What's the matter? I was taken aback by how strange my own voice sounded. Was it that just surprised me? Wait, something was just said. Okay. 3 families and the essential members of the town assembly were at the meeting. I think they're discussing how to deal with the serial freak death incidents that happened again this year. Wait, okay. Would Shion have been at that meeting? She wouldn't be essential. Hi, Sir Foxglove. Yeah, thank you for the head pat. If you're arriving, Rika and, Satoko have disappeared. best guess we can have is that someone... Yeah. And the best guess is that the drag... The best case, then, that was what Reina was able to figure out, was that what Reina surmised from looking at their residence. Oh, hi, Sophie. You're just in time, because we've been talking to Oishi, and he heard something from that was said that apparently he apparently has put some Keiichi has figured out something, which because they're talking about the disappearance of the mayor at the moment, because they were talking about information as far as what the police had gathered so far. Squeezed my head with my hands to try and drag back out what I had realized for a split second. I think it was mentioned because at the meeting they said essential members of the three families. Oh, you're no problem. You're welcome. So, and I don't think Shion would count, because she's not a successor, and she doesn't live at the main house. Which begs the question, how would she have come across the mayor? I think that's what he's about to put together. Remember, Keiichi Maibara, just realized something important. The night of Watanagashi, that was when everything started. That night, Takano and Tomitake died. The next morning, word of the incident had spread throughout Hinamizawa. They planned to talk about it during the evening meeting. The mayor, however, had an appointment at the hospital. As he planned, he went there without telling his family. Got a checkup at the hospital. Takano was a nurse. I ate something. Then there was an unexpected delay on his train ride back. In return, the meeting was already about to start. Mayor changed clothes, got on his bicycle, and hurried to the assembly hall at the shrine as fast as he could. And when he heard about the incident on the night of Watanagashi, till he showed up at the assembly hall, everything he was doing that day was done in secret. During that time, nobody found out that he went to the hospital alone. He ate alone. And he got on the train alone. That all meant he absolutely had no contact with anyone else. Oh wait, did Shion said it was before the meeting? And it even called him on the phone. Okay, but what does that mean, Keiichi Maibara? Does that mean Keiichi Maibara? Kei-chan, what should I do? What's wrong? Tell me. We're not keeping secrets from each other. Old man Koshian, Kimiyoshi, I told him everything. I told him everything. I told Kimiyoshi everything. That night, I told the mayor that we snuck into the ritual storehouse. Also that someone saw us and was out to get us. Right. What then? When Kimiyoshi didn't get angry, he smiled, then told me that if I was properly sorry about it, there was no way I'd be demoned away. He was really smiling, and he told me to leave it to him. Sweat burst out of my body like bullets, and one long strand and slid down from my forehead to my nose and fell. So then, what does it mean? Ichi, no more playing dumb. When did she tell him? Tion said she learned of the incident from a phone call her father had made that morning. The mayor had left the house first thing in the morning for his appointment at the hospital. Didn't tell anybody where he was going. Nobody knew about him going to the university hospital. Furthermore, his train back was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed out to the assembly hall. Then the meeting at the assembly hall began and continued until it was dark out. Then everyone left. But he saw him after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Which meant, Ambara-san? You all right? You're too hot. I can turn on the air conditioner, Another part of me was messing with my thoughts, demanding that I not think any further than that. My head was pounding violently, and the fluids packed inside it all blended together until nothing made sense. I was just about to settle that it had been smashed and melted in the blink of an eye, no longer to retain its shape. Ambara-san, you in there? Yeah. Oishi-san lit yet another cigarette. There was yet another cigarette butt placed in the ashtray. Displaying the passage of time? Had my thoughts been frozen over for that long? Tried to tell you everything I know. Return. Feel free to tell me anything you want, my Bara. My mind had become a gigantic oozing mess. Ichi, why are you like this? It's a bad time to start going all wibbly wobbly. Wibbly wobbly. Now, clear them up again. If there are any misunderstandings, I'd like to clear them up first. Don't think you're the culprit here or anything. And gave his best attempt at an adult smile. I know the four of you snuck into the ritual storehouse that night. Everyone in the village heard rumors about it the next day. That in itself means we should take you in for trespassing. That isn't the problem. But it's what was inside. What was inside that made the people who snuck in there end up as sacrifices. There. Yes, wibbly wobbly timey wimey thing. As soon as I said it, I regretted confirming my presence there, but I knew it didn't matter anymore. Was there really nothing in there? I mean, everyone who went in is being sacrificed one by one, you know. Even the mayor and Rika-san, who switched the lock on the door, were sacrificed. What was inside that could have caused such terrible things to happen? I was far too tired of keeping quiet about this. Perhaps that was Ishi-san's goal all along, but again, that didn't matter anymore. There were just a lot of torture devices that were used a long time ago. I looked around at them with everybody. That really all? That was really all. There's nothing terrible in there that would make you keep silent? Like a pile of psychoactive drugs? Maybe a secret poppy workshop? Perhaps there were mountains of Soviet or Chinese handguns. There weren't any suspicious wooden boxes or containers packed in there? Nope, just torture devices. I just like how he's saying that all. You're like, yeah, it'd be like that. There's nothing as exaggerated as what Oishi-san was hoping for, but felt like in a way, there was plenty of terrible things hidden in there. From the perspective of someone who viewed the storehouse as a secret, whether or not I thought I had seen some crazy things didn't matter in the slightest. Nothing much, just some usual torture. Yep. Just standard, you know. Every shrine storehouse has them. Thank you for the sense of although it did startle me. So much to know, I'd startle very easily, so don't worry about it. The four of us broke the taboo. Punish us. That should have been what happened. Oh, and thank you for the fluid check. He put in a request for a search warrant, thinking that there might have been some secrets hidden in that storehouse. been the sabotage of the century. They said it would be an insult to religious figures and something about the right to free religion in the Constitution. Ah, jeez. That's why I really didn't have any other recourse but to ask you since you went in there. There was really just old rusty, dusty torture equipment. Nothing else stood out. Tomitake and Takano were only killed as punishment for having broken the taboo? I didn't have any answer for the only part. Suppose I won't bother hiding it anymore. You're the only one to escape harm so far. Everyone you has disappeared, and yet you alone are safe. Wait. The only one. Because he know that 4 people went in there. Which implies that Shion is missing. What's the difference between you and them that would protect you but bring harm to the others? That's what I want to know. There's something wrong with what Oishi-san was saying. You alone...
It's a trap!
It does seem like a trap. You alone? What? Wait a second. What do you mean by you alone? Saying, you alone have been left alive, right? Out of the 4 people who tiptoed in the storehouse for ritual implements, I mean. The only one left alive? Hold on. Shion was still... Jiro Tomitake and Ryo Takano died that night, and Shio Onizaki disappeared the next day. Then who was he talking to on the phone? Because he couldn't have been talking to Shion last night. Only you are still safe and sound at this point. Why only you? Shion is Mion's Mion's younger twin sister. If that helps. They're identical twins too, so look and sound the same. So yeah, it makes a lot more sense then. Why only you? I'm saying I want to know. Shion disappeared. That's impossible. I unintentionally raised my voice, but I didn't care about that. Mitake died, Takano died, and Shion disappeared? When did she disappear? What's this guy talking about? Oh, I thought you were long since aware of this. This is the first I've heard of it. Shion disappeared? When? Going back a bit, she disappeared the day after Watanagashi. Going back a bit? Stop saying stuff I don't understand. Shion Sonozaki spends the night at relatives' houses depending on her mood on any given day, though no one thought much of not knowing where she was. She frequently takes days off from school, too. Her teacher has been pretty troubled by it. I didn't ask about any of that. I'm asking when Shion disappeared. I told you, it was the day after Watanagashi. The fluids in my body all reversed direction. I lost my sense of balance, and everything I could see started to warp and twist out of shape. I simply couldn't endure it. Hang on. Shion had already disappeared? Then, that night, that phone call, was that? She called me every night. She encouraged me. We vowed that we would do our best to live on and not be erased. Yes, it should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion. She took breaks from class like it was nothing. Her family wouldn't listen when I told them. I didn't bother calling the school in the end, but it ended up taking quite a while before I realized she disappeared. I felt a stabbing pain like needles were being pushed into every pore of my body. It started on my back, and began spreading throughout the rest of me. When it had completely covered the face of my skin, it began to worm its way inside my stomach as well. Don't you remember? Talked at the library the day after Watanagashi. Shion-san was there then. That was the last we saw of her. Yup. No one knows where she's been since. It can't be. That day, Oishi had only caught me, and Shion bounded away, lying that she needed to go to work. Didn't she call me that night? Job was at a restaurant called Angel Mort, right? I've been there since that day. She's been completely absent ever since. The person at the restaurant couldn't get in touch with her. He was really worried. Can't be. It can't be. It's only circumstantial evidence, but she left us at the library, before she made it to work. I think it's appropriate to consider having disappeared during that time. Right after Shion ran away without me? Seems that you didn't know. Maybe if you had said something earlier, this would have gone more quickly. Now you understand, right? The only one left. The only survivor of the 4 who slipped into the ritual storehouse. It couldn't be. Could it just be? Something else happens, it would happen to you. You need to understand that, my Bara. Can't be. Can't be. Can't be. Shion had already disappeared. Couldn't be, it couldn't be. Talked to her the day before yesterday. Talked to her last night. She was going to call me again today. That was Shion on the phone. Shion on the phone. It was from Shion. Shion. Keiichi, it wasn't Shion. Shion has long since disappeared. Next will be you. And who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? It can't be. So he just yelled that in the car. Yes, there's an imposter among us. Mion is sus. I lay down on the couch and stared there dazed for a while. My mind was completely blank. I couldn't think about anything for more than a few seconds. There was a note in my house saying that Mom and Dad would be home late. I should have some ramen or something for dinner. I could make it whenever I got hungry. I had no appetite, so I just stared blankly at the ceiling without eating anything. The hands of the clock were already pointing at 10. Would I get another phone call like that today? And though Shion had already disappeared, did she still call me? Where were they calling from? And who were they? The more I thought about it, the more I started to tremble. I even thought about just disconnecting the phone line. If I had been thinking a little less logically, I really would have done it too. Hold on, Keiichi. Oishi admitted it himself, didn't he? That Shion went missing a lot? Couldn't she have just gone to relatives that Oishi didn't know about and have been there ever since? She and I were both being targeted by somebody. It wouldn't be strange to think she went somewhere she usually didn't in order to hide. That must have been why Oishi couldn't locate her, and why he labeled her a disappearance. Yeah, that had to be it. Shion hadn't disappeared at all. And my right hand moved of its own volition and slapped me on the cheek. Its cold sting let me calm down a little. Just convince yourself that the most convenient possibility, Keiichi. I knew I didn't want to admit it. She had disappeared. Admitting it would mean that something terrifying was definitely happening. I just needed to figure out whether Shion was the one on the phone or not. Would I ask her if she was actually Shion? It seemed like an incredibly absurd thing to do. No, don't run from this, Keiichi. The person on the other end still believed that I had thought she was Shion, and that gave me a tiny advantage. Casually, completely casually, I would listen to what she had to say, and fend her off. I would tear the skin off that monster. Monster skin. It would definitely be really scary for me. However, as the last survivor of the people who went into the storehouse that night, this was my duty to perform. Still, then who could call me and pretend to be Shion? Won't you tell me who are you? You. New monster flavored jerky. Just like Mama used to make. I may have only heard her over the phone, but her voice shouldn't be that easy to replicate. That was definitely Shion's voice. It sounded just like her. It couldn't have been Shion. It could have only been Shion. There was someone though, wasn't there? Someone who sounded just like Shion. Eon. Who else could have done this? At this point, after all this time, all those little things that didn't quite make sense about Mion until now overwhelmed my mind. Like being questioned about sneaking into the ritual storehouse, and how she shook the ladder while spouting curses. Who else? Who else could have? Why though? Why would Mion? I thought back to the things about the Sonozaki family that I had heard from Oishi and Shion. Mion was always entangled in the incidents, in a position where she was omnipotent. Some of that information included things that Shion had told me after she disappeared. I madly scratched at my head. But if it was Mion, why would she say that? Why would she cast doubt on Mion? Assuming it's Mion. Courage. Give me the courage. Just a little bit of courage to pick up the phone. I know it'll be alright. Be so easy to run away. That, though, would be the same as making it easy for them to erase me. Cannot run. Must stand up and face it. After all, the next sacrifice would definitely be me. I'm sure Shion would use tricky words to try and trap me. Be careful. Be careful. Not scared. 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 I don't want to do this. 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 At that point, it rang. The phone rang, and I didn't know where the call was coming from. It's coming from inside the house. Shion had disappeared. Disappeared a long time ago. Disappeared the night after Watanagashi. Yet, until today, she had been calling me like nothing happened. Now again tonight, the people that had disappeared, their corpses simply haven't been found. I really didn't think they were alive. So if it really was Shion on the other end, then did that mean she was calling me from another world? A whole new world. A brand new fantastic point of view. I'm sorry, that was bad of me. Of course, that couldn't be. A living being was calling me, pretending to be Shion. Shion was long gone, and yet, as though she were alive and well, the phone continued its incessant ringing. Didn't want to pick up if I didn't have to. I just concluded, though, that not doing so wouldn't have solved anything. Then, what I do after I answered it? Would I immediately declare she wasn't Shion and ask who she was? Would I pretend I was still fooled and try to grab her by the tail? That would probably be the safest thing to do. What I was most afraid was what the person on the phone would do when she realized I knew she wasn't Shion. However, As long as I continued to let her think I was fooled, she wouldn't do anything extreme, right? I just make sure to be careful. That should be the safest option. I've made up my mind. I'll answer the phone. Once I do that, I'll talk to her as if nothing happened. That wasn't all I'd do this time. I'd scope her out. Who was she? What was she thinking? And what was she after? Why was she doing this? Was she really the one who killed Tomitake and Takano? What happened to the mayor? What happened to Rika and Satoko? I reached out for the receiver, my arm trembling. There were too many things I wanted to know, too many things I wanted to ask. I was scared. Should start by picking up the phone. Pick it up, Keiichi. Pick it up, Keiichi. Hello? Oh, I relieved I would have been if it hadn't been a call from Shion. Ah, Kei-chan, it's me. It's Shion. My momentary convenient, and above all fleeting prediction, was ripped into 1,000 pieces. I couldn't help shaking at this point. Ready for this. Took a long time to pick up. I thought you weren't home and I was about to hang up. Sorry. I was just in the bath. Your family not pick up for you? Could your parents be out right now, Kei-chan? I failed. I let her in on a fatal piece of information. I was the only one at my house. Well, no, they're not really. Anyway, have you heard about Rika-chan and Satoko? No. What happened after that? Were they found? Nah, they weren't found. Kei-chan, please don't lose hope. If Oishi-san hadn't let me know, then I might have allowed myself to shed a tear or two at Shion's considerate words. Instead, now that it had come to this, I couldn't take her words at face value. This person on the other end of the receiver, the more perfect to Shion they were, the more my blood curdled in fear. Rika-chan and Satoko, they were kidnapped, weren't they? Yes, I don't think there's much doubt. Just how cruel and grave a meaning did those words hold? Their weight astonished me, and then a moment later, I was overcome with numbness and felt like I would pass out. I had asked if Rika-chan and Satoko had been kidnapped. Shion, in turn, had answered that there wasn't much doubt. That cruel meaning behind her words. Rika-chan and Satoko were... no. I'm sorry. About the mayor. You think happened after he was kidnapped? Do you think he's still alive? Happened to Rika and Satoko after they were kidnapped. That's why I wanted to ask, but I frantically caught myself. What if she had given that question a terrifying response in such a way to sound like it had nothing to do with her? I was scared of that, so I immediately brought up the mayor. That said, however, much I talked about the mayor, I think he was killed. Fuck. he, wait. That was quick. I think it must be really hard to kidnap someone and keep them like they are. Yeah, I made this issue of so Mion and Chion respectively both have southern accents. I figured I figured it mixed well with oh, pardon me. Mion's tomboy energy. Yeah, she is from a country village, so yes, thank you. From a rural village, so I figured that also helped. Give me 1 second. Sorry. All right. Yes, lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, or it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. I think it must be really hard to kidnap someone and keep them like they are. As long as they're not hostages, it would be most practical to kill them once you're done with them. The world started to bend so much I almost lost my balance. Scenery in my eyes whirled around and around like the hands of a clock, and tried to swallow me whole from below. I frantically put a hand on the wall to support myself. A moment later, a severe nausea welled up within me. How was she saying such things so lightly? Kill them so readily? I mean, what's a human life or two anyway? A horrible thing, but I think that's probably what happened. Well, this music is new. Oh, this is some nice headbanging music. The mayor was killed. Then, did that mean the same thing had happened to Rika and Satoko? No, that couldn't. They weren't some random old man. It was Rika. It was Satoko. I couldn't kill them so readily. It's probably better to think that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan ended up the same way. Those were the words I wanted to hear the least, and I fought them back with a scream of my own. Even though it wouldn't change anything, I still couldn't help but scream. This time the tears flowed. I'd been confronted with the most horrific outcome that I'd been trying to avoid considering ever since last night, and I cried. There was no longer any doubt that it was my fault. I killed them. I killed Rika and Satoko. I succumbed to the weakness of my own heart and confessed everything to Rika. That's why they were killed. That meant I killed them. When Rika-chan looked at me with those innocent eyes, if only I hadn't given in. Even my voice gave out, and yet still I cried. And cried. Hey, Chan, please, just try and calm down. Rika-chan and Satoko, they've been killed. Couldn't even find their remains. I would never be allowed to even apologize to their faces. If that was to be my punishment, then how brutal a punishment it was. I think Shion tried to comfort me, but I didn't hear any of that. What are you going to gain by doing that? They're definitely going to target you and me next. Please, I'm asking you, get a hold of yourself. Please. Please. Shion was shouting and imploring me with a voice that sounded like tears were in her eyes. However, I was coming to hate the sound of that voice more and more. This Shion killed them. I had no doubts that this person killed them. Why? Why kidnap someone and then kill them? Screw curses. Are people's lives really that cheap? Erasing them and killing them without a second thought like this? You're right. You're absolutely right. It would take a demon. I felt like crushing the receiver in my hand. How long did this person plan on acting like it was someone else's problem? There was magma in the pit of my stomach, and it felt like it was going to erupt at any moment. Hey, Shion, please tell me. Why did Hinamizawa start needing someone to die on the night of Watanagashi? That's what I'd like to know. The fighting over the damn project is already over and done with. Haven't enough people been cursed already? Why is it? Why? There's a reason, then say it now. I was incoherent at this point. My emotions had broken through the dam inside of me, rushing forth, and I couldn't stop them. These were not simple questions. This was an interrogation. Shion herself hadn't realized it yet. It was just too funny. It was so funny that I couldn't stop crying. I understand how you feel, Kei-chan. I really do. The damn war has ended a long time ago. Yet murders and disappearances keep happening every year under the guise of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Why? Why is it happening? Some of them had nothing to do with it, and some of them didn't deserve to be cursed. So why? Why? That's why I'm asking you. I want to know as much as anyone. Both our ragged voice breaths could be heard over the phone. Listen, Oyashiro-sama's curse never existed. It's too unrealistic. Just like you said, someone in the village is using... Oh wait, I think it's Keiichi now. Someone in the village is using the grand name of Oyashiro-sama's curse as a justification for continuing these murders and disappearances every Watanagashi. They were cunning. They've been using the curse as a convenient tool and made a system where they would get rid of 2 enemies in the village every year. And this year, that system killed Takano and Tomitake. Why wasn't that enough? Why did the mayor and Rika-chan and Satoko have to get killed too? I don't give a shit about the past. The thing I care about is why Rika and Satoko needed to be killed. Why is that? I didn't say a word to Satoko, you know. Why even her? Why? A silence fell between us. Shion didn't answer for a while. Hey-chan, please, stop being mean. A sob. Is Shion crying? I don't have any idea what's going on either. Everything changed when we went into the ritual storehouse that night. It was the same for me. As I listened to Shion's bitter weeping, I could feel my agitation subsiding. When I heard that Takano and Tomitake had been killed that night, I doubted my ears. Then I realized it instantly. I realized the sort of position I was in now. 4 of us snuck in there. Hey, Chan, you and I won't be so conveniently forgiven. When I thought about that, it made my chest so tight. It was so terrifying. You know that feeling, Kei-chan, don't you? Sorry? There was nothing fake about her words. She even understood how I felt. That's why I confessed everything to old man Kimiyoshi. All of us entered the forbidden house. It was just a little bit of fun. We knew we shouldn't have done it. It really had just been for fun. It was only a bit of exploration, that was all. Takano and Tomitake, who went in with us, were killed shortly afterward. They met such miserable ends. Since that day, I've been living in fear when I would be attacked. There was nobody except old man Kimiyoshi who would help me, so I asked him to save me. Old man Kimiyoshi, he wasn't mad. He smiled and said, "If you're really sorry, Shion-chan, then you'd never be demoned away." He really did smile at me and told me to leave it to him. Shion cried bitterly, recalling the beloved mayor's death. With such a sad voice that none who heard it could prevent it from twisting their hearts. Again, did I let my emotions take over and get off at her? Shion was in the same situation as me. She should have been my one and only comrade. Thump. My heart pounded. My other self, deep within my mind, whispered to me, "Don't forget, Keiichi. Don't forget about the mayor." On the morning after the Watanagashi, he was told of Takano and Tomitake's deaths over the phone and committed to a meeting that evening. He went to a hospital appointment. He didn't tell his family. He'd only made it back just in time for the meeting. He went straight to the assembly hall. That's what Oishi-san said. When did you let the mayor know? Huh? I'm sorry, Shion. It must seem like I'm kicking you while you're down, but Shion, you told him, right? Told old man Kimiyoshi, the mayor. Yeah? When did you let him know? Eh? Began to get scared of saying it aloud after hearing her sad voice. It's saying it was contradictory, though. Besides, if there was a contradiction, then I wanted Shion to explain it to me. Contradiction? We've entered into Phoenix Wright territory. Did you know that the mayor had a severe case of hemorrhoids and had gone to the hospital for treatment? Hey-chan? What does that have to do? Please answer me. If you didn't know, then just say so. It's a momentary silence. Then after stammering a few times, she replied, I knew that. He had hemorrhoids. It looked like sitting down was really hard for him. He was going to the hospital. You know which hospital, right? Sorry, I don't know that much, but... Hey-chan, what does that have to do with... Shion didn't know what hospital the mayor went to. That meant it was impossible for her to have gone all the way to the hospital to confess everything. Then she didn't know his destination. Then she obviously couldn't have seen him on the train either. If there was any other chance for her to contact him, it would have been after he came to Himizawa. The train, however, had been delayed, and he only got back before the meeting was about to start. He didn't have time. There wouldn't have been enough time for him to listen to Shion spill the beans. I want to ask you straight, Shion. When did you tell the mayor about everything? When and where? Your answer doesn't have to be precise, but please, give me one. Hey, Chan, why are you asking that? Her sob pierced into my ears. I was taken by the illusion that I was bullying her. And so, I'll say it. If I'm wrong, then please correct me. Please prove it to me that you're the real Shion. It was impossible. The day the mayor disappeared. From dawn until he vanished. There was no opportunity for you to contact him. Eh? That's... The mayor left first thing in the morning for his examination at the university hospital, all by himself without telling anyone. Shion, you just said you didn't know what hospital he went to, so you couldn't have contacted the mayor until he got back. Isn't that right? His train back was delayed by an accident, and he didn't return to his house until the meeting was about to start. But there was no time for you to have told him before the meeting started either. I heard Shion repeating her weak sobs. Sort of feminine voice automatically ripped into my heart. It was so painful for me to say it. Shion, did you go to the meeting too? Did you attend it and tell him there? If you didn't, then there wouldn't have been any time left. After the meeting was over, the mayor disappeared on his way home. Shion went to the meeting, didn't she? Did she or didn't she? The question was so simple to answer, but she didn't give me an immediate response. Actually, with the meeting You didn't even go to the part-time job you said you went to that day. I'll say it more directly. You haven't been since we were at the library together. Hey, Chan, well... Shion Sonozaki disappeared the day after Watanagashi. Crap, he said it. The other end fell silent as the grave. So quiet that it was like the phone card had been cut. I couldn't sense anyone there. Oishi-san says you've been missing. Despite that, you've been calling me every night like this, haven't you? Shion's sobs were torturing me. Still, I'm pretty sure I haven't said anything wrong. Please, Shion. If something I said was wrong, please say so. Shion, I'm begging you. Shion, there's no way you could have seen the mayor, but you did see him. Shion ever did have the chance to meet with the mayor on that day, and that meant... Then you saw him after the meeting. In other words, it could have only been right before he disappeared, or else afterward. Beep, beep, went the dial tone. I stood there dazed for a while until I realized she had hung up on me. Well, ugh. Last chapter. And who was on the other end of the phone? And they now know. From the scrapbook, 11. The problem with twins. The problem with twins is there's only 2 of them. Ahem. Anyway, this is not limited to just Hinuizawa, but in Onagafuchi especially, 3 families detested giving birth to twins as successors. The long-term dictatorship built on the precarious balance of the 3 families must have feared collapsing under the weight of internal strife and things like family quarrels. According to the literature, if twins were born, then they had to be culled. With that, the very fact that both Sonozaki family successor, Mion Sonozaki, and her twin, Chion, are alive is in itself deeply interesting. Perhaps the current leader, Oryo, is sympathetic. Of course, the twins were not cared for equally, and as the heir, Mion received special treatment. From what I've heard, despite the 2 of them looking exactly the same on the outset, the talent lies solely with Mion. My own observations of the 2 of them don't leave me with that impression. Tradition dictates that the leader of the Sonozaki family is said to inherit a demon, and they tattoo a magnificent one onto his or her back. In accordance with the tradition, there is an extremely high possibility that Mion has such a tattoo on her back. From what I've heard, there is apparently a magnificent demon tattooed on Orio's back as well. Then I wonder what sort of tattoo belonged to the heir, Mion. I really want to see her back. So what you're saying is, Mion got back. I'll just be down here. It's gonna hide after that one. I have shamed myself. I have brought dishonor upon myself. Okay, fine. Continue. Him. Doing that in the middle of when there's a clip competition going. Not good. At the Suzu Mahjong parlor. Funny cold. This is that part where that moment where it goes. Now, funny has different, very different, can have different connotations. But thank you, Devapa. I will assume. Reserved for the day, Suzu Mahjong parlor. Clatter clack, clickety clackety. Hey, Kura-chan, you're the last one here. All the youngsters are here already. Excuse me, miss. She handed over a convenience store bag with a carton of cigarettes in it to the old lady who owned the mahjong parlor, and she shrewdly made herself scarce. She was used to this by now. Ishi-san, good work today. What? You're all earnestly waiting for me. Could have just done 3-player. When sitting at the mahjong tables in the small parlor were Oishi's subordinates, but there were no tiles laid out anywhere. Everyone, I'd like to thank you for your days of investigation without sleep. Thank you. Energetic responses filled the parlor. Already had lost the atmosphere of a place of entertainment. Situation is not looking good. The chief appears to have backed down due to Congressman Sonozaki's threats. The coming days, we'll hand off Takano's murder to the Gifu police and give the missing persons case of the disappearance of the mayor and the others the community division. That damn upstart chief. Veterans in the room cursed him. All of our requests for warrants were turned down as well. I've been told by our section chief not to go anywhere near the Sonozaki house. We're certainly in a bind, that we are. Incidentally, looks like I'll be getting orders soon to go to training at the Metropolitan Police Department starting next week. After that, I've even been told to take a paid vacation in Izu. Well, I suppose that ain't bad. He heard a few dry laughs. Wasn't anything to laugh about. That was all they could do. It always happens, but incidents are a lot like locking your keys in the car. The keys you need to unlock the door are always locked inside. Cars, you call JAF, and they'll pry open your door. For incidents, Kuma-chan showed the map. Kumatani flipped over the whiteboard. In the back was a map of the Sonozaki premises made with magnets. Now, I've been doing this job for a long time. Got a lot of faith in my gut. But this could be the one time it was wrong, no? When worried about their retirement money, has until the count of 10 to get out of here. Oishi began to count to 10, and everyone counted along with him. It was their famous 10-count resolution. 9, 10. Ah, no one's leaving. I know you love your families too much, is that it? Give me 1 second. Sorry. Family Doge was being... Family Doge. Everyone laughed uproariously, cheering things up. Everyone to go over their materials. Memorize the locations and blind spots of all the security cameras. Kuma-chan, you'll stand by in the command car. Something happens, you'll switch with me and take over. Komiyama-kun will head up Infiltration Team A. Atsushi-kun will lead Team B. Observation teams will set up at points 1 through 8. Bonji-kun, you're responsible for keeping a strict timetable. Control your rotation so HQ doesn't get wise. Now the team on standby has the most important job, alright? If the section chief asks where I am, play dumb. I'll end escorting our guest. I'll probably take him to the venue, so wait patiently, everyone. Wonderful cave. Ichimabara, that is. What I've seen, we're set for tomorrow or the day after that in regard. It'll be easy. Ooh. They have a plan. And Keiichi is involved. It's a plan. Keiichi. Keiichi? Just leave him alone. His friends went missing. It's really hard for him. Normally my dad never shows me any consideration. This time he did. Shouldn't Keiichi stay home from school for a while too? I think it would be safer not to go until the police do something about this. Maybe. Compared to what could happen, taking a few days off wouldn't be a bad idea. Anyway, how is it logical not to close school during such a dangerous situation? Who do those teachers think our children are? Dad are getting pretty riled up. At this point, I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. Breakfast table, the food in front of me, time and date. Itself, I really had no interest in anything. This feeling, it's like a dead fog in my mind. It felt like getting dizzy after taking strong medication. Keiichi, how are your studies going? You've gotten further than the other kids, haven't you? If you have, then you can take a few days off, alright? I didn't even feel like answering. Today was Thursday. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. Such a short time, and yet now things were completely different. Everything had changed. Tranquil village, bright and clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night, and we couldn't even relax when walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, one responsible for everything was me. That night, couldn't resist my honestly tiny little incredibly stupid curiosity and broke the taboo. This isn't somewhere we should be going, is it? It's not. It's a crime to force your way into a locked building, even if you don't steal anything. Yeah, now that you know they weren't having some secret rendezvous, you've had enough, right? I want to do something like this, but if Rika-chan's dance ends while we're messing around here. Prattled on as I took the lock from Tomataki's hands and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here, so come on. Let's go. Kano was fretting, but I pushed her away. Tomataki grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders drooped as if to call me an idiot, though I didn't care. I pushed everyone farther and farther away. Rika-chan's dance was still going on, and at last her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. I too, until my hands turned red. I clapped. Ding dong. Isn't that Reina-chan? She's here because it's your usual meetup time, isn't she? Looked up at the clock. 5 minutes past my time to meet with Reina. Keiichi, didn't you take a few days off from school? You're right. Thanks for being so considerate. I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Reina. Good morning. Going to school as a group starting today, so you can't be late. That's right. We, the ones furthest away, were to be late. The younger kids on the way would be waiting for us. I think I'm going to take some time off from school. Okay, Reina answered shortly, nodding. I just think you should do whatever's best for you, Keiichi-kun. You don't need to feel that you're weak or anything. Oh, and here. It's a notice they're sending around. You give it to your mom? I think it has a lot of important announcements in it. I took the notice. There's a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearances of the mayor, Rika and Satoko, and that they wanted any information about them. Made my heart ache. Police are looking as best they can too. They'll find them for sure. Just be patient, okay? Reina said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Further than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe they were safe. Reina, you're not going to question me? Nope. Reina, you know, don't you? About that night, You mean when you snuck into the ritual storehouse? I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip, made up my mind, and nodded a little. So it's all out in the open. Really, I shouldn't do bad things like that. Mii-chan was really mad. But she was upset. Oh, she would have been. I don't think she was as angry about you sneaking in there, though, as much about you hiding it from her. Maybe, Kei-chan, maybe you should have told her yourself and apologized. I should have told her myself and apologized? It troubled me. Just 1 week ago, I did something that I myself should have apologized to Mion for. I'd hurt her badly. However, I hadn't realized that at all. Plus, with all the confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion about it. Raina, you're right. I never realize anything until you tell me. Keiichi-kun, hypothetically, if you had admitted you'd done something wrong right away and apologized to Mi-chan, I wonder if Rika-chan and Satoko-chan wouldn't have had to disappear. I couldn't answer right away. I couldn't admit that. Wasn't Raina telling me right now, though? I admitted to my crime sooner? If I had done that and apologized, would things not have gone in such a horrible direction? Raina's eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent. They stared fixedly into my own. Yeah, you're right. If I admitted my crime sooner, then Rika-chan and Satoko die or disappear. Smack! The palm of Raina's hand slapped me in the cheek. I stood there unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I'd been held. Didn't hurt at all. I don't think that anyone has scolded you, Keiichi-kun. So I'll scold you in their place, okay? I pressed my hand to my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, and now stared down at Raina's feet. Going somewhere you're not allowed to go is a very bad thing to do. You understand that? Uh-huh. Answer me with a yes, Keiichi-kun. Yes. Also, it's even worse. You didn't admit to having done something so bad. You'd never do anything bad in the first place, but not admitting to it or apologizing for it is much worse. Yes, I was wrong. For a few moments, Raina stared at me, silently and intently, as if gauging my remorse. Finally, the tension in her face softened and she smiled. Okay then, it's about time. I should be going. All right. Be sure to give the notice to your mom, okay? Also, warn her not to go out to pass it on after it gets dark. I bent down to pick up the notice which I had dropped when she slapped me. The pages had come out of the clasps, were now making a mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. My hand stopped at a single, more light-hearted page. Peaceful sentences dancing on it. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some. What? This. I picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce they got from faraway relatives in the Akita prefecture. They had gotten a big shipment recently. Couldn't use it all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it to feel free to come over, is what it said. As a PS, it said it arrived in barrels, and to please bring up a 2-liter bottle or any other container for it. That's how it tied together. You need some soy sauce? You would go to the Sonozaki house, Raina. Did you know all along? Yeah, I knew. Raina had already been suspicious of Mion, as soon as she noticed that the big bottle of soy sauce was missing. Rika-chan had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house, and there she was erased. Rika-chan wasn't coming back, so Satoko called Mion's house. Then she knew where she had gone, and Satoko got called there as well. That meeting on the day the mayor disappeared, didn't Oishi-san say that the 3 families participated in it? The 3 families would include the Sonozaki family. Didn't he also say that the current leader was really old, so her heir Mion frequently stood in for her at public appearances? While the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. He talked to him and invited him to their house, and then she made him disappear. It was probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion was part of the Sonozaki family. They probably knew exactly what she was doing at all times. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule too. Thinking back, wasn't that Angel Mart store managed by the Sonozaki family? Setting up an ambush for her there wouldn't have been any trouble at all. I'm going to Mion. I'll go apologize. I'm going to have her put an end to everything. Mion probably won't forgive me easily, but I'll go and ask her not to sacrifice anyone else. That decided there was no need for me to be lazing around here. I put on my shoes and slipped past Reina to exit the house when she stopped me. I'm going too. Reina, shouldn't you go to school? This is way more important than school. Reina, you shouldn't come. You get wrapped up in this too, then I think I might actually go crazy. Reina didn't move her arm, which was blocking my way. If Keiichi-kun disappeared as well, then I think I might actually go crazy too. So I won't let you go alone. Reina argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them, and I knew the strength of her resolve. All right, let's go. Thank you, Reina. Reina nodded slightly but firmly, and finally let down the arm blocking me. Let's go to Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed, and we'll put an end to these twisted days. After that, I'll pray that once more we can return to those fun, lively days. With Reina following me, I left the house. In front of the house, there was a car waiting. It was Oishi-san. Hey, good morning, Ibara-san. You too, Ryuga-san. You gather so early in the morning? You make me jealous. What a truly praiseworthy man he was, if he had been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. On this radar, maybe this was actually a good opportunity. You're from the police. Why not introduce myself to you, Ryuga-san? Please excuse my rudeness. My name is Oishi from the Okayama Police Department. Pleased to meet you. Are we telling Oishi-san? Yeah. I think my palm is enough punishment for your crime, Keiichi-kun, but we should leave Mii-chan's to these people. Pain and sadness. I looked down as those emotions built up in my heart. I have something to tell you, Oishi-san. Well now, what about you? Should we stand here and talk? Or we go inside the car? In the car, please. I continued to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Reina was. Reina's urging, I revealed everything to Oishi-san. The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then, took notes. We continued that way for a while. How do you feel? You feel a lot better now that you've told me? Oishi-san asked this while scratching his head, his ballpoint pen. Of course, I don't feel better. The price that had been paid up until now for me not owning up to my crimes had been so immense. As long as that payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest could never be removed. His radio started to emit static. Bzz, bzz. This is Kumatani. Oishi-san, over. Yes, hello. Oishi. Got news a few minutes ago that she's been absent from school. No movement at the Sonozaki house. Her target is still on the premises. Good. Keep a close watch out. Roger that. Cars 3 and 7 just arrived for support. We've returned to base. Also, I think the division chief is looking for you, Oishi-san. He keeps annoying me too, even though I keep telling him I'm trying to get in touch with you. What should I do? You're hard pressed for an answer. Tell him you're actually under orders not to wake me for my morning nap. Got it. The radio grew silent. Sorry about that. It's about work. He just said there was no movement at the Sonozaki house, didn't he? Oh my, did it sound like that to you? This won't do. Please, keep that a secret, all right? I don't have permission from the division chief to be making private inquiries like this. Oishi-san had suspected Mion for a long time. Or for questioning witnesses, or for searching houses. We don't have permission for anything, really. The Sonozaki's house's defenses, said to be protect the family members, are also in full working condition. Without a warrant, we can't do anything about it, unless the crime happens right in front of us. Oishi-san, could you be... His tone of voice alone was enough to make her spite clear as she stared at Oishi-san. She knows something about Oishi-san. something unsavory. Can't set foot in the Sonozaki house. Trying to get... Can't set foot in the Sonozaki house. Are you trying to get Keiichi-kun to go in there instead? I mean, that's... What do you mean? This person, just as I thought, he plays really dirty. You cannot get one past Reina. Yep. Chick is basically Sherlock Holmes. Japanese schoolgirl Sherlock Holmes. In disguise. Stop, you're hurting my reputation. He has a reputation. That said, I'm all ears to your explanation, okay? Son lit a cigarette and responded to Reina, with an expression implying he was calm and willing to let her comment slide. You can't get a warrant, but you've always had your eyes on Mi-chan because you thought she was suspicious. Yeah? You plotted to incite Keiichi-kun and have him go to Sonozaki House. Then, if something were to happen to him, you would have used that as an excuse to go in. Isn't that right? Yep, she's on the ball. Yep, it's getting very intense. Only understood about half of what Reina was saying. Getting to the climax, folks. I knew, however, that Oishi-san had been trying to use me. Even if Keiichi-kun got hurt as a result, have you no shame? Is this how the police do things? You tell him, now slap him. My, it seems we have an incredible detective on our hands. My. Would you be interested in taking our exam? I'd gladly write a recommendation letter to get you into the detective division. You're despicable. Reina spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility. I've been insulted in all kinds of ways in my life. 1 or 2 words from a young girl is always the roughest for me. Even so, I suppose I should thank you for not arresting Mi-chan yet. Don't mention it. Isan seemed to enjoying his exchange with Reina. Things this man thought were like a swamp. Could barely see past the surface. Reminded me again of how much I disliked him. Now then, you esteemed friends of me on Sonozaki. What do you plan on doing now? You wait kindly for me to go over the evidence and request a warrant? No, we won't wait for that. We'll go and make Mi-chan surrender herself. That's right. She turned herself, and rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I could find it in me to afford her. I see. I wonder if it will go that well. If you're careless, you too may face danger, you know. Oishi-san was measuring our resolve. So in a strong voice, I declared, We're fully prepared. I thought our teeth and ambitions are bared. Be prepared. Oishi-san gave us an unpleasant, yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then that I realized this man was trying to use us for his own convenience. If anything should happen to us, use that as an excuse. Though my greatest hope is that you'll surround that place so that the criminal can't get away. Yes, son, you're good at negotiating too. I'm throwing in the towel. I surrender. What are you talking about? Poor Keiichi-san. Just things going over his head like whoosh. Things be going over his head like a jumbo jet. Policemen surround Mi-chan's house, and that will be insurance for the worst case scenario. For the worst case. Plus, it would be an additional way of pressuring Mion to give herself up, wouldn't it? Mishida Kuma-chan. Oishida Kuma-chan. This is Kumatani. Go ahead. New friends are going to play at the Sonozaki house. Make your image so that we can reinforce them if needed. Roger. Our altogether too short conversation implied that her questioning was already a part of their plans. And let's get going. Gonna buy some tea biscuits on the way there? Neither Reina nor I want along with Oishi-san's stupid joke. Oishi stopped the car at the place we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, never been to Mion's house before. I've only heard that it's right down this road. This is as far as I can take you. According to our information, there are quite a few security cameras set up on the premises. Still, don't worry. Got a bunch of youngsters ready and waiting to slip past them and go in. We'll be monitoring the inside with a one-way mic, so if you two give a loud scream, we'll know right away. We'll persuade her for sure, so please, be ready for her to turn herself in. In both our eyes was determination. It was the only method available for us for lightening the sins of our good friend. Be plenty careful, you hear? Probably don't believe it right now, but I don't want you two being sacrificed if at all possible. Right about that. That rude response. We left the car. The clean humidity and voices of the cicadas greeted us. I never had expected this would be happening today. Let's go, Ichi-kun. Reina took the lead and began to walk down the road I had never been. Reina, you've been to Mion's house before, right? Yeah, a few times. It's a really big house. You could fit a mountain into their backyard too. You can pick mushrooms and stuff, though there are fences everywhere. Big enough to fit a mountain. That was amazing. One of the three families controlling Hinamizawa and the head family of the Honozaki clan. Perhaps there was something to be said about its magnitude. The path continued onward, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along its edges, and beyond them were woods with trees growing thickly. Fences were high, the tops of them bent windward, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there was dangerous barbed wire wrapping them. No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung up here and there along the fence. Private property of the Sonozaki family, entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Active security cameras. Intruder will be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen. This forest, or should I say mountain, is this all their yard? It's more like their domain. As you can see, it's private property, but nobody maintains it. The forest isn't really the kind that you can go hiking in. She could say that again. It really did feel like a neglected, savage woodland. It was dark and damp, certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's just what happens when a landowner has too much land. Like Oishi-san said, there were security cameras hung up all over the place. They had been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even functional. I wonder if Mion is watching us as we come to her. I don't think she is. The only people living in Michan's house are generally her and her grandma, after all. There's nobody to watch the cameras. What a useless security system. Well, Michan's father seems like a pretty tough person to get along with. Oh, so whenever everyone in the family is getting together, cameras are apparently working properly. That's right, Mion's father. He was a big-shot Yakuza, wasn't he? Reina smoothly danced around the answer as she explained. At last, a huge gate, as big as I'd imagined, appeared. She living by herself with her grandmother, in a house with such a grand gateway? I wonder if she's here. Beep! The old buzzer made a dull sound. Was it cut off in the middle and not getting to the house? It long enough of a response for me to start thinking like that. However, finally heard footsteps walking through gravel on the other side of the gate. I nervously balled my hands, my palms now sweating into fists. There was the clang of a bolt being released and the gate opening slightly. The person peeking out of the gap was none other than Mion. Well, this is unusual. Aren't you two going to school? Mion didn't seem all that surprised at visitors arriving in the morning, which wasn't a normal time. In fact, she seemed almost relaxed, as if she knew we were coming beforehand. You stayed home today. Kei-chan is one thing, but you two, Reina? You two are such troublemakers. Mion smiled lightly, in the way that the Mion we knew always did. Well, let's not just stand here. Come on in. He gestured for us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Reina. Let's go. Reina smiled cheerfully as if she were passing through the gate of a good friend's house, and then did just that. I rallied myself and then could go through the gate too. On the other side, it hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear that the lot was magnificently wide. It wasn't quite what you'd think of when you hear mansion, but it was very clearly a vast place. Was this the first time you've been here, Kei-chan? Yeah. This house is enormous. Deep thatch roofs aren't in fashion anymore. The place could be a tourist attraction. I'm gonna rebuild it using totally average and boring reinforced concrete soon. Mion dryly smiled as she said that, and closed the gate and relocked the heavy bolt. Don't worry about it. Things have been dangerous lately. Gotta do at least this much during the daytime. Yeah, you're right. Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw the hint of a shadow in her smile. Well then, good sir and madame, I shall show you inside. Please come this way. Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel, then pivoted on our heel and began to walk. Reina gripped my stiffening arms lightly. Keiichi-kun, you're too tense. You came to see Mi-chan, remember? You don't need to be that nervous. That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. I'll stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were two of us. Oishi-san's subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us too. There was nothing to worry about. After thinking about it that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone and laughed at myself. What's this? Mion, what's with this stone on top of the newspapers? It's in the way. There's a pile of newspapers on the floor of the entrance. There was a large rock on top of them. Didn't understand why something like that was here. Reina noticed me looking at it questionably and giggled. Reina, do you know? What is this? Some kind of good luck charm? Don't really know, then feel free to move it out of the way and put your shoes there. Keiichi-kun, there's a nest of swallows right above that stone. Huh? Oh, you're right. This house is for people, but swallows still come in without permission and make nests. Must be like a tradition for them whenever spring comes. They always make a nest here. It's kind of annoying, though. In other words, it's a sign to not take off your shoes here, because swallow poop could end up in them. I couldn't help but laugh at the silly contrivance. My laughter naturally spread to the other two. A really long time ago, the Sonozaki family apparently cultivated silkworms. Our ancestors would get all worked up over exterminating the swallows. When you think of it that way, maybe this is our just desserts. Anyway, come on in. The inside of the house wasn't very bright at all. It was dimly lit, in fact, but mysteriously, I could still feel an elegance of the place. Mion seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional lighthouses like this aren't bad either. You're kidding, right? There's a terrible draft and the winters are freezing. Still making my house into property of cultural significance and getting in way of renovations, got it? I want most is a house like yours, Kei-chan. Pretty jealous of it. Seems like it would be warm in the winter. Oh, but snowfall seems like it would be a problem. Snowfall's a problem? Does Hinamizawa get that much snow? Our latitude is south of Kanto, isn't it? This region warm? Huh, you don't know, Keiichi-kun. Hinamizawa's in an area that gets heavy snowfall. When we get a lot, everyone gets buried. Sometimes you can't even get out of your house. Sometimes your car gets totally buried too, and you can't find where it is. Wasn't aware of that. Numizawa, that bad of a place in winter? Come to think of it, my dad, he said something like, "Place got plenty of snow. We could have fun building igloos." Still, your front door getting buried? Being able to find your car? That's way too much snow. Remember from geography class, right? Western side of Japan gets cold winds from Asia. We're different from those softies protected by the mountains, nice and warm by the Pacific Ocean. I'm totally okay with being a softie and nice and warm. I hate the cold. Have to have a training camp to get Kate-chan used to the cold this winter then. No way, there's no way that's happening. Oh wait. I hate the cold and I hate training camps too, and I hate them even more put together. Neon laughed more uproariously than she ever had, then told us she'd bring out some tea and left her seat for the moment. Still, there's a lot of fun things to do in the winter. I bet our club will be a blast then. Our club continuing activities through the winter sounds totally horrible. Like swimming in the cold or marching in the snow. Did we turn into Mount Redhorn? Yeah, there are definitely a lot of tough punishment games for the winter season. One time, she made us have a Rio carnival in the schoolyard while snow was falling. Oh my gosh. I see the terror of our club cared not for the season. The victor would be decided by who would best adapt to the winter-only events. We do snowball fights and shaved ice eating contests and treasure hunts in the snow? Wait, why is everything outside? Why can't we play tabletops in a nice warm room while it's snowing? Wow, Kiichi-kun, if you're saying things like that, then you're gonna lose a lot this winter. We'll have lots of punishment games, and Reina won't lose. Aw. Don't give me that how. Settled things with a cross chop to the head. Sure, having fun. Our walls aren't very thick, so be careful not to go flying through any, okay? Paper sliding door opened and Mion returned with a pot and a complete tea set. You want sesame seeds on your rice? Sorry, we don't have much in the way of bean paste or other good stuff. It's okay. We didn't really come here to drink tea anyway. Those words, the smile disappeared from Raina's face. He did it. That one careless statement reminded us of what we had nearly been able to forget. I'd wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little longer. We put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappear from Raina's expression, Mion, too, changed hers. It was as if the cheerful air was like a warm spring day until a moment ago it slipped through the cracks in the paper door and altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea. During that time, both Reina and I sat kneeling without uttering a word. Here you are. Drink up. Couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at those natural words of courtesy. There's no poison in it or anything. Do you just trust me that much? That's upsetting. Mion gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders droop. We all remained silent. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, the one thing we didn't want to do, and so we sat for a long time. At last, Mion smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak. Hey now, Kei-chan, Reina. You're the guests. Did you come here for something? Don't speak up first. This old man won't know what to do. Reina and I exchanged glances. We both resigned ourselves. Reina opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her. Ichi-kun. It's okay. I need to come here. Let me talk first. Okay. I understand. What would Kei-chan have to tell me? Please give me your daughter's hand in marriage, maybe? Can't do that. My little Reina and Kate-chan aren't meant for each other. Go wash your face with miso soup and try again later. Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mion's own way of showing consideration. Mion had said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders. Mion, first, I have something to apologize for. You do? What for? Mion pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but I clearly gotten my point across. Well, on the night of the Watanagashi, the ritual storehouse behind the shrine, I went in there. I could see Mion's expression immediately become harder. I knew it was somewhere I wasn't supposed to go, but it was just supposed to be a little bit of exploration. I didn't mean anything by it. Even so, I shouldn't have done it. So I apologize. I'm sorry. The police won't bust in just then. To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. I meant it as a way of prostrating myself. I figured it wouldn't feel sincere enough if I raised my head right away. If I left it there on the table for a while. Mion didn't say anything. My face down, I could tell what sort of expression Mion had. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mion told me to stop. He got me there. Didn't expect you to pitch it to me straight. Got me on the ropes. Looked up to see that Mion's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly. You understand that even though it was only a casual expression for you, Kei-chan, that there are lots of people who think it's no laughing matter. And it's okay. It's an old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. It's been days since then. Maybe too late, but I apologize. What I did was wrong. Please forgive me. Feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I had done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened. It's okay. You know what you did was bad, then that's enough, right? Mion spoke like it was someone else's problem, and I wasn't happy about it. Mi-chan, Keiichi-kun is apologizing seriously. I think maybe you should respond seriously as well. I'm being serious, though. Do I not look serious to you, Reina? You don't. And he was giving her tit for tat, and so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right. Even though I came here to speak from the heart like this, it's felt like she hasn't been taking this seriously. Obviously, Reina isn't fond of that. Keiichi-kun, you can get up now. Let's tell her everything. That looks like what Mi-chan wants, too. I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. And did I come prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip. Mion, you called Rika-chan and Satoko the day before last, right? I don't remember doing so. I have a reason to think so. Could you let me hear it? It was evening before dinner time. Rika-chan should have come here. Bring a big bottle of soy sauce. To have you share some with her. Mion was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching just a little bit. Why do you think that? It's not hard to understand. Mi-chan, you saw it too, didn't you? Rika-chan's room. Mion put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was thinking. There is chilled tofu, but no soy sauce. Plus, the big bottle of soy sauce that should have been under the sink was nowhere to be found. What? Is that why she would have come here? Mion dropped the act. You wrote it yourself on the notice, didn't you? That you'd share your soy sauce? Mion scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though she found out she'd purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her. Then Mi-chan, Rika-chan, you hit her. Rina hesitated for a moment. I could tell that she didn't want to use the word erased, and that she was struggling to find another word. That was really supposed to be the end, wasn't it? For you, anyway. What you're talking about? You didn't foresee that Rika-chan would tell Satoko-chan that she was going to your house, did you, Mi-chan? Then Satoko-chan called. Might Rika be imposing on you? Yeah, probably just like that. Sound just like her. Mi-chan, you were in a bit of a bind then, because someone knew that Rika-chan had come by here. So you decided to lure Satoko-chan here too. Lure her out? Like how, I wonder? Mion prodded Reina on, as if trying to get the good part of an interesting story. I, however, knew I'd been watching Mion change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She had clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was really a slight thing, and only I, who had been watching her this whole time, would have known. Mion was panicking. What Reina was saying must have been a bullseye. Probably went like this. Satoko, I actually made too much dinner today, so why not come over and eat? Rika-chan came earlier and already ate some. Something like that. Scratch. Mion's nails dug into her knee. There's no recordings of the phone conversations or anything. So how do you know that much? I know it because the dinner that Satoko-chan made for the two of them was plastic wrapped in their refrigerator and hadn't been touched. For a few moments, Mion's face was frozen in utter amazement. She looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Reina. There's that to go on? I didn't even guess what we said over the phone. It's a long explanation, so I'll get to the point. The contents of that refrigerator provided a vivid account of what you said over the phone when you lured her out. Mion's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face. That's... I had no idea I had such an incredible detective right next to me the whole time. Can't believe you'd figured out everything, down to the phone conversation, just from what was inside the fridge. You got me there. You got me. You've got me. As if a dam had burst, Mion convulsed into laughter. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh as well. Mion grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and scratched her head. It almost seemed like Mion had lost a detective punishment game for the club or something, and her punishment had been decided. How fun that would have been if it were true. Incredible detective. Mi-chan, you're the one who guessed what Oishi-san told us. He called me an incredible detective too. As soon as she heard Oishi-san's name, Mion's eyes began to display panic more clearly, so that anyone would be able to tell. Mion, the police have suspected you for a long time now. Oishi-san's officers have had the house under observations, so that they could break in at any time. Mion attempted to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Reina's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, Mion seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house. Was the mayor Mi-chan too? Were Tomitake and Takano-san you as well? Mion didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. I could clearly see the impatience in her eyes, which was still feigning calm. At last, Mion, who had been sitting there lazily, readjusted her cushion, sat herself upright. That moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mion's expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared, and she became so solemn you would think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now, in this moment, Mion had ceased to be Mion, but had changed into Mion Sonozaki, current heir to the Sonozaki house. That solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal. It was entirely different from that of the Mion I knew. Now I could believe it. Now I could believe. that she was the young leader who commanded the entire Sonozaki clan. Mion quietly placed both her hands on the tatami mat and gave a beautiful, elegant bow, as if this really were a tea ceremony, and named herself. We meet for the first time. I'm the current heir to the Sonozaki house. My name is Mion. Mion's movements were so elegant they could cut, and we couldn't even answer her. All Reina and I could do was watch, baffled at her reactions, which we could never imagine the normal her doing. I would like to welcome you to the Sonozaki main house today. I will greet you all in place of our leader, Oreo. It seems as though you have various things you would like to ask. If I can be any of assistance, then I would like to answer without concealing anything. What? What did Mion just say? Mion said she would answer anything we asked. There was a strong light of resolve in her eyes. It's really alright if we ask anything then? I shall tell you everything I know. That's why you have come here after all. Reina and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mion. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question Reina gave was extremely abstract. It was the question everyone wanted to know right now. Why would you do this? That was what I wanted to ask as well. Why would you do this? That didn't only go for Rika-chan and Satoko, but for the mayor, Takano, and Tomatake as well. No, even further back, for all the incidents that had been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion couldn't respond. Right when we realized that the question was too vague and tried to put in more concrete terms, she finally opened her mouth to speak. To answer that question will take some time. If that's acceptable, however, then I would by all means like you to hear it. She spoke clearly. She spoke with a clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago. Do you know that Hinamizawa used to be called Onigafuchi Village? Reina nodded lightly, then shot me a glance asking me if I did. I returned her nod. Hinamizawa was once called Onigafuchi Village, yes. I heard all about that from Takano's aunt in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped only by those in the villages at the foot of the mountains and treated like transcendents, those capable of magic. That's right. Our ancestors in Onagafuchi Village were proud transcendents descended from the demons. Those in the villages at the foot of the mountain worshipped and honored them. Nevertheless, that all decayed with the end of the Tokugawa era. The black ships arrived. The era of the samurai ended. The era of national isolation ended. And the tradition of worshipping Onagafuchi Village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past were all to be detested. That was the kind of era it became. The Meiji era began, and the name of Onagafuchi Village, with its long history, was forcibly changed to Hinamizawa Village. I have heard the Meiji government strongly wished to erase the old customs, the abolition of feudal domains, and the establishment of prefectures. An era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level of the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, while all old traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was. Our ancestors in Onagafuchi Village were proud transcendents, descended from the demons. Onagafuchi Village disappeared in a flash. At last Japan, provoked by the great European powers, colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so it could stand as a global power in its own right. Conscription began, and they won war after war. The first Sino-Japanese War, the Russo-Japanese War, until the Pacific War broke out. They recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization. At the time, Onagafuchi Village had already lost its impenetrability. The villagers, once worshipped as transcendents, were now on the receiving end of inhuman treatment. Sacred Onagafuchi Village had been groundlessly labeled an isolated village of those afflicted with incurable diseases, a mere shadow of its former self, and stood on the precipice of an era of hardship. Thus began the harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Onagafuchi. Children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Children who had come into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents purified the spot where they were touching by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children, "If you get lost in Hinamizawa, you would be kidnapped by demons, cut up into pieces and devoured. Never ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eaten demons." That's what he taught them. Another said that during a famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into the dry riverbeds, then cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to baseless slander, making Onagafuchi historically accurate. Making Onagafuchi's village is historically accurate, thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of the people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end only with the perspective of children. If anyone found out you were from Onagafuchi, you'd be turned down from any job you applied for. People would even go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce. It even caused trials. It would appeal that where one came from wasn't important enough reason to divorce. They would, however, lose their case. Lying about one's birthplace apparently constitutes a heavy act of misrepresentation in marriage. That's terrible. I've heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages and civics classes. It's because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you would be subjected to every societal disadvantage there was, a modern form of bullying. Though I only memorized that because it was going to be on a test at one time. I recalled being suspicious about it, unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan. Well, I suppose I can't say that they weren't asking for it. Our ancestors were proud of demon blood flowing through them. They lived their lives boasting about it and scorning those at the foot of the mountain after all. They struck the fear into the villagers down there with their mystique and demanded gifts of dread and tribute. That, Mion smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery. During the Pacific War, despite the slogans that all the country was acting as one, those from Hinamizawa continued to suffer all manner of discrimination. There are too many ways to count. They would send their husbands and sons to war, and the women on the home front would suffer greatly too. My grandmother remembers it well. She remembers it being a difficult time. Even that bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945. Hinamizawa had lost many male hands, but at last their fathers and husbands and sons returned to them. Of course, there were also many who didn't come back. Nevertheless, for those in Hinamizawa who were at their limits, barely able to maintain the village without the men, the return was a very happy thing. Arthur's GHQ set to work on drastically improving mindsets and strove for the abolition of unfair discrimination. They could feel day breaking on the dismal night that was the previous era. Hinamizawa was on the verge of turning into a ghost town. Those in the village started to say that they should rebuild it once again, and got to work trying to make the village even a little more plentiful. During that time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through a vast number of dealings in the black market. That was Mion's grandfather, the husband of the elderly current family leader, Sohei Sonozaki. Sohei said that he managed food warehouses in Harbin after being dispatched to the Chinese mainland. When it was time to pull out, he conspired with his superiors and comrades and stole a great deal of the army's canned goods. He hid them somewhere in the Seto Inland Sea and sold them widely at a high price in the black market, thus earning a fortune. Sohei didn't spend that fortune for his own pleasure either. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonozaki house. Let's revive this ruined village. All who live here are our family. This fortune is our collective property, we proclaimed to my grandmother, the current and head of the family. That vast fortune was a huge reason why Hinamizawa was revitalized after the war. I see. With that, Hinamizawa came back to life, and that's how the Sonozaki family had established its current prosperity. Of course, there were many people who begrudged the money coming from the black market, but the villagers no longer minded it. They succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who had succeeded freely supported those who followed them. The giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. Sonozaki family, the center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization. The person at the middle of all it was your Nana, Nichan. That's amazing. What a great success. Mion looked like she was honestly happy Reina had praised her. However, around 1955, the wind started blowing in the other direction again because of the canned flesh incident. Canned flesh. And it's so hideous that just hearing it made me nauseous. Someone naming himself as my grandfather Sohei, a Sonozaki's superior, confessed that those canned goods had been human flesh. In Mizawa, a village in which demons lived and ate humans, they were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. The shocking truth as revealed by his former superior. The stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival had been canned human flesh. Why were their cans like that? Isn't Sohei just the manager of food warehouses? The superior revealed that Sohei Sonozaki did not have the job of managing the food. In reality, Sohei's job during the war had been to exterminate pestilent mice, to transport the corpses of those with infectious diseases. It had been unfair treatment, and all because of the loneliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing to happen to him. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assistant in a medical military institution. There, however, found something even worse than the low, scorned, depressing customs of Onigafuchi village and the research they were carrying out. Could that have been, well, the bacteriological core in the old Japanese army or whatever? Ichi-kun, you've heard of that? What could it be? Pretty sure it was Unit 731. Ooh. I kind of knew that was coming. Just, we're gonna say in a second, but think, stuff that would make, the most sadistic of SS officers, that for SS officers, scientists, tear up in pride. Yeah. It was... Yep. The Nightmare Unit that devoted itself to researchifying terrible bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock in the war. They used many innocent people as fodder for horrible human experiments. They methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims, how many days it would be when injected, how many days it would be when swallowed. They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes, they wouldn't bother waiting while they were dead and dissected them while they were still alive. They would strat them into centrifuges while still alive and crush them in decompression chambers while still alive. When a live human decompresses, all their holes in their body get pushed outwards, and their intestines push out like a snake winding out of it. Yup. The feeling I saw something like that on a documentary one time. Makes me sick. Still hate Himuzawa, huh? Said it. Mian agreed with me, giving a faint, sad smile. Wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason I was happy to have it right now. The unit Sohei was in did way kinder research than that. They were researching concrete methods for reducing the difficulty of delivering food on the battlefield. The military's design at the start of the war completely fell apart, and a chronic food shortage broke out all over the battlefront. The food shortage led to malnutrition, and as their natural resistance lowered, the soldiers fell to one disease after another. Spirit and morale lowered as well. They wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently, that's where the research started. At first, it was to find methods of delivering food to battlefields. Very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing it from citizens to survival methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. They were working out the details. They kept straying off the course and going out of control until they finally knocked down a door called Taboo. What do you think the easiest source of protein on a battlefield is? What is a two-legged mutton? Probably think about it for a second. Two-legged mutton. Okay, now you get it. Rain and I knew the answer without being told, so we didn't answer. That's right. They were researching ways to handle using humans as food. Fighting onward, sometimes eating the flesh of enemies and sometimes that of allies, became the ultimate service paid to their country. They were deathly serious about this doctrine. It really is a riot. My grandfather was despised as someone who ate human flesh, and yet they had gone above and beyond that. Apparently, he always thought about it too. Even if he was a vulgar, man-eating demon, they were far more ugly demons than he. And no matter how much he was scorned, he wouldn't put up with it. Last, they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. It was apparently sent to the front lines. Cans were labeled meat substitutes, and so that they couldn't accidentally eat it themselves, they stamped the bottoms with a circle. The starved soldiers on the front apparently loved all the prototypes they were sent. Among them, those who cooked it in soy sauce like it was sukiyaki loved it the most. Come on, Bichan, stop. I'm getting sick to my stomach. Reina was pale-faced, and she looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Mion looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stooped there. And those canned goods your grandma brought back. I don't know if it's true, though he denied it was human flesh up until the day he died. However, those who begrudged Imazawa's sudden revival called him a savage for making a fortune from selling human flesh, and the villagers began to be scorned again. They returned to a time where children would be jeered at and have rocks thrown at them. Stifling silence came back. Serious, hopeless, sad story it was. They discriminated, were discriminated against, discriminated, and were discriminated against. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't everyone enjoy life together? Didn't know. Can't we all just get along? My grandmother, the family head, once told me the children of the village this. They throw a stone at one of you, then two of you must throw stones back. Children asked her, what if they threw stones at two of us? Of course, the answer was also simple. They throw stones at two of you, throw them back with 4. If they chase 8 of you with sticks, drive them off with 16. They slander 3rd of you, yell back with 60. Finally, the children asked, what if we're attacked by 1,000 people? Even that answer was simple. 1,000 people attack you, and everyone in Hinamizawa will stand up against them. It was a manifesto to stir people into action. My grandmother rose up not only as the leader of the Sonozaki house, but as the mother of Hinamizawa. It was halfway through 1955, the time when riots over the treaty with the U.S. were rampant, a time of battle and action. People of Hinamizawa joined together and fought unfair discrimination towards one as a crime against them all. It didn't matter whether one was a child or an adult. They heard that a child had been told off, and everyone would crowd around the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. They heard an adult had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together and stand up against it. You meddled with people from Hinamizawa, you would be in trouble. They probably figured that if they could make others think that, they'd win. Hey, Chan, do you remember how people came to help you when you got involved with those delinquents in town? I recalled how much of an impression it had left on me, that the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue, yet the people of Okinomiya averted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved. My grandmother fought, and my parents carried on the fight. At last, peace returned to Hinamizawa. Of course, that peace had been placed on a razor's edge. When you consider the previous 100 years of history, tranquility now can only be called a chance interval, standing on uneven scales. Why? Do I really have an opinion on such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? Yet, I said it anyway. Why can't everyone just live in peace? What happened to those old stories of Oyashiro-sama that I heard from Takano-san? Man and demon join hands and live together in harmony. Didn't Oyashiro-sama remain in this world to watch over that? It's a fairy tale. I mean, that even if those people and the demons were real, the Oyashiro-sama who meditated between them wasn't. Is that why Oyashiro-sama's curse happens? A cool gust of wind blows in from outside, fluttering Mion's long, beautifully clean hair. Mion kept a refreshing smile without answering, and didn't even change her expression, but even that became a silent answer. So that Hinamizawa might once more be like Onagafuchi Village, that we may again be a sacred existence worthy of worship. That was the earnest wish of our ancestors in Onagafuchi, and the mission of those who inherit the demon and the Sonozaki main family. Those who inherit the demon? For generations, the Sonozaki has had a custom of including the character for demon in the leaders' names. You write out my name on your hand, it should appear plain as day. Trace out the word Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. Character for demon is in there. Not only in my name either. The demon is engraved on my body as well. When she said that, she quietly rose and began to lay her hand on our clothing. It's okay, Mi-chan. You don't need to show us, okay? Thank you. Just that exchange, I guess what she meant. Most likely, somewhere on her body, there was a permanent seal, such as a tattoo or marking, that proved that she inherited the demon. Mion didn't sit back down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mion quietly gazed out the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was the heavy, truly heavy history of Hinamizawa. No, of Onagafuchi weighing down on them. What kind of words could I possibly say to Mion like that? Reina wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicada drowned out the silence. At last, after a long period of nothing, Mion murmured. The serial incidents happened over the past 5 years. I was directly related to some of them, and indirectly to others. Some were not the Sonozaki family, but were rather related to others. The Kimiyoshi family and the Furude family. I think I was at the center of all of them. She said it all without turning around, with her back to us. At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion we knew. I have faith in what I've done, and don't feel any guilt. If I did, perhaps it would be that I will have to leave the stage before the heir is decided. If I'm caught and tried in a court of law, I suppose that's how it works nowadays. Being able to retire with Hinamizawa at the most peaceful it's been in 100 years. It'd be the happiest thing that's ever happened to any of the Sonozaki leaders of the past generations. Mion leaned a shoulder against the paper door, then slid down it and flopped on the ground. It was such an act of resignation that just seeing it made me hurt inside. The numerous terrible crimes Mion had been a part of suddenly began to fade from my mind. Hey Mion, I don't care what happens after this. You just try to struggle as much as you can. I don't want to run away. And as I began to think that way, Reina's ringing voice filled the room. But Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, you killed them, didn't you, Mi-chan? Sharp points of her words stabbed into my chest, despite not being directed at me. Not saying that it's okay if you killed other people. Regardless, Mi-chan, you killed Rika and Satoko. Rina's words were more biting than any I had ever heard. Even now that we knew all the heavy history pressing down on Mion's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends. Just as I bear the duty of Sonozaki family, Rika-chan bore the duty of the Furuta family. That duty was to protect the ritual storehouse. My chest tightened. I learned around last year that Rika-chan had said something about it. The bars in the store were too heavy for her, and she wanted to change them to a simpler lock and key. Even the priest before her had complained about it being heavy. I was very aware of how hard it was for Rika-chan. I will make sure to guard it. I want to replace the lock with something lighter. I replied on behalf of the Sonozaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak death incidents, there seem to be people who are insolent towards Oishiro-sama, that you shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, leader of the Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, If it's that difficult for you, Rika-chan, I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact it was locked with the key was an indication of it being somewhere you mustn't enter. There's nobody bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Even if we are alike as leaders, I couldn't find it in me to argue with Old Man Kimiyoshi since I owed him so much. In the end, he decided to change out the lock on the storehouse and switched it to a really cheap and light padlock. Old man, is this really alright? Anna says if possible, we should keep the lock the same. It'll be alright. Quite the worrywart. If something happens, this old man will take all the responsibility. Can you promise? Mean that you will take responsibility as the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, rat? You should be well aware of how sacred the things inside really are. Okay, there aren't any bad cats in Hinamizawa who would open the lock and break in. Sob escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades, then fell onto the tatami mat. I had already heard of the thieves entering the ritual storehouse during the Watanagashi festival. There were 4 of them. Decided to act within the day. Same time, we need to demand that the ones who allowed the thieves to break in, Rika-chan of the Furuta family and Old Man Kimiyoshi, take responsibility. My tears dripped and dropped, till just now, I decided that it was Mion's fault, that she killed Rika-chan and the others. That was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't Mion. It was me. I might as well have killed them. Ichi-kun. I had a chance to stop this tragedy from happening, and yet, I didn't. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. At that time, I had stopped us from sneaking into the ritual storehouse. Rika-chan and the others wouldn't have had to die. If I had, then nothing would have happened. We'd be spending our days having lots of fun, like we always did. I was an idiot. By shedding tears, I could take it all back. Then I would have filled up the room with them. For such a meager act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for the crime I've committed. Hey-chan, you're not at fault. Mion gently began to speak to me as if trying to reason with me. As the leader of the Sonozaki family, I needed to act. But given the history of the Sonozaki family, think about it now, no big deal. Maybe I should have saved my friends, even if it meant casting all that aside. I yielded to it. That's why I killed those 2. Mion Sonozaki, and nobody else killed them. I had hundreds of chances to stop it, but I didn't stop. I gave in to the easy role that was handed to me, and banned all thought of fighting for my friends. This is my crime. I killed them. Mion Sonozaki, with these hands, killed them. And nothing whatsoever changed. Nothing. Her masochistic laughter was sad, especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. It was so painful. Still, Mi-chan, you saved one person of your own volition. Eh? I looked at her surprised. Reina stuck her finger right at my forehead. You left Keiichi-kun alive. Strong as you are, Michan, would have been no trouble for you, but you didn't kill him. That's right. Mion was so cunning that nobody could stand up to her. Even in our club, she had seriously tried to kill me. I would have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people had been sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. Did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason I had this vague belief that only I would be left alive. Why didn't I kill him? The demon, I can't even begin to guess. Maybe Mion had some reason she didn't want to kill you. What is that supposed to mean? Mion put a finger to her lips to say that Reina didn't need to talk. Is Oishi waiting outside? Yes. Any way out? No. They said they have the place surrounded. Seemed like they called a lot of cars over the radio. I think they have your entire property surrounded. Mion fell silent. Reina's merciless words felt cruel, but they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain. Only by a little. Maybe they were considerate. Like she was trying to help. Please, turn yourself in. Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled just a little. We'll go with you. We'll never leave a friend by herself. Grandchildren and Reina are the only things I can't beat. She rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the usual Mion. I'm well aware of how serious my own crimes are. Even if they accept me turning myself in, I'll probably never be able to come back here. I couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in is just too large. So much so that maybe recommending that she turn herself in was, in a way, extremely cruel. So I'd like you to hear one last selfish request. What is it? 30 minutes is fine. Just let me have some time alone with Kei-chan. Huh? My name suddenly came up. Looked like I was the only one surprised about that. Keiichi-kun, is that okay with you? If you don't want to, then I won't make you. You're right. It's okay if you don't want... You're right. Okay if you don't want to. Hello, bot. Don't worry, I got it. There we go. It's been a while, so, you know. It just keeps me on my toes. The bots view me as worthy of attention. I'm honored. Alright, it's okay if you don't want to. After all, I'm a demon, and Kei-chan is a bona fide human who moved here from somewhere else. For us to be compatible, as long as Oishiro-sama doesn't exist to mediate, simply isn't possible. There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by a heavy, unopposable tradition. Right now, the duty of handling this had fallen to me and me alone. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word to blame. Far from it. I was guilty of the same crime. She let me go. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be if I were to be granted the same punishment as Rika-chan and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was I had an equal duty to bear the sins that Mion shouldered. And when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate. Sure, it's fine. Thank you. I'd like to thank you too, Keiichi-kun. Reina stood up. Looked like she you would keep her promise with Mion and leave. It's fine, Reina. You can wait right here. I just want to go around the yard with Kei-chan. If you're bored, you can go to my room. You can read any manga you like. And if there are any volumes you like, you might as well take them. I don't want to. Kei-chan's books belong to Mi-chan. Reina couldn't bring them back home with her so freely. Such a good kid, only at times like this. Mion took Reina's head and rubbed it violently like I always did. Okay, let's go, Kei-chan. I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway when Reina silently stopped me. Take care of Mi-chan. Yeah, Mi-chan really does believe she will never be able to come back. Don't know much about laws. With as many deaths as she'd been involved with, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed non-existent. Watch out so you don't make her lose her temper, okay? Mion might not surrender herself to justice. I might have to put an end to it myself. Reina had already thought that far ahead. Right. I won't let that happen. Reina rubbed at her tears, which had fallen without me noticing. Okay then, go after her. I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared out the front door. I could clearly hear Reina sobbing from the other side at the paper door. Why was Mi-chan made a successor to demons? Maybe it just had to happen that way. But it's just so awful. Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. This was the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely didn't want to let her see my tears during it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door. I put on my shoes, tapped my toes against the floor a few times, then left, and Mion timidly came over. Why is she turning all red at a time like this? Can I hold your arm? Such a modest request. I don't mind. My permission, her face lit up with glee, like a child being given a toy, and took my arm. Do you get kinda nervous with your arm through mine? You're not thinking, for example, that I'd suddenly put you in a world-class joint lock or anything. Two say the same things. I don't think that at all. Back when nothing had gone wrong yet, during those nostalgic days of the bustling commotion at Angel Mort, I counted back and was amazed. It had been 1 week ago, been arm in arm with Shion then too. Linking arms with Mion like this really reminded me that they were twins. Much strength they put into it, the sensation of their arms, their warmth and the blood flowing. I could feel that their living sensations were all exactly the same. I think Shion liked you, Kei-chan. I see. If this were a regular conversation, I might have jumped back right in the face. Right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace. Mion and Shion, you got along well, didn't you? Well, I wonder. Kei-chan, do you think your right hand and left hand get along? Huh? My right hand and left hand? I don't think you could describe them as getting along or not. That's how our relationship is. Can't measure it by the scale of how well we get along. That didn't sound like it meant they got along really well. For example, one of your hands is dominant. There will always be a better hand. If you only had one over mitt, you would put it on your dominant hand without thinking, right? I think maybe it was like that for us. That doesn't mean, though, that anyone would be okay with losing their left hand. It's that kind of unexplainable relationship. I think that maybe live too close together and just stop being able to see it, but I think that means you get along really well. I'm an only child, so the day before the festival, I was always really jealous of when you and Shion were messing around with each other. I think you're jealous of something that doesn't exist. Yes, we twins used to have a lot of fun playing tricks on people. Now that we have such distinctly different personalities, it just gets in the way. Were they cursed or were they self-conscious? Their relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that wasn't an issue someone like me should intrude on. Just staying silent and nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. Mion passed through the wide yard and invited me into the big, desolate forest we'd seen on the way in. Such a big forest was part of their property, so I couldn't help but feel small. It's huge. Must have had a great time playing in it as kids, huh? Mion seemed to be silently reminiscing. I couldn't look into her mind. She was probably thinking back to the fun days when they played as sisters without any antagonism. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and the leaves, making a swishing, murmuring sound. Mion remained silent for a long time, thinking back on her younger sister, whom she had gotten rid of with her own hands. There was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. Mion suddenly stopped and turned. Shion is still alive. Really? Mion took a hard look into my eyes, then nodded quietly. Yeah. I've been thinking to give her the most horrible death of all, so I had her locked up. Never did think of a good way to do it, though. Mion sounded as though she hated Shion, but also deep down, she didn't completely detest her. So I took my other hand and rustled Mion's hair with it. Mion didn't only save me, he saved Shion, too. Mion may have become a demon and led many people to their deaths, but she fought against it and was able to save 2 people. I petted Mion. She narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile, untangled her arm from mine. Then Mion quietly said, "Come with me. I want you to see all of my sins. Although, Kei-chan, it might be the worst thing you've ever seen." Yeah, gonna get a little bit weird. I could sense it. Here I would probably find all the sacrifices up until now. Looking at them, I mean accepting Rika-chan and Satoko's death, as well as accepting that my best friend had done it. It's already happened and it's in the past. You can choose not to look, Kei-chan. If you don't want to, then wait here. I'll personally end everything. I was taken back by how ominous that sounded. I remembered what Reina had told me. Mion might not surrender herself to justice. Instead, choose to put an end to things herself. I couldn't leave her on her own. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard for me to accept, I'll still do it. Even if I avoided looking, it was something that had already happened. Doesn't matter what I see. Yes? Mion Tsunosaki is the best friend I could ever have. That won't change. Never will. The treetops softly swayed in the wind. You and Reina both. Why do you only get really cool at times like this? Normally I'd say something rude right back at her, evading the question. Today I didn't. I just answered with a smile. At last, Mion started walking into the thick forest into the deepest part. After following a thin patch that looked like an emerald tray for a while, we finally came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or bomb shelter. Surrounded by hollow hills, and been created in a spot not visible from the outside. There are many silhouettes of crows in the trees here and there. The abnormal odor I'd been smelling for a while was doubtlessly escaping from inside this place. If you want to turn back, now's your chance. I don't know what kind of person Mion Tsunosaki is to you, but if you go inside, that Mion will probably... She won't change. I'll say it as many times as I need to. Mion Tsunosaki is the best friend I could ever have. I clenched my fists. Inside there was probably a sight beyond anything I could imagine. If I let my guard down, I might end up vomiting. And so I'll endure it. I'll overcome this pain and the suffering. It will never change. That Mion is my greatest friend. I'm nothing more than a demon. I don't understand human feelings anymore. I have a feeling, though, that I know why Mion fell in love with you. Don't say that like it's not related to you. You're Mion. You're not a demon. You're a human with human blood and you're my friend. Mion made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes, then placed a hand on the big door of the tunnel entrance. The lock on it was dauntingly strong-looking, seemed to demand the appropriate resolution from whoever would enter, just like the ritual storehouse. When the double doors opened, a stifling, rotten air and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. I remembered accidentally killing a hermit crab a long time ago by leaving its tank out on up the porch.
No, 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 no.
Yeah, the worst part, the winged insects coming out on us. How intense the odor it left was. If that was the smell of a corpse, then that's certainly what this smelled like. Inside, it was pitch black, but Mion flicked a switch that turned out on a light bulb, illuminating the interior. The path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. We passed spaces that looked like they were for storage. Or hermit crab. Yup. Hermit crab. Past place that looked like someone had lived there. All this indicated that it had been used as a bomb shelter, stockpile during the war. It didn't give an impression of a dugout bomb shelter that had just been left there, though there was a sense of dignity, as though it were a second Sonozaki house constructed underground. Despite being in pitch darkness below the ground, the voices of the cicadas were entering through an air hole somewhere, giving it a very mysterious feel. You saw what was in the ritual storehouse, right? Piles of torture instruments. All of them were created to uphold the strict religious laws of Onigafuji village. They were tools used to kill those who broke the laws in terrible ways, as a warning to others. That was a long time ago. Watanagashi, originally a ritual meant as a deterrent, was once overseen by the three families. Thanks to Kimiyoshi and Furude families going into decline, the way the times changed, actually carrying out became difficult. And imagine why. Ever think people could be okay with drowning people in a swamp and killing them in modern Japan? That's why the Sonozaki family built this, a secret place, so that we could continue to conduct the rite of Watanagashi, even in modern times. Mion opened a large, strikingly different door, and inside was none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implements. There's quite a few, isn't there? Some of them were actually brought here from the original storehouse. All of the things there had been rusty and covered in dust, but they didn't seem that real. But the things in here were different. Every one of them had been well maintained and kept in a state that could be used right away. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. Also, perhaps as a precaution for the splatter of blood, the walls and ceilings were covered in the kind of tiling you would see in bathrooms. And there was even a drain set amidst a slight slope in the floor. There was a coiled rubber hose along the wall, attached to a faucet, perhaps for cleaning up the splattered blood. According to something the leader from a long time ago wrote, blood splatter has impact, despite the fact that it doesn't tax the sacrifice. Watanagashi was meant as a deterrent after all. My ancestors thought all different kind of things to show off. As she said that, Mion pointed deeper into the torture room, a spot veiled in darkness. There was surprisingly a room floored with tatami mats, and in the corner was a pile of cushions. There are seats for the audience. Watanagashi was meant as a deterrent after all. Would it make sense if there were no guests? I couldn't speak. I couldn't think of anything to say anyway. Except that if Mion revealing all this to made her heart feeling lighter, and I was prepared to listen for as long as I needed to. Right here is where I killed everyone. There were no spectators to watch me, but I did the Watanagashi very well. Well, perhaps there was one spectator. Huh? Spectator. Me. I, the demon, was watching the entire time Mion held the Watanagashi Fest ceremony. Mion cackled in self-depreciation. It wasn't a nice-sounding laugh. Back there is the prison. Is she on there? He nodded slightly. Mion's Watanagashi had ended today. I need to tell Shion that I was safe without a moment's delay. After all, she's probably trembling in fear at this very moment, worrying about when she would be killed. The ostentatious door on the other side opened, revealing what must have been an incredibly expansive space based on the echo it made. Mion groped around in the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on here and there. As my eyes adjusted, more and more of the great cave showed itself in the faint light. The walls were bare, rock surface, felt so savage that bomb shelter was the most apt term for it. There were small, barred rooms built here and there, like holes made by insects biting their way through a giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that each one of them was a prison. Where is everyone? Rika and Satoko. Their corpses? I grimaced at her having said it so outright. Yeah, that's right. Poor things being left here in the dark like this. Didn't want them to get infested with bugs, so I threw them down the well. Sorry. Though I can't even see their faces in death. Once again, my feelings of regret and confessed everything to Rika-chan came surging forth. Mion had attached the word sorry to the end of what she said. I might have punched her. Calm down, Keiichi. You said it yourself. No matter what, Mion Sonozaki is your greatest friend. Yeah, greatest friend. And just hear myself say it out loud. And then came the clattering of bars and one of the cells deeper in. When I noticed it, I looked up as well. Shion? Is that Shion? Kei-chan? Is that you, Kei-chan? Ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking out through the gaps in the bars. It really was her. Are you alright, Shion? Are you hurt? No. No! Shion's face twisted out of shape as she screamed, because Mion had appeared right behind me. Of course, Shion didn't know that everything was over yet. Calm down, Shion. Everything is already over. Everything. Spoke in as calm voice as I could manage, to try and soothe the agitated Shion. However, it didn't seem like it was getting through her screams. Shion, how have you been? No more, please. No more. I don't want to see anyone else die. You hate me, then just kill me already. I'm the one you hate, right? Kill me. Kill me right now. Sis. Down, Shion. It's all over now. It's going to be alright. So calm down. Shion, who was screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. I gave a slight shrug of resignation, giving way to Mion. I had realized that if Mion was the one who locked her in there, Mion was the one who had scared Shion this much, then Mion was also the only one who could put an end to this. Mion spoke from over my shoulder, quietly. Relax. I won't kill you. No, I won't kill you just yet. He burst out into a bizarre laugh as if trying to make Shion's madness even worse. Shion broke out into a fierce shiver, brought on by that laugh, and rattled the iron bars as she wailed. Please stop! Don't kill Kei-chan! Kei-chan has nothing to do with this, does he? If you're going to kill someone, then kill me right now. I don't want anyone else to die. If you want to die that badly, after I've killed this man, I'll take my time making mincemeat out of you. In accordance with the ancient rites, I'll do it slowly. Start with your extremities. I'll shave you down and mince you. I had that mincing machine set up specifically for you, after all. Or would it be funnier if I were to mince up Kei-chan in front of you? Quit it already. You have to gain by scaring her at this point. No, Kei-chan, run away! I tried to rebuke Mion for flinging terrible words at her this late in the game, but when I turned around, Mion's mouth, so much so that it was harder to believe, had twisted into a shape even thinner than a crescent moon. It was a smile. I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person here wasn't my best friend, Mion. It wasn't the Mion Sonozaki who'd been tossed about it by her heavy duty of succeeding the Sonozaki family either. Then, who was she? Bam! I saw sparks flying before my eyes. like what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. The strength in my body drained instantly, and my head suddenly became heavy. My knees buckled under the temptation and hit the floor, and my whole body abruptly collapsed. My face should have hit the floor. It was comfortable, as it had fallen into a down-filled futon. My consciousness reeled, then receded. It was the kind of sensation like you took a nap in the car, but you were still half awake. You'd listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. No, you wouldn't be listening. You would only be hearing it. It was happening so far away, and the conversation was completely unrelated to you, so you would have no interest in it. So when Shion was yelling in my ears, or Mion was in vulgar hysterics, I didn't think it was annoying, nor did it interest me. Now then, I wonder how I should go about preparing you. Oh yes, what do you think of a bed of nails? I tested it on those two little brats. Their hands were too small for their staining table. Let's do that. Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped on it, and one of my shoes fell off. No, please stop, sis. Please, stop. Gion's emotion exploded outwardly, and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying had whetted Mion's interest, he had flung me down and returned to the prison cell again. My, you sure can cry with the cute voice, can't you? Your natural bravado was making my skin crawl, but this definitely suits you best. Mion, my big sister, I beg you. I don't care how you choose to kill me, but please, at least let Kei-chan go. I'm begging you. She had always acted as though she were a cut above her older sister. That Shion, such a miserable voice that I couldn't have imagined it during those peaceful times. Prostrate herself before the older sister. She used to scoff at it and plead forgiveness. Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference, one that was plainly smiling with joy. You know, I wasn't planning on listening to your petty wishes. The way you're crying, though, it's just too funny. I think maybe I'll change your mind and listen to you. And come to think of it, I never did anything big sister-like for you. Yes. Thank you so much. All right, then. Let's hear you apologize for everything. And maybe I'll let it all be water under the bridge. And maybe, just maybe, I'll let Kei-chan go. Mion said she might let me go, but she never said anything about letting Shion go. Or Leon. For long, Shion got her hands and knees behind the bars and began to speak words of weak apology. They were too faint for me to hear, but their intention got across. Despite having watched her with a magnificently jubilant expression, Mion kicked the bars and declared she was unsatisfied. Think you can make up for years of grudges and hard feelings like that? That just will not do. I guess I'll make mincemeat out of you both. No! Wait, sis! One more chance! Just one more chance! Mion stopped and waved her hand again in resignation, not because she had grown impatient, but only because she was taking a delight in abusing Shion. Can't apologize to my satisfaction anyway. I'll teach you how to make an apology that will get through to your older sister. I'm only gonna tell you once, and if you even get even a letter wrong, you're out. Got it? Yes. Thank you, sis. Shion's miserable voice cried out, having become utterly hoarse. The sensation tearing through my chest returned a little at a time. I realized it was feelings of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. However, I was only able to feel my skin and my blood flowing at the moment. I still couldn't voluntarily move my fingers. Did you memorize it? Then let's hear you say it. Sincerely and faithfully from beginning to end with all your heart. You can do it properly, and I'll only kill you. Yes, thank you so much. Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. But just a few minutes ago, I was sure this had been Mion, but at some point she had become someone else. The Mion I knew would never do something so nasty like enjoying trampling all over someone's dignity like this. Now, let's hear it. Your big sister is listening closely. Shion Sonozaki is... When I ran over to Shion's cell earlier, Had the real thing been swapped out with the fake right behind me? Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mion. Shion Sonozaki is a lowly, worthless sow, not fit to even lick her big sister Mion's feet. And when I think of countless times I've been rude to my big sister without knowing my place... Yes, that's the spirit. I'll permit you to say a little more now, okay? Blood circulated through my whole body. My numb senses were returning. Just a little more. While Shion is still holding Mion's... No, that thing pretending to be Mion's attention. Hurry up. I reflect on how impertinent I've been and swear loyalty to my big sister Mion for the rest of my life. So, Mion's burst of laughter echoed throughout the big cave, growing to a terrifying lair. That was not the laugh of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon from the bowels of the earth. She laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it and stopped smiling suddenly as if snipping a wire. All right already. That was funny enough for me. I didn't think you'd throw away that much of your pride. That was plenty enjoyable. Mion began to drag me again, but I finally got the feeling in my body back and pulled me towards the torture chamber. Sis, only kill me. Please, forgive him. Don't worry, alright. I'll be sure to kill you real good. After letting you get an earful of Kei-chan screams, that is. No! After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into the restraining table. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. She forced open my hands, with which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist, and tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She fastened only my hands, and my fingers at that, tightly with hinges and locked them in place. Very much for the fluid check, Foxglove. Sis, don't kill him. Sis! Door to the big cave with the jails had been left open, so I could hear Shion's cries of mortification the entire time. Can you hear it, Shion? I'm going to get started now. Please, enjoy Kei-chan's young screams. If I could rest. Feeling in my body returned, then the first action I took was to tell off the thing that looked like Mion. Awake at last, are we? I lied before, you know, about having to wanted to give Shion the most miserable death at all. But locking her up, because I hadn't thought of a good way yet, that was a lie. And so was the cake. The cake was also a lie. Mion brought over something like a toolbox. From inside, it removed a large metal hammer, and next to that, it began to line up what looked like long, strangely shaped nails, whose ends had been turned into hooks, like the kind you'd see on a harpoon. I'll let you hear the screams of all those people that died because of her, and after they've soaked into her very soul, then I'll kill her. I've got pretty good taste, huh? Who are you? Huh? I'm Mion. Mion Sonozaki. Is the fear driven you crazy? No, you're not. There's no way you can be Mion Sonozaki. Mion snorted and continued her preparations for the horrifying torture. I see. And if I'm not Mion, who am I? Demon. Huh? You're not Mion. Mion was just here. Give her back. Hey, Chan, is your brain really doing okay? You're not going crazy with fear. Don't touch me. You damn demon. Give her back. Give Mion back. My best friend, give Mion back. Mion stood there for a few moments with her jaw hanging open, not having expected me to say that. I myself knew that I was about to go insane. I knew it was nonsense to demand Mion's return when she was right in front of me. But, this person in front of me couldn't possibly have been Mion. There was no way I could accept that. But this is what I thought. Mion really had been possessed by a demon and was controlling Mion as if it were a separate personality. Oh, hi, chicken. You've come into the dramatic climax yeah. So, if you want to, like, wait until it's finished and then to watch the YouTube video VOD or the VOD after the since I don't blame you. Since I started at 6 p.m. Central, so close to 6 hours ago. Mion was just a victim being manipulated by it. The evil one was really this thing. It all been the doing of this demon possessing her. When Mion heard that, she started to guffaw, laughing so hysterically that she started to cough and almost choked. You really are a piece of work, you know that? This very moment, Mion Sonozaki is trying to kill you, and you're trying to reject me. I never knew there was such a funny person in all the world. If you want to laugh, do it all you want. No matter what you say, though, I won't accept that you're Mion. Give her back. Away with you, demon. Hey, Chan, you're trying to kill me by drowning me in my own tears? I'm getting definite, like, Oogie Boogie turned up to 11 vibes. Yep. I mean, this is the last chapter, and I'm... No matter what, I wouldn't lose to that laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart, so that the real Mion trapped inside the Mion I saw in front of me would be able to hear. Do it, Mion. Don't lose to this piece of shit demon. You're strong. Show me how strong you are. Tears welled up and flooded down her face. Her hands were busy with restraints, so she couldn't even wipe them. She just let them flow. Please, Mion. Mion! Did you lose to a demon like this? You're not that weak, are you? Don't lose. Fight. Fight! Mion, desperately enduring her laughter, pressed one of the long nails to the tip of my left pinky. In her left hand was the hammer. At her side were dozens of nails. I do not think this is going to be a fun hammer time. This is why I have the trigger warning. I could tell what she was about to do, though I wish I couldn't.
Oh my god!
Even so, I couldn't afford to be scared. That was why I shouted. My sides hurt like they're about to split. That all. Going to get started now. Be sure to give her some good screams. Not only am I torturing you, Kei-chan, but I'm torturing Shion as well. But you... Mion. Then I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't an acceptance of the torture about to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mion had lost to the demon. A small change did occur in Mion in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining, little by little. By the time I'd realized it, the one in front of me had returned to being Mion. Hey, Chan. This may not be something pleasant to take to the grave with you. You really want to know, though, so I'll tell you just one thing. I didn't know if this was Mion, or just a display of momentary humanity the demon had covered. A long time before the demon came to live inside me. It was gnawing at my heart, trying to spur me to violence, but... She was conceited. We have a Raiders, and it's from the Nyan. Nyan. Guess who Nyan's been drawing? Hey! Oh my gosh, have you been drawing me? Have you been making... Oh my gosh, have you been making lewd pictures of me? Lewd and sus pictures.
Oh my god!
Alright, thank you so much for the raid, and hello Raiders. I am Virgil B. Kobold, I am a variety streamer. I play a number of different games, as well as I do some ASMR streaming readings every Tuesday. So like tomorrow I'll be continuing with my reading of Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring. What chapter am I on? 6 or something? I can't remember. Anyway, that sounds about right though. And sometimes I do a little bit of singing. But right now we are playing Higurashi, the Watanagashi chapter. Yes, yes. It started a couple weeks back. So I am, but I do not play boob games. Well, I mean, they're, Anyway, I hope you all had a fun stream. And you had a fun time. So I'll be excited to see what you Drew did. I actually saw that you were streaming, so it was one of the earlier, so I was kind of like, if I had say that to the like stream on the screen. I did. I also my sleeps. Oh, okay, cool. Wait, did you put it up? Did you send it to me? Can I show people if you did? Okay, it's fine if you did it. I was just... If you had sent it to me, I would... But anyway, have a good night, Jan. Have good sleeps. Okay. Yan, ni hao, yan. Yes, you can. It's just on the It's just on the stream at the moment. Thank you. Good night. Okay. Good night. Thank you so much for the raid once again. All right. We're gonna... that's the wrong thing. There it is. Okay. Let's see. A long time before the demon came to live inside me, it was gnawing at my heart, trying to spur me to violence. But I had suppressed it with my reason. I'd settled the demon down, and I got to thinking it had gone away somewhere. But it turned out I was wrong. It hadn't left me. It had just gone to sleep. I had noticed that there were tears forming in her eyes. The demon woke up again due to a certain small opportunity. What do you think that opportunity was? There was a sad, yet reproachful light in Mion's eyes. Do you understand? I don't. I don't know what gave the demon the chance to beat Mion. This might be strange for me, a demon, to say, but you're the reason that everything got so messed up. The tears welling up in her eyes spilled downward all of a sudden. At the time, if you had given me that doll without hesitating, maybe everything wouldn't have gotten so twisted. The doll I got, that doll that I got when we had our club meeting at the Toys or that Sunday? Probably can't understand. I wouldn't expect you to. But you see, all sorts of things started falling over like dominoes after that, and soon it was too much for me to control. It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of knocking over the first one since it was so small. You're the one who set it up. Me? You hadn't made Mion cry, and I wouldn't have had to wake up. Is that enough for you to die in peace? Mistake?
Emotional damage.
That is some emotional damage. definite emotional damage. The mistake that I'd made on that day was what messed everything up. That can't be, can it? It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of it. Even so, Kei-chan, you are without a doubt the cause. You had nonchalantly given me the doll that day, and I don't think this would have happened. I wanted to say, like I just remembered something as I recalled that day. Rain had told me about that. I thought I had apologized. I didn't apologize to Mion, though. It had been Shion. In other words, oh God, I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion. Today I came to this house saying I had something to apologize for, and I never said a word of apology about this. Come to think of it, when I apologized for going into the ritual storehouse, Mion looked a little bit lonely, like she was disappointed. Why didn't I realize that up until just now? Reina told me at the time. Now she herself, no. The demon was telling me. It's the only way for a dense idiot like me to be cured to die altogether. No longer hold back the hot tears from pouring out of me. I simply just cried and cried, and reflected indifferently on the taste of my tears, on the taste of regret. Can I start now then? This method of torture is very simple. I'll nail one of these into the joint on the end of your left pinky finger. Then, I'll nail each one in order until I get to your thumb, and then I'll go back to your pinky and nail one in the joint in the middle. So on and on, till I hammer 15 nails into your left hand. When that's over, I'll do your right hand next. After that, if you're still conscious, I'll tell you. There are a lot of nerves bundled in your fingertips, so it hurts far more than you can imagine. Some people apparently pass out before you finish hammering 30 nails into their hands, so... Did you get a nice image of that thanks to the word? Are you all... You just feel great and warm inside from that description. Ugh. I'm having to... I'm having to open my hands now, just like to open and close them, just to like... Yeah. I'm thinking about it too much. Mion pressed the tip of a nail to my left pinky finger.
No, 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 no.
Definitely. My wrists, my arms, and all the joints on my fingers were strapped in so tightly it hurt, and I couldn't even twitch. I didn't hesitate at all when I was torturing the others. Why do I hesitate now? This will satisfy your demon, Mion. It will sate the demon. Do to me what you will. Are you serious? Compared to how much I hurt Mion, this is nothing, right? Do as much as you want. In exchange, promise me 2 things. Mion was silent. He did, however, wait for me to speak. Are you satisfied with causing me pain? Forgive Shion. She's been punished enough to make up for her crimes of sneaking into the storehouse, hasn't she? You, after all this, you can still worry about Shion more than yourself? The other thing, that when you've had your fill, you disappear. Give that body back to Mion. That's all. You know, you not even consider possibly begging for your life or anything? Can I ask you to promise me 3 things instead of 2? Third is to leave me alive. Said 2 in the beginning, didn't you? You can't have any more. It's a shame. Such an abnormal situation. Mion and I laughed quietly together, as if sharing in a stupid joke. Probably won't keep these promises, understand? I'm a demon after all. Guess there's nothing I can do then. All tightening my hands into fists when enduring the pain at the dentist's office. Right now, though, they were opened all the way to my fingertips, so I couldn't even grip them. So instead, I tightened my toes. Okay, do it. Heard myself already, so do it. You waiting like this to hammer the nails in is even scarier, and it diminished my readiness after all. He unput the hammer and gently stroked my cheek. Hey, Chan, I'll agree to just the third thing, okay? Huh? My third wish. Save me. I'll agree to it? Your first wish. Save Xion? That's long done for. The demon will kill her. It's already been decided, so I can't stop it. I give up on that. Her delicate fingers slid from my cheek to my chin. As for your second wish, give this body back to Mion? That won't happen either. After today, Mion will never come back. From today on, even if my body is here, it will be just a body, because the Oni has taken it over. That isn't true. Mion say such bad things, like she won't ever come back. Can you hear it? That sound. Mion gently closed her eyes and listened. Definitely heard it as well. Slam. Slam. It's a dull noise that repeated at fixed intervals. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people were ramming the iron doors to this underground ritual storehouse. You're late, so Reina probably called Oishi. Spaced out girl being so quick thinking was the one thing I didn't anticipate. I'll agree with you there. Mion grinned like she'd been outwitted, and took something that looked like an electric razor out of her pocket. When she pressed the switch, pale blue sparks flew out like with a snapping noise. Yeah, because it's so cheap, I use it as a hello, so everyone gets two uses of it. Stream. One to say hello, and then one if you think there is a good opportunity for it. Because I want people to have a really cheap way to say greetings. When she pressed the switch, pale blue sparks flew out with a snapping noise. Probably never seen one before, right? How's the story going? Heard a lot about this game, and mostly that it's a gut puncher. Well, right now you could say it's a finger puncher. I'm sorry for that. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming by, Wilson. Although we're right at the end of the second volume, yeah, if you, I will say if it does look interesting though, there is the first chapter of it, is on Steam for free, which is a lot of content, like 10 hours, whatever. So, yeah, it's also free on GOG if I remember right. Yes. Yeah, all my VODs of this that I've been putting up on my YouTube. So, right. Yes, I'm not a Pokemon, but people still throw Pokeballs at me. It's not nice. It makes me a sad little cobalt. Probably never see this one before, right? And then there's also the Sensu Bean. It's a real stun gun. It's illegal, and its output has been increased quite a bit. It'll lurk to avoid spoilers, but help your numbers. Oh, thank you. Was that what you hit me with before? Not a toy children should be playing with, you know. You're right. You seem to want to use the stun gun on me. Unable to move, I felt her press the cool lump of metal to my neck. Blam! Heard a roar as though they'd broken down the first large door. In Little Gator Game. Little Gator Game? Oh my gosh. Sophie used it cleverly. And Kiryu shows up to rescue Keiichi. Heard a roar as they'd broken down the first large door. The walls were a bit complex, But aside from the door to this very torture room, there was nothing in their way. I won't kill you, but I will have you go to sleep for a bit, Kei-chan. She will be here soon. So this will hurt. This will only hurt a bit. Feeling the same shock as before, gritting my teeth wasn't going to help much, but I clenched them tightly anyway. However, as she did when she was about to hammer the nails in, she hesitated a little. A battery rev. I cracked open my tightly closed eyelids. I'm sorry for disgracing Mion. I made a promise before coming in here. Whatever happens, the Mion inside my heart won't change. Look, forget about that. If you ever see me after today, don't come near me. By then, it will be the demon that's inherited my corpse. What are you talking about? I tried to say that. Much stronger light than before shine and like a television being switched off. Huh? Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about the notification. Oh yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah. Like a television being switched off, my consciousness went black. June 1983. A string of disappearances occurred in Hinamiyazawa village. The suspect is Mion Sonozaki. She is suspected to have kidnapped 5 Hinamizawa residents between June 19th and June 21st. Imprisoned them and killed them. Oh wait, that was listed her grandmother too, wow. Preliminary investigations of the incident were delayed at the time due to insufficient, but shockingly. It was rather coincidentally shocking. On the morning of the 23rd, a vehicle patrolling the Sonozaki property heard screams from inside and rushed in as emergency runner. They secured the suspect's missing younger sister, Shion Sonozaki, and her 2 missing classmates, Keiichi Maibara and Reina Ryugu. The suspect fled the scene. Well, he got hit with a stun gun. Deep in the detached basement of Sonozaki, which believed to have been used to kill those who disappeared, discovered hairs, flakes of skin. The other 4 missing persons, Oreo Sonozaki, Kirachi, Riki, and Satoko, knew that the missing persons were tortured in the torture chamber. However, at one of the prison classmates' advice, we continued searching the detached basement of Sonozaki property. Were prison believing that they were there. However, we still have not located them or the suspect's escape route. In addition, investigations are queuing as to our participation in the serious freak incidents of recent years, thinking we give some clue, but no evidence that Mion Sonozaki was involved, either directly or indirectly, had been found. Wait. There was, however, still not... Okay, wait. Okay, deep in the detached basement of Sonozaki, which is believed to have been used to kill those who disappeared, discovered hairs, flakes, skin, blood, etc. of the other 4 missing persons. Real Sonozaki, so that's the grandmother, Ichiro, Rika, and Satoko. We conclude that the missing persons were tortured in the torture chamber. However, their remains have still not been found. At one of our imprisoned classmates' advice, we continued searching the detached basement of the Sonozaki property, which was where they were imprisoned, believing that they were there. However, we still have not located them or the suspect's escape route. In addition, investigations are continuing as to our participation in the serial freak deaths of recent years. No evidence that Mion Sonozaki was involved. Okay. Okay, they secured the suspect's younger sister, Shion, and 2 missing classmates. Okay. So many unclear points as the motive behind the incident, and those of the Sonozaki family and the residents of Mion have been extremely uncooperative and insidious. We expect to require a long time to clarify them. The opinion of a local officer, knowledge about the region, this may have been a lynching, eternal form of punishing sacrilegious acts carried out against the beliefs of Hinamizawa village. It's clear that these incidents are particularly rooted in this region, and the prefectural police department is ordered a cautious investigation. We anticipated gaining valuable clues from the missing person believed to have been imprisoned. For the longest time, Shion Sonozaki, the suspect's younger sister, but her mind was stricken by the grave after effects of the incident. She has not been in a state of mind to properly answer any questions about what she knows. Psychiatrists concluded that she is in a temporary state of shock. But it doesn't seem hopefully that you will recover today either. Only a few days passed since that time. Sorry, but your fingers will never walk again. Well, they got in before, like, she could start on the fingers. So his fingers made it out alive. And a few days passed since that time. After that, I was rescued by Oishi-san, the subordinates whom Reina had called in. Aside from my entire blank state of mind, I had no external injuries. The most I had was the small burn mark from where the stun gun hit me. I was having a checkup in the hospital. Oishi asked me all sorts of things. I don't really remember what he asked or how I answered him. When I heard, surprisingly, Mion still hadn't been captured. There were apparently a great many hallways and smaller rooms extending out from the depths of the prison. Wouldn't it be strange if she had fled to one of those and hidden herself? The one fortunate aspect amidst all the misfortune, that Shion had been safely secured by the police. Shin stun cutting a hostage. When I last saw Mion, she seemed like she was going to take me with her and then kill me. She probably didn't have enough time to, though, since Oishi-san came running in faster than she predicted. That was the really only fortunate thing to have happened. Of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no external wounds, now had a big, deep wound in her heart. She was in a severe state of confusion when they rescued her. Apparently, she bit the police officers trying to resist. From what he heard, she was seeing Mion in everyone she saw. Hated not only the hospital, but even her own home, but shut herself up somewhere in Shishibone, hiding her location. Additionally, in fear that Mion would come for her, she was moving from place to place every day, and if her parents weren't sure where she actually was. Wherever she was living, even now, Shion was spending her days in fear of Mion's shadow. The police were investigating the Sonozaki's underground storehouse at this moment, since they couldn't find the remains of the other sacrifices. Sent Mion and the corpses into a well?
There's a dragon in my wagon, and I don't mean to be bragging about the best tail wagging dragon in a wagon you could meet.
Thank you so much for the follow, Daedric Prince of Comfort. Aw, thank you. Yeah, we're at the very end of it, so... But thank you so much for following. So if you want to head out because you don't want spoilers or anything like that, feel free to. But anyway, but I'll be continuing with the series, so... Which means... Volume 3, well, technically Chapter 3, and these are all little sub-chapters. But I don't know why they put it into, like, chapters. Makes it confusing when you're explaining to people. Anyway, feeling that I'd sent Mion through the corpses. Anyway, sit back and relax and enjoy the rest of the stream. If you decide to stick around. Maybe you've already watched it or something. Anyway, I hope to see you other streams, and thanks again for the follow. Sent Mion thrown the corpses into a well? I had a feeling I'd said that to him. I'm in a hidden tunnel, vertical like a well, somewhere in those underground passages. Secret underground with any maps or architectural drawings, which had swallowed up the remains of Rika Satoko, and everyone else was still unwilling to speak the truth. Brought back to that basement again, too, for an on-site inspection or something, but I didn't remember being of any help. I never wanted to go back there again. For days afterwards, the Sonozakis living in Okomiya, in other words, Mion and Shion's parents, the big-name Yakuza, would come to our house to apologize, bringing many of their followers with them. However much my parents refused it, they piled up many 100,000 yen bills, calling it consolation money every day. The amount of money grew each day. After it had passed 2 million yen, they were then given an envelope containing a letter. Didn't know what was written in the letter. My parents talked about it by themselves for 2 whole nights, and decided to move away. I see. You're moving, huh? When? The end of next month. I won't even have been in Himazawa for half a year. I'll be lonely. The only one left. Marina smiled sadly. I just said yeah. I thought it would make her even more lonely, so I changed the subject. Here's something to think about. how I broached it. Mion hadn't actually fled, but had been demoned away in the truest sense of the word. Where she went after she disappeared, that we didn't know, was there where she disappeared to. I hoped there was a hobby shop dealing in imports, kind Mion liked. In that place, would definitely be free from the burdensome fetters of her family, and live not as Mion's son Azaki, but as just Mion, and enjoy herself. Maybe she's already met up with Satoko and Rika. They must also have been waiting for the day Rina and I would join them, spending all their time doing club activities, as lively as they always were. When I told Rina that, she smiled and nodded to me. The incidents the Sonozaki family had been trying so hard to hide, too, were exposed to the magazines from this single, tiny seam. The serial incidents of recent years were all pulled up like a long vine in the background, one by one. For many days, news of it was brought up on talk and variety shows. The shows, which were comedic and silly, never once tried to touch upon the grim, heavy history that Mion had been bearing. It made me mad to see them bringing this stuff up in jest, but there was nothing I could do about it now. How big an impression would these short few weeks I spent in Hinazawa have on my life? During these few weeks, I've met my best friends and had the best experiences of my life. I would probably never forget it for as long as I lived. As for the distorted image of Mion that the media created, after the masses got of treating her like a plaything, would ball her up, throw her in the trash, she would fade from memories. As somebody, one of the few people who knew the real Mion, I must always make sure I remember her. Beyond any doubt, it will surely become my offering to her. The sky reached so far up, and towering cumulus clouds floated through it. The real summer was just before our eyes. Even now, whenever 10 p.m. came around, I would expect a phone call from Shion, or Mion, rather. Now that everything was over, of course, she never called me. It was precisely because she wouldn't call me that I was scared of who would call me this time. Plus, Mion still hadn't been caught. Couldn't say for sure that everything was completely over. On the other side of that fear, though, were my prayers that Mion was safe. Even when I thought like that, I was able to sleep, even with such terrifying thoughts. The lights were off. Her attacking when the lights were off was something that scared me. However, that feeling changed to regret within 2 days. The moonlight filtering through the gap in the curtain shone onto the desk and illuminated a doll. That's right, doll. That I should have given to me on that day. She said it was an import from England or something and was all the rage, didn't she? From what Sion said, the most popular among them were the ones wearing the fluffy dress. Being released from the incident, the first place I went to was that toy store. Everything was apparently sold out besides the thing on the storefront displays. I was refused once when they said they wouldn't sell the display products, but when they realized I was Survivor A from that incident, they immediately consented. Of course, even if I bought it, I might never have a chance to give it to her again. Even knowing that, I waited for the opportunity to give it to her. I waited like this, for the opportunity with it on the desk so I could give it to her at any time. Bonk. There was a weird noise. The noise I wasn't used to hearing. It was too big to be raindrops, completely different from the sound lost bugs make when they ram into fluorescent lights. Rita must have heard and nestled back into my futon. Bonk. The noise happened again. I wasn't hearing things. I definitely heard it. Where was it coming from now? I got up and turned on the light. There was a second. There would be a third. From where, though? I listened carefully. Bonk. The window. What sort of pebbles were colliding with my window? When I realized they weren't being blown there, rather being thrown by a person, I gave a start. I looked at the clock. It's 2 a.m. Who would it be at a time like this? quietly peek out front, the gap in the curtains, in the light of the gate. Despite it being so late, I saw someone. They picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at this window. It hit the window and made a plunking noise. Who was it? Caught my breath in surprise. If my eyes weren't deceiving me, that person was Mion. I threw open the window and looked at the figure again. My eyes certainly weren't deceiving me. It was Mion. It was Mion. She was alive. Mion pressed her index finger to her lips and made a shh motion so I wouldn't shout. If she hadn't, well, I was nearly about to cry out. Mion was in a very delicate position right now. Even if it was in the middle of the night, I shouldn't call her name. I waved to her, gesturing that I'd be right over, flung on my coat atop my pajamas, and flew out the door. I quickly hit the brakes just before going down the stairs. Although happiness was sprouting within me, I had the sad feeling this would be our final parting. So I went back to my room again and grabbed the doll. There was a God. I don't think I would ever have thanked him as much as today. Even if it would be the last time we ever saw each other, I was so grateful for this one chance to give it to her. I slipped into my sandals, unlocked the door, unhooked the chain, and leapt out of the house. Mion. It's been a while. How are you? Been doing all right? Like how we used to meet every morning. Mion waved to me and responded like she always did. Doubtlessly Mion. It was the real Mion. Are you all right hanging around this place? I really shouldn't be. She certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. Almost like she was a patient who had gotten tired of staying in the hospital and had snuck out. Her speech was relaxed enough to make me think that, and I couldn't help but be surprised. That relaxation thought was more like Mion, and I was happy for it. Anyway, what's wrong? What do you need at this hour? I wanted to talk to you one last time. That was when I noticed them. On Mion's forehead were big droplets of sweat. Her expression, too, which I had thought to be a satisfied smile, was upon closer inspection, trembling slightly, and I realized that she was forcing it. Well, I can't stay for any longer. A note was beginning to enter her words as well, as if just smiling was a feat for her. Are you all right? Are you not feeling well? I tried so hard until now, but I can tell. I'm done. This is my limit. They're about to come up behind me to take me away. Mian's smile crumbled and started to stiffen. She pushed herself this much to come all this way for me? Her laughter cut off and changed into rough breathing. I reached out to rub her back, but she knocked me away. Are you okay? Don't force yourself. It's right. I had something to give you, Mion. It's tall. I'd wanted to do this one last thing, because I knew how little time you had left. But this last thing, it... My stomach... It's burning. Mion took a meat cleaver-like knife, stabbed me, pushed it in tight, and it took it, and twisted it. Hey, what? Oh my gosh. I made it. I made it. Cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot, almost spewing fire. Mion watched it, then took a few steps back and cackled. I've done it. I've done it all. That's everyone I wanted to kill. The last words Mion left with me that day came back to me. After today, Mion will never come back. From today on, even if my body is here, the body is all it will be. And then the demon will have taken it over. Demon. 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 Oh, this can't. I thought we had finally been able to meet. This can't. Mion. A pool of blood of my own design, as the doll I bought for Mion, dyed in red. So red. Mion. The good fortune of having allowed to meet Mion once more. The misfortune of that meeting being torn apart before my eyes. Would I be grateful or curse it? My emotions were neither of those, as my consciousness sunk deep into a black swamp. The doll I bought for Mion, the blood, had ruined it. No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, it needlessly ruined. Ruined. Sad moon, so white, it looked frozen. June 28th, 1983. A violent incident occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone City, Blank Prefecture. The victim was Keiichi Maibara, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. Around 2 a.m., he was stabbed in the stomach with a bladed object by the subject of the last case, Mion, who was gravely wounded. He was discovered when his parents woke up and was then transported to the clinic. He escaped death. The criminal fled the scene. Wait, he escaped death? The same day at approximately the same time, a fall accident occurred in the Kamishiki apartment complex in Shishibone City. The victim was Shion Sonozaki, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. Later the same night, neighbors overheard her have a big fistfight with someone and informed the manager. The manager used a master key to enter the room and discovered that the victim had fallen from her 8th floor balcony to her death. The room had been torn apart and appeared to show traces of a fight. One neighbor has frequently visited the Sonozaki for a long time and justified that he heard what sounded like the two sisters having a fight, spreading insults back and forth. We believe this was related to the injury case that occurred the same day in Hinamizawa Village. Perpetrated by the same incident suspect. To thorough search the room, we could not find any traces that would imply that anyone but the victim was present. The victim fell straight down into the foliage of a parking strip. Her neck broke, and she died immediately. Her clothing was disheveled, and had markings that would imply a scuffle. We also believe, however, that it could have been an insanity-induced suicide attempt based on the particular mental state of the victim after the incident. We're conducting a thorough examination on both fronts, suicide and homicide. Yes, and that's what it meant by when she wanted to kill. Only for 5 minutes, you understand? Please, try not to excite him. Yes, I'll be careful. Clack. Door opened, and as I expected, Oishi-san came in. Hello, Maibara-san. Been a while, hasn't it? How have you been since then? Doctor says my post-operative recovery seems to be going smoothly. I think I got worse when I saw your face. Yeah, I would too. You wound me. As Oishi-san gave a laugh that smelled of sweat, he handed Mom a bag of assorted candies he must have purchased from the souvenir corner on the first floor of the hospital. Excuse me, Mrs. Maibara. Would it be possible for me to talk to Keiichi for just a few moments? Mom clearly wasn't pleased at the thought of a police officer talking to her son without her there. However, I insisted. Mom, sorry, just a little while. Just 5 minutes, okay? Though grudgingly, Mion left the room. When she closed the door, Oishi-san grinned widely and looked around the room. To yourself, how high class. Old lady always gets a shared room, you know. Quite lively, however. Seems like you're a higher rank if you have a worse disease in places like that. The sicker you are, the prouder you are, or maybe the more arrogant. But we have only 5 minutes. I would like if these were the last 5 minutes we ever saw each other. I don't have any connections to Hinamizawa anymore. This isn't in Hinamizawa anymore either. Yes, there aren't any general hospitals in Okinomiya. And if I take a seat, down we go. Large university hospital in Shishibone City. It was splendidly urban, entirely different from the likes of Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. Hard to believe Hinamizawa was part of the same city. It looked like he'll get transferred. You know, ready to go whenever, though. Moving plans were delayed a little because of my serious injury. My parents had already left the house in Hinamizawa, though, and were living in our new one. They planned to have me transfer hospitals to be closer to the new house once I'd recovered enough to be taken there. Please don't come to where I'm transferring. I really will get worse then. Man, you really do hate me. May just be my job, but that stings. Can you blame the kid? Why, I brought you all kinds of lovely souvenirs and atonement. You didn't need to bring an assortment of cookies for that. Well, you see, actual cookies in there. Look. Pulls out, opens the can of cookies and... Huh? Ow, I'm stretching my scar. I didn't know what you were into, my bar, so I bought all sorts of things, see? All sorts of cute-looking ones. Westerns to comic strips. Lately, they have this sort of H manga aimed at girls, too. Oh my gosh. The kid. Are you sure he'd be getting that sort of stimulation post-op? It says H manga girls. So yes, my opinion of him just went up slightly. Slightly, okay? By like, not much, but it still went slightly up to be... Don't bring... Take them away and go home. Wow. Not for sure a healthy young man like you would be feeling a little needy being cooped up in a place like this for so long. You stay here too long, the only thing you'll end up with is a nurse when you... There are plenty of other beautiful things in this world besides nurses, after all. Don't decide what to major in now. Keep your options open. You need to be a more all-around type of person. I gave Oishi-san's vulgar laugh a pained grin. Somehow or other, I understood. The fact that Oishi-san was bringing it up like this meant that he must have had something important to talk about. The incident with Shio-san really was unfortunate. Ada was stabbed by Mion. Shion fell from her balcony and died. They said the police were investigating all possibilities, accident, suicide, and homicide, but it could only have been Mion's doing. Mion found out where Shion was hiding and pushed her down to her death. Nothing else was conceivable. Couldn't have been an accident. It was Mion. Had to be. Criminology guys are saying it had to be suicide, but I'm of the same opinion as you, my Bara-san. He pushed Shion-san and also stabbed you. One night. Has Mion still not been found? Well, that's right. What I came here to tell you today. Yes. We actually did find her. What? Ow. And that felt rather strange to me. Partly relieved that the incident was truly over. And I was partly sorry that my best friend had been caught. Felt many other things too. My heart was a maze of emotions. That's not all. Sonozaki House catacombs. We found a hidden well. Just as you said, my Bara-san, we found the remains of all those who disappeared at the bottom. I see. Silver of hope. That possibly I'd believed in that Rika and Satoko were alive, just from the fact their remains hadn't been found. Gone. It was incredibly well hidden in those catacombs. I mean, it was in the blind spot of another blind spot. Vertical tunnel, dug out like a well. There was a ladder set up there. We went all the way down. There was another tunnel built there going through it. Followed it a few 100 meters. We found ourselves at the mouth of an old unused well in the mountains. Wonder if it was a secret escape route a previous Sonozaki family leader built. Probably was. It was made in the Meiji era. Still, I'm impressed they built something like that. So everyone's remains are at the bottom? Yes. Even deeper down the escape fast, there was a pool of coal tar. It had been casually thrown into there. It had, from a spot, their remains were totally buried in it. Took a lot of time and effort to pull their bodies up. Did you find them all? I hoped they at least wouldn't find Rika or Satoko. I wished for an S, but my shallow hope was crushed in the blink of an eye. Yeah, all of them. In fact, we also found human bones we think are over a decade old. We think there are at least 3 people. Suppose it's the dark side of Hinamizawa's history. Wonder how many people's bones we'll find when we've sucked out all the mud. Scary thought. Weight that had been pushing down on Mion's shoulders the whole time. Mion. Currently identified people who disappeared from Shishibone City decades ago. People are talking about how this opportunity might let us resolve the disappearing persons' cases that have been abandoned. For deep silence, he breathed a heavy sigh. Oishi-san went for his cigarettes to pass the time, but realized this was a non-smoking era, so we gave up and put them back in his shirt pocket. All right. It's a bit of a detour, but you know Rika Furude-san, right? Of course. She's my friend. Did she ever tell you anything along the lines of her regularly taking insulin injections for diabetes? Rika-chan has diabetes? Didn't know what he was talking about. We found it in her skirt pocket. Syringe. It was destroyed, though. We couldn't identify the medicine. It was a bit out of place, so I got interested. You really don't know anything? Didn't know anything about Rika-chan carrying syringes around with her. The Sonozaki family corporates, the Yakuza people. Anyway, there's rumors that they deal in psychostimulants. I was thinking that they might have something to do with it, too. Trying to tell me that Rika-chan is a drug addict? No, not at all. That isn't what I'm saying. It seems strange, however you look at it, that she would bring a syringe with her on her way to get soy sauce. I have no idea what any of this means. My eyes are spinning. I feel sick. You all right? I call a nurse. I'm fine. Please continue. That's all I have to say about the syringe. The only thing that personally struck me as interesting. Rika-chan. So it was sort of like the village mascot after all. Looks like the village is in an uproar right now, between the older blind believers and the Sonozaki family who killed her. The 3 old families' effective control over the village is basically in shambles, too. Someone came up with the talk of a dam again. This sort of timing, the entire village would be abandoned for sure this time. I'm not related to Hinamizawa anymore. Actually was. Said it because the thought about Hinamizawa being abandoned was unpleasant. I wanted to end the conversation quickly. There was a knock at the door. I opened slightly and my mom asked if we were still talking. Whoops. Went off topic, didn't we? What a pickle. Looked at the clock. 5 minutes were long past. Told my mother there was something he really wanted to ask. Could wait a little bit longer. That's so. Keep it short, okay? There wasn't getting around the fact that she was thinking about a police officer could be talking to her son about. Maybe we should choose another day for this. Oishi-san. Mion, how is she right now? Just wanted to hear that answer and then get rid of him. Before I tell you that, I just need one thing from you. Just need you to answer something in all honesty. What is it? I want you to take your answer seriously, got it? If you say something indiscreet, it could be viewed as an obstruction of the investigation, and you could be prosecuted. Son kept threatening me until the very end. What the hell did he want? Maibara, who do you think the criminal who pushed Shion from the balcony? No way it could be anyone but Mion, is there? Then who was the one who stabbed you? Hi, Shooty Man. Yip. Please don't make me say it again. It was Mion. Mion Sonozaki. Oishi-san smiled bitterly, then dabbed at his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Should have expected that answer, and yet to look as though he wasn't satisfied with it. She pushed Shion and stabbed me. Didn't you just admit yourself that Mion was the criminal? The evidence that we have that Mion killed Shion is based on testimony from the man living next door. This neighbor is actually a member of an organized crime group. In other words, he was Shion's son's bodyguard. Seems he's a veteran leader in that vein. Was like a parent to the Sonozaki sisters growing up. That man said this. The noise he heard from the next door. just like the sound of a fight between the sisters that he was used to hearing when they still lived together. And no, there was no doubt about it. He said he heard Mion and Shion insulting each other, heard them struggling. First, he thought it was a hallucination she was having, brought on by her dementia. See, he thought that because of that sort of ruckus had been occurring every night. For that night, had been longer than the rest, claimed that he went to her room to give her a sedative. The noise died down when we got the manager to give him the key. So he decided he'd at least check up on her. And after she wasn't answering his calls, he took the plunge and unlocked the door. Then they saw that the room was a mess. Since Shion had been pushed over the balcony, they decided it had to have been Mion. And that's how it happened. In other words, he only heard from the other side of the wall. Plus, because the apartment complex is connected to their organization, it doesn't have many residents. So they were the only ones who heard it happening. To reiterate, there was only one person who witnessed Mion Sonozaki. Even if he didn't see her, isn't it obviously Mion's doing? Now settle down. What I'm saying means you are the only one who saw Mion Sonozaki for sure last night. After all, Shion-san, the other witness, is no longer alive. What are you trying to say? Don't really understand. At that point, Oishi-san paused. The fact that this was no smoking era completely slipped his mind, and he took out his pack of cigarettes again. He lit one with his lighter, exhaled a long stream of tobacco smoke. Then boom! Hospital because of oxygen. Were you really stabbed by Mion Sonozaki? Yes. No doubt about it. Smoke Oishi leaped out, floated away like a thundercloud swept away by the wind. Oishi-san, you can't smoke in here. Nurse will get mad. Actually, we found Mion Sonozaki at the bottom of the well, too. Hold up. What? She fell to her death. We believe that as she was trying to escape to that hidden passage in the well, her foot slipped while climbing the ladder. She fell to the bottom, broke her neck, and died. Yes. The same way as Shion-san. She broke her neck. What? After you passed out that day, Mion Sonozaki tried to escape using the hidden well, but her foot slipped and she died. If beckoned by the corpses of the other sacrifices, she dropped down there. But doesn't make any sense, does it? Autopsy came to the conclusion that she definitely died that day. She didn't go back there after attacking you and Shion-san. He was already dead by then. My jaw was on the floor. There was absolutely no way that could be. Mion was the one that stabbed me. It had to have been. There wouldn't have been anyone else to do it. Then, who attacked Shion and me? Who was it? The one who attacked you was someone who was Mion Sonozaki, and yet not Mion Sonozaki. My mind had been a complete mess. I was starting to lose my ability to think straight. You remember how Mio Takano died? Takano? Yeah. I think I heard that she was burned to death in some distant mountains. We learned that she was burned after being strangled to death. The Gifu station did the autopsy. A little bit strange. Results of the preliminary autopsy said that she had been dead for at least 24 hours. Since that was contradictory, in their panic, they seemed to have revised it to say she died earlier that day. Despite me being an absolute wreck over what was going on with Mion, he was telling me there was even more on top of that. I understand the complex Oishi-san was telling me. The results saying she had been dead for 24 hours, as her own criminologist says. Pretty damn reliable. So then what would that mean? I've asked that question over and over. But on the night of the Watanagashi, you were with Mio Takano, weren't you? I was. You also met her on the day before while setting up the festival, right? I ran into her too. Yes, I was with her then. She'd been dead for 24 hours. That was mean she was already dead the day before the festival. Oh shit. Haha, that can't be. He was alive during the festival preparations. However, when you all slipped into the ritual storehouse, Takano-san was already dead. Zombie, 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 eh, eh. Sorry. Said zombie. Stupid brain. The origin of all that happened, the beginning of everything. Our intrusion into the ritual storehouse that I had come to regret countless times. The one who tempted me, Takano. When she invited us in the storehouse, it was already no longer of this world. There are too many dead people walking around in this incident. An incident caused by a dead person and ended by a dead person. Apparently, they're under pressure to revise the time of Mian Sonozaki's death, not to the day of the incident, but to right after she stabbed you. Probably pressure from the outside to get this incident wrapped up already. So I'd appreciate if you didn't say a word about this to anyone. Yoshi-san grabbed his jacket that he was hanging on the chair, put out his cigarette with the bottom of his foot, started pretending to wave away the smoke floating around. Stay too long. Come here thinking I could at least end this incident as it applied to you, but looks like it got even more baffling instead. Absent-mindedly, he walked towards the door, looking at me, unable to speak, the corner of his eye. It so happens, something comes up. Want to talk about in the future? Call me anytime. My business card is in those souvenirs from before. When that time comes, I'll pay you a visit with some wonderful souvenirs again. Shisan seemed to think I was still hiding something. That I, after all this, would be hiding something. I'm the one things are being hidden from. One who wants to know. Let's meet again one day. Take care of yourself. Slam. I listened to the tap, tap, tap of Ishi-san walking down the hallway. I still couldn't return from my state of bewilderment. He wanted to end this incident as it applied to me. It was over. Thing was over. The incident still continuing. Then slip, an arm covered in blood came out from underneath the bed. Wasn't that surprised? This was an illusion I was seeing, seized with fear. Hey-chan, I told you. Remember. I heard a guttural voice coming from under the bed. I still recognize it as Mion's voice. What, Mion? Did you tell me? I warned you on that day. After today, if you see me, it will be the demon that has possessed my body. You did. You said that, didn't you? Sorry. Guess I wasn't careful enough. That's why I got stabbed. Possibly wounds sustained when she fell from the ladder. Many of her fingernails were broken and torn. Her arm slowly felt about on top of the bed, searching for mine. Oh, hey, Mion. I just, well, thought of a good joke. Want to hear it? Mion under the bed didn't answer. Let's say that I died here today, but tomorrow I'd still be here, living a normal life. So when Oishi-san learned about it afterwards, the time of death wouldn't make sense again. He'd make a huge deal about how someone should have died was alive. He'd totally lose his head. Kano, then Mion, and then me third. So, funny, right? Makes you laugh, doesn't it? Hey, John. Laugh. Or was it not that funny? Mion's blood-stained hand groped around and found my wrist. Her fingernails were torn. She gripped it hard as if scratching me. Oh, wow, wow. Oh, easy. Ow, it hurts. Hey, John. I've come for you. Tried to shake my wrist loose, but the strength she held it was unbelievable, and I couldn't. She was only gripping one wrist, yet my whole body wouldn't move. I couldn't even twitch. My fingers were spread apart, and I couldn't even make a fist either. That fact that I couldn't make a fist reminded me of the restraining table. I felt a crooked nail press against my left pinky fingertip. Mion's forehead was split open, With a face covered with blood, she smiled and got right up in front of my nose. Nothing was over. Nothing was over. The incident was far from being over. It was still going on. It was still happening. Someone please end this incident. This cruel, tragic, unfortunate, sad incident. Please end it. That, my only wish. Granted you one before, remember? You don't get any more. Mion firmly held the nail down on my fingertip, and then with the other hand, she slowly swung a mallet up into the air and... A new scenario has been unlocked. All cast review session has become available. To play it, select extra on the title menu, then all cast review session, and then pick the Watanagashi. That's why there's a volume 3. So let's look at the all cast review section. Thank you very much for enjoying Higurashi When They Cry, Watanagashi. How did you like the story this time? If you enjoyed it even a little, I'm happy. A little nothing, not again. It was a huge bad ending, was it not? It was enough to make me simply furious. I'm furious. Well, good work, everyone. That's how it ended. Don't you think this story was kind of like a Mion chapter? Extremely satisfied with how big a role I played. You cannot call such a thing a success. Rika and I got killed too, didn't we? None of this concerns Satoko at all, either. I didn't want to die like that. I declare. Now, don't cry. There was a story centering around Mi-chan, so there will probably be one that centers around Satoko-chan too. Look forward to it. Satoko would definitely get attacked by a crowd of weirdo bullies and abused to death. Oh my gosh. Wah. I don't want that. Wah. Mi-chan, if you joke around too much, you'll make me angry too. Mi has a flat chest. Your mind wouldn't understand it, even if it wanted to be petted. What? But she doesn't have a... I'm confused. Oh, they expanded. Your body is so unchaste. Oh, because they got hit so much that they... Okay, I get it now. But also, seriously, what the hell, game? Hey, everyone. Great work. Sorry, we're late again. Nomitake-san, Oishi-san. Yes, you did a great job as well. Where are Takano and Shion? They're coming, of course. Thank you for inviting us today. May I sit here? Yes, go right ahead. With all of us here, it's sure to be the best part. Please, go easy on me. And should we get started? Is this everyone? Everyone but Keiichi. Which means, my Bara still doesn't have a portrait. Are we going to read the scripts for the next story immediately? How unfortunate. It doesn't feel right to leave him out. Mios, you don't have to worry about that. At times like these, going all out is actually a way of showing consideration. That's true, isn't it? We're all here for once. Holding a wake would be boring. And sorry, Keiichi-kun, but we'll be taking things from here. It's decided. Okay, everyone, get the cups. Anyone not like carbonated drinks? There's alcohol for the adults, too. Rika-chan, what will you have? Cola? Juice? Me? I want what Tomatake's having. Hey, Rika-chan, you're not allowed to drink. Has everyone got their cups? If we don't make a toast soon, my juice will get warm. Who will lead? Mion? Reina should do it. Okay, Reina, go ahead. Then, ahem. Everyone, excellent work. The Watanagashi chapter is now over. Thank you. Clap, 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 clap. Okay, everyone's here. Shall we debate the story again? I think so. And let's get some honest opinions. Does anyone have something to say? An honest opinion? Was the story this time not an answer chapter? The criminal was Mion. The root of all evil was the Sonozaki family. Was that not the conclusion? I see. I was so sure that Michan wasn't the criminal. Too naive. This was the entirely predictable from the previous Onikakushi chapter, was it not? In fact, it's almost shocking how predictable it was. You're right. Probably did align with most of the predictions made by the players of the previous scenario. It's like the story went exactly as everyone suspected. Then, does that mean the main Higurashi when they cry scenario is pretty much over? So it's a sure thing that the root of everything was Michan's family? I wonder. In fact, I think this all means the theory of the Sonozakis being the guilty party has been disproven. Oh, you had the same opinion, Mion-san. I think the same way, though I still don't believe in curses. At the very least, however, I think the chances of the Sonozaki family being the true criminals has gone down. But, huh? Why is that? Didn't Michan confess that she killed everyone? That's right. She killed Rika and me. So what do you mean that she isn't the criminal after all that? I'm not trying to confuse you or anything. Just that I think there are a lot of things that don't go along with Mion being the one behind everything. If you think about it a little, you'll get it. Huh. I believe the truth to be more or less in line with the Sonozaki family tree. I'd love to hear your theory, Mion-chan. And hear me out. Near the end, I confess that I participated in the past incidents, right? I thought something wasn't really right about that, so I guess that's my basis. I mean, think about it. If the incidents of the past were caused by the Sonozaki family, that would be crazy. I mean, wouldn't they all be perfect crimes? They were all attributed to other criminals or simply accidents after all. Well, that's right. The Sonozaki family is very powerful. They were acting behind the scenes. Wouldn't pulling off perfect crimes be child's play for them? That's just it. That's the weird thing. The Sonozaki family had been killing and erasing people so well for the last 4 years, they didn't even let out a hint that they were behind it, right? But the incident in the 5th year, now that was really cheap. They were killing and erasing people at random. Any idiot could have seen the connection with the Sonozaki family. Now that I think about it, you're right. The incidents in the past were all mysterious, and nobody could tell if they were because of the curse or just simple crimes. But then on the 5th year, they suddenly got really violent. I do not understand what you are saying. Rika, do you? She means that if the Sonozaki family were the real criminals, then they would have done a much, much better job with the incident on the 5th year. So what does that mean? Mion-san wasn't the one who killed Rika and me. It was the work of the demon who possessed Mion-san? Come on now, just like I thought last time. Mion-san wasn't a bad person at all, was she? That's right. The Toko and I both thought that she was doing bad things because she was possessed by something. Does that mean our theory was right? Been supporting the curse theory since the last after party. Story this time makes me all the more convinced it's true. That fact revealed at the very end the information regarding how Mion-san and Tanako-san had died days before. despite being witness, seems to indeed support that theory. Oh my. I see the curse believers who seemed unconfident last time have grown quite a lot more self-assured. Do any of those who think it was a human have any objections? Last time, Michan and Rika-chan were the ones who thought it was the work of a person. Tomatake did too, didn't he? Okay, let's hear what you've got then. You got me there. Can't quite find the right words. One of the pieces of evidence for the curse theory is the mismatch in times of death, right? So if I could disprove that theory, it would prove that a human did it, wouldn't it? Oh, Shion, do you have any good objections? Well, I suppose I have the same opinion as you, Mion, that it was a human, but I don't think the Sonozaki family were the main culprits either. If it's okay with you, I'll offer my objections. Show us what you've got. If you say it wasn't the curse, then let us hear your evidence. Hey, Shion-chan. The last trick we've been talking about. Despite Mion-chan having died the day of the incident from falling into the well, how did she appear days later to kill you and Kiichi-kun? Here it is. My Sonozaki sister's conspiracy theory. My reason is simple. Mion was dead by that time, and the one who could have stabbed Kei-chan was me. I disguised myself as Mion and stabbed him. Then I went back to my own room, pretended to have a tussle with the ghost, then jumped right down and killed myself. So when you get down to it, Mion-chan, in this case would be the one to take the blame. She would take care of the mayor in person, and Shion-chan would be made into merely a victim. She hid herself in the well, disguised Shion-chan would show up where she pleased and murder whoever she wanted, all planned from the start. I get it. Then Mion-san made two mistakes. First was that her corpse was found, and second was dying when she only planned to hide. That's what it would mean. Oh, well now, you're right. There is something logical about that. However, I'm still not convinced. It's too different from the magnificent perfect crimes in the past. If their plan went well, Mion would end up the bad guy, wouldn't she? She would either have to hide the rest of her life or live pretending to be Shion, wouldn't she? That would be too constrained. You can't call that a perfect crime. In other words, whether by dying or disappearing, Mi would have to go away. Rika-chan, that's a good thought. That means we should consider that Mion Sonozaki leaving the stage was part of their plan. That's why at the end, Mion took the blame for all the past incidents in the past. She took responsibility for all of them herself, then left. By doing that, she could cover up the true culprit behind the past incidents. Mean that this incident wasn't shabby. Its purpose was to cement all the past incidents as perfect crimes. Suppose that what it comes down to. The young leader of the Sonozaki family, who was the biggest suspect, confessed to everything and disappeared. For her, or perhaps for the non-Sonozaki true culprit, there likely was no more favorable outcome. I don't understand even an inch of your conversation. What do you mean by Mion taking the blame? Is she not the culprit? Let me put it this way. The true culprit behind the Zero Freak death incidents was somebody else. Michan gave a fake confession that she caused all the previous incidents to protect that person, or so everyone's saying. I said this during the last story, and it seems we have an incredible detective on our hands. Yes, it does seem a bit persuasive. An incident started to throw the scent off the true criminal. That's my reasoning. Well, if I go further, I think the true culprit isn't part of the Sonozaki family. So it was Mion-chan disrupting the incident to further protect the mystery person who pulled off the perfect crimes 4 years running then. That's right. The site foreman only appeared in name in the last story. Pretty suspicious if you ask me. Amazing. Really does all add up. Clap, clap, clap. Still think the Sonozaki family and the sisters are the culprits, though. An incident caused by the sisters to sever their old fetters to the three families to clear away the past. That's my theory. Clearing away the past. Mean that they placed the blame for the three families' crimes on their final leader, Mion, to put an end to a dark history, and then the two of them left? That's right. Would make it a sad story. We sisters finally choose to end it after a lot of worry. After it went a little too far. Amazing. Really does all add up. Clap, clap, clap. Wait. Looks like Rika has an opinion too. Go ahead, Rika-chan. I have a question for you all. Why did Keiichi need to get stabbed? We already know why that is, Rika. It's obviously because he went into the forbidden storehouse without asking. Thinking back on it now, Tomitake and Kano probably died in the previous story because they snuck into that storehouse, eh? That is rather strange. That is rather strange indeed. Huh? What is it that's strange? Reina-san, that's right. Won't you think back, please? That's right. In the previous scenario, they were after Keiichi's life, even though he didn't sneak into the ritual storehouse. Murmur. That's because, yeah, Shimizawa hates outsiders, right? That's why they tried to kill Keiichi-kun. That would be strange, though. They should have attacked Kei-chan's parents, too, in that case. No matter how you look at it, though, his parents never seem to be in much danger. Either this time or the last. Hear that? Everyone who thinks it was a human's doing? Unless you can properly explain the reason Keiichi-san's life was threatened, you can't definitely prove the criminal was human, can you? With the curse theory, however, we don't know why Bara-san was attacked this time or last time. A little more, we would have had it. There are still a lot of mysteries remaining. And find some kind of reason for everyone but Keiichi-kun to die. But for some reason, Keiichi-kun's death is always vague. Both this time and the last. He was being targeted, regardless of whether he went into the ritual storehouse. Then does not that mean he was doing something that got him killed, both last time and this time? I see. I can find something in common about my Barakun's actions between last time and this time. Seems like it would be the key to unraveling all the incidents. I skimmed through the stories again. I think he's going about his life in his own way. Though aside from the part with the storehouse, I didn't spot anything suspicious about his daily lifestyle. Keiichi-kun, what did you do both last time and this time? Something bad that would cause you to be killed. It's best to ask the person himself when you're unsure. I was reading the script for the next game all by myself. We're all talking behind my back, huh? I see. Well, that's that. Anyway, Keiichi-kun, you should try asking your own heart. Kei-chan, so what kind of bad thing do you do that would get you killed? Must surely be all the violent things he does towards me. Squeezing my chest so tightly was surely a crime. Yeah. Being happy all day surrounded by girls around is kind of like a crime in the first place. Grave crime indeed. Bara-san is truly an envious main character, isn't he? Switch out with me once in a while, would you? Well, with all those perks, getting stabbed at the end really isn't much of a price to pay. Well, there you go, Keiichi-san. You remember the crimes you've committed? Both this time and last time? This time and last time I've lived a proper and just life, and I've always met a terrible fate indeed. What was that about ask my own heart? I'm the one who wants to know. This is bullying. How sad, how sad. I'll pet your head next time for you. I wonder if we should go back and read Onikakushi again after reading this one. Going to put myself in Mion's shoes, read back over Watanagashi. Maybe I'll find something different compared to when I read it from Kei-chan's point of view. I would always think it was the doing of a demon. All of the events and tricks can be explained with a demon. Kind of like plasma. What did you, the readers, think about it? We'd certainly like to hear your thoughts and opinions. Oh, thank you for that bet. Through the mail? Is there an address? All right, all right, all right. I think that's... Yep. So how we have looked through all the things, for sure. Of say the thing. So let me... So which this begs the question. They were onto something. So what is it that Keiichi did? Or what does he have in common this time and the last time that got him killed? What is something in common that he did both times? He does have a habit of lying when he, like, finds out something, because that was... So maybe it has something to do with that. But feel free to drop your thoughts in the Discord or something. And also in general, maybe who is the culprit? What theory do you have that you've theorized upon? Yes. So, anywho, so tomorrow at, what long did this? 7.5 hours. Well, close to. 7 hours, 21 minutes currently. Is what the OBS is saying. So, but next chapter is Higurashi Katarigoroshi. Which, the picture on the emblem is Satoko. So maybe it'll revolve around her. Or it'll be Satoko heavy. Who knows? Who knows? But tomorrow at 8 p.m. Central Time, I will be continuing with Lord of the Rings. Yes, yes. I'm debating whether or not I will stream on Wednesday, since Thursday is Thanksgiving. Although I could still do it in the evening. Okay, I won't do Wednesday. Do tomorrow, and then the Thursday I'll stream something. I don't know if I should try to go back to Yakuza. I may do something like in between chapters or whatever. I may do, like, perhaps a really short visual novel or something. You know, something that would definitely, like, take, like, at absolute most, a couple streams. So, but anywho, thank you all so much. Let me find someone to raid. While I'm doing that, keep in mind that there is the clip competition is currently ongoing. So if you have some nice clips that you would like to share, clips of my channel or from my streams, whether either current ones or future ones, or if I happen to have the VOD up, or if they're in it, or feel free to take any from my VODs. You can submit as many as you want. First prize gets the game Deathloop on Steam, and as well as a bonus prize. The winners will be determined on December 1st. So they already have, like, a couple entries. So feel free to drop. So just submit those. Either DM me a link on my Twitter or on my Discord. Post those in the Kobold Clips section. And also there is the still donate for Geronimo Keto. That's not how you spell donate. But she still has. There's the GoFundMe since she had to take 2 families to the ER, and then as well as the car getting taken out basically by a deer, or rendered undrivable because of a collision with a deer. Everyone's fine now, but obviously they're left with a large stack of bills, all within just from in a month span. So, Devabun has already started. So let's go. We will give them a raid actually. Since they were not kind enough to show up, and they were here for quite a while. So, also I have been thinking as far as I've not been able to given them a raid. So we will give it on. They are currently playing the Pokemon game. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. That's the new. That apparently is scufftacular at the current moment. Anyway, so yeah, let's go. And once again, okay, let me hit the button for doop-a-da-boo. Okay, we'll be rating him just at the start of the stream, apparently. Anyway, all so much. I appreciate all of you and your continued support. It means a lot. Thank you for those that have followed. And yeah, so this will be put up on YouTube. I'll put that up in the next day or two. Try to have it put up on tomorrow. This will take a while to upload for sure. To YouTube for definite. Anyway, our raid message is tea time. Let me. If you have any extra tea emotes or anything like that, feel free to put those. Feel free to use those instead of the ones that are provided. Oh my gosh, I'm not gonna make it in time. Oh my gosh. Why do I suck at this? All right, thanks again. You have a great day or night, depending on. And okay, let's do some outro music, which will probably not show up. Bye bye.
Whole bunch of smoothing.